on elections. The road to the World Economic Forum on East Asia. In its colorful history, the World Economic Forum has provided a neutral platform for peace and unity. It has also introduced emerging economies and showcased the latest trends in many fields. Witness history as Manila plays host to the World Economic Forum on East Asia this May. Watch it here on PTV.
And it goes on and on and on and on and on, and we go on and on and on and on. We're gonna fly high, be alive. Yeah, we're gonna fly high, be alive. We're gonna fly high, be alive.
We're back with our special coverage of the World Economic Forum on East Asia 2018. Prior to this event, the Philippines' credit standing was upgraded 4 times in a row by highly reputable international credit ratings bodies. Elena Luna tells us more.
Before hosting the World Economic Forum on East Asia, the Philippines received 4 consecutive credit rating upgrades from 3 international rating agencies. It was the first time for the Philippines to bag the seal of good fiscal housekeeping from Fitch Ratings when it lifted the country's credit ratings to investment grade March last year. From BB+, Fitch raised the Philippines' long-term foreign currency IDR or issuer default rating to BBB-. In the same way, the long-term local currency IDR was raised to BBB from BBB-. Fitch cited the fiscal reforms of the Philippines, noting how governance has strengthened the Philippine momentum. BBB-, S.M.E rated the Philippines at BBB. This is the best grade the Philippines has ever received from any of the 3 major credit rating agencies. Malacanang is hopeful the investment grade will eventually translate into increased investments and accelerated jobs. PCOO Secretary Herminio Coloma Jr. said the Aquino administration is committed to strengthen public institutions and build increased capacity among citizens to promote inclusive growth.
Sa kanilang pakiwari, merong basis o merong batayan para umasa na ang mga kasalukuyang reforma at ang kasalukuyang magandang performance ng Philippine economy ay masusustain beyond the term of the Aquino administration. Sa aking palagay, yun ang mas mahalagang aspeto ng Standard & Poor's Investment Upgrade Report.
This year, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas is optimistic other rating agencies will recognize the Philippines' ability to implement and sustain tough reforms. For the People's Television, Elena Luna.
You know, Robert, these ratings upgrades can translate into a bigger challenge to the Aquino administration because the challenge is how will this growth, this economic growth, trickle down to the masses?
But you know, what's good about it is that, you know, you take a certain pride when you see outside observers looking into the Philippines, seeing it as a very economically stable and creditworthy country where foreign investments could come in. Now, in light of the inclusive growth, you know, it will take time. But if we do get a lot of foreign investments to come in, and with the Philippines, as observed by the outside forces, seeing that it's viable to invest here, that could actually happen.
Much of this investor confidence, Robert, has been attributed to fiscal reforms done by the administration and also to the fight against corruption, which the government really concentrates on.
And it's really good timing now that we are hosting the World Economic Forum to showcase, you know, what the Philippines have taken steps into making the Philippines more viable in terms of foreign investments, doing the inclusive growth, and also with the government's push in really doing transparency and anti-corruption campaigns.
However, Robert, there is still much work to be done. The government plans to improve its ranking in the ease of doing business, and it is in the bottom half, although our ratings have significantly improved. Plan to be on the upper 60 by 2016, so that's the bigger challenge by the to the administration.
And Kathy, as we know by now, an impressive credit rating spurs investments. As we angle for more investments, we also present proof that the Philippines has all the right ingredients to lure investors to its shores. Crizel Lacson shares with the world the reasons why the country is headed for a higher and
national market downturns. International corporations need not worry about the cost of doing business in the Philippines. Wages in the Philippines are normally less than a fifth of that in the United States. This is because our housing, local communication, and electricity costs are 50% lower compared to the US. On the average, foreign companies estimate that they save 30 to 40% in business costs, 15 to 30% in call center services and application systems, and 35 to 50% in software development. But perhaps the most compelling advantage of the Philippines is its workforce. We are the world's third largest English-speaking country, and our fluency sets us apart from other Asian countries. Our literacy rate is at 94.6%, which is among the highest in the continent. And every year, 350,000 graduates enrich the professional pool. But most of all, we are known for being hardworking and positive, which gives us an edge over the rest. For the past 10 years, the Philippines has undergone a transition. Global information company IHS reports that with our capacity to post long-term economic growth, we are set to become a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Our GDP will jump from $2,800 per person this year to $5,800 per person by 2024, and will make us one of ASEAN's largest consumer markets in the future. The future is bright for Filipinos, and already we are reaping the rewards of a bolstered economy. The world has its eye on us, and investors are excited about the potential of the country. In just a few years, we will see the total transformation of the Philippines, from being a pussycat to a tiger economy. For People's Television, Kring Lacson.
We'll have more to come, including live feeds and video streaming on our special coverage of the World Economic Forum on East Asia 2014.
Aarangkada na, higit sa 100 tagapaghatid ng balita. Handang sumuong sa gitna ng aksyon. Laging nakatutok sa mga kaganapan. Sa ngalan ng paglilingkod sa bayan. Ito ang bagong PTV News. Kamarino, tayo na't maglayag. Mas kilalanin pa ang industriya ng marina at ang mga Pilipinong mandaragat. Kasama sila Admiral Eduardo Santos at Maricel Yao sa kauna-unahang programang Pangmarino, ang Yan ang Marino. Tuwing Sabado, alas 11 ng umaga.
Anchors away!
Sa telebisyon ng Bayan.
Mga karanasan na kapupulutan, mahalagang aral sa nadaan, kwento ng tagumpay at mga inspirasyon, hango sa buhay at muling pagbangon, pinalakas, pinatatag ang kalooban, natutong lumipad, natutong lumaban, mga katangi-tanging Pilipino, iba't ibang istorya at pagkatao, alamin kung paano at kung sino-sino, kilalanin bawat isa sa likod ng bawat kwento.
Health Watch, alertong pangkalusugan. Ngayong summer, mag-ingat sa rabies. Ang rabies virus ay kadalasang nakukuha sa kagat ng isang infected na hayop gaya ng aso. Ito ay nagdudulot ng kumbulsyon, impeksyon sa utak, pagkaparalisa, at pagkamatay. Para maiwasan, papakunahan ang ating mga alagang hayop. Agad, hugasan ng sabon at tubig ang sugat at agad magpunta sa doktor. Obserbahan ang nangagat na hayop sa loob ng 2 linggo kung ito ay magpapakita ng mga sintomas gaya ng pagiging agresibo, paglalaway, at hirap sa pag-inom at pagkain. Tandaan, ngayong panahon ng tagsakit, huwag malito, dapat laging listo.
Welcome back to PTV4 special coverage of the 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia 2014. And to give us his thoughts and insights on this ongoing event, we have with us a former banker and a businessman and political analyst, Mr. Ramon Orosa. Welcome and good morning to you, Mr. Orosa.
Good morning to you and to all of your guests who are watching this program. May you have a great day today.
The World Economic Forum last year came out with the Global Competitiveness Index, and the Philippines was ranked 59th among 148 countries. We have our rankings have significantly improved. But what does this mean to us, and what does this mean to businessmen?
You know, one of the promises of the president during his campaign was that he would simplify the process of getting into business. That is, of course, always very important, especially for foreign investments. They don't want to get caught in red tape. So the whole process here is going to be judged on whether, in fact, the red tape has been reduced. The second aspect of foreign investments, and I think it's something that really deserves very serious consideration, and it's been a stumbling block to the Philippines, and that's why we have always been historically been lagging in foreign investments, is because every new administration changes the rules of the game. And this is something which many foreign investors just hate to see, that once they go in thinking these are the rules of the game, and it tends to change every 4 to 6 years. Depending upon who comes in. And the third aspect of that, of course, is the national policies on foreign investments may be fine, but then they encounter roadblocks in the LGUs, where all the different cities start putting up and trying to increase their revenues and change, again, the economic picture of foreign investments. And of course, these are the things that need to be harmonized, and there has to be far greater harmonization and cooperation and rationalization between the LGUs and the national government. We are making some progress there, but I think we have quite a distance to go. But the fact that the government today is paying attention to a lot of graft and corruption, of course, is a healthy development. Question is, once we discover how the extent of the graft and corruption, it might create a situation that will be very difficult to try and remedy and manage when you discover that there are very few people left who might pass the test of integrity in government service.
Talk about corruption, but you've mentioned a while ago the ease of doing business. The government has taken steps in making it easier and cheaper for businessmen to do business here in our country, but what needs to be done?
Okay, I think in terms of what needs to be done, a lot of reforms have already been done at the Securities and Exchange Commission, which makes it somewhat easier to start off a business. The other one then is going through the hurdle in the DTI for foreign investments and whatever incentives the country might be willing to offer to allow certain types of industries to come in. Number 3 is the question simply of trying to determine what kind of industries do we want the foreign investors to come in here. This is why in the recent past there has been a move to try to amend the Constitution to loosen some of the limitations that are presently contained in our Constitution, like investments in this or that industry that have been reserved for Filipinos. Have the economic conditions in our country changed enough for us to loosen this? Because there are, of course, enough nationalists in this country, whether they are properly enlightened or not, who want to reserve the Philippines for Filipinos. And to some extent, that is a somewhat realistic thing, because you can no longer live for your own self. What is being emphasized even by the World Economic Forum, a community of nations, and we better start talking to each other and coming to terms with how we are going to interact one with the other, and that involves both policy, personal labor policies, investment policies, and some of the bilateral agreements that may be developing as far as one and the other nation is, might be concerned.
So you mentioned some sectors are trying to see if we need to actually change some of the economic provisions in the Constitution. Is there really a need for that to actually create an ease of doing business here in the Philippines?
Well, that is not so much a question of ease of doing, because the other one involves processes and procedures. The other one involves policy. So once the policy is determined so that it becomes very clear, you can go into this or that business, and or you can only hold so many % of it. It's like, for example, when you build a condominium. Right now, foreign investment in a condominium is limited to 40% of that condominium. 60% has to be owned by Filipinos. And I question the wisdom of that thing, because they cannot take the condominium home even if they want to divest, sell in this market or internationally. In any case, I don't think there is any threat to our own nation or to our own economy if a condominium is 60% or 70% owned by foreigners. I don't see that as too much of a problem economically. So that is one area, for example, that may need to be changed. We might need to be able to expand the ownership of commercial property as opposed to agricultural properties. And right now, our Constitution does not really make a distinction between one and the other, although it allows leases to be taken over property. But if you are going to put up a factory, many foreign investors might prefer, I want to own the land where the factory is being built. Now, is there any threat to the national economy if you owned half a hectare or 1 hectare of land where you put up a huge factory? I don't think so. And I don't see that as a real barrier to our own national interests.
Well, as we see, there still needs a lot to be done. But as we see in the local picture, doing business here in the Philippines, how do we actually combine that and leverage that with what the outsiders see the Philippines as being a viable country to put foreign investments in? How do we leverage that for them to come in? Sure.
Can you just kind of repeat that? I couldn't.
Looking outside, now outside observers see us as a viable country to put foreign investments in. And now how do we combine that into trying to make the Philippines a better place for doing business to create leverage?
Okay, one of the main areas that I think we need a great deal of effort is how to improve the productivity of our labor. The true measure of a nation's ability to create wealth is the productivity of its labor. We cannot be simply a low-skill labor source, because then the more sophisticated forms of investment cannot enter into our country. And number two, it prevents more technological transfer to this nation if all you have are basically manual labor people. And this is where, for example, adult education and skills training are going to be extremely important. Make our own people much more productive from a manufacturing, agriculture, or any other type of investment. The problem we face is that most and so much of our own skilled labor are outside the country serving other nations abroad, the OFWs. And so who are left here are the less capable labor force. And that is, for example, even today, to find a good carpenter is hard. To find a good electrician is hard. To find a good plumber is hard. To find a good welder is difficult. And this is where the government and private sector must come together in order to solve some of the technological and skills gap that presently exists, that prevents us from really taking off from an economic standpoint, because we just don't have the skilled and competent labor force that industry will need and foreign investments will need. That is, of course, just one area. Now, the second thing, of course, is how do you build small and medium-sized industries in this country? Again, it is not just and of trying to go to an entrepreneurship course, there are a lot of things that have to be done, and some of them are fundamentally social in character. Because what makes an SME succeed is fundamentally the discipline that the entrepreneur applies to his own personal life and to the business. Many failures in the SMEs result from the inability to draw a line between your own personal circumstances and needs and what the business might require, and what it ends up happening the business gets sacrificed because of the personal needs of the entrepreneur.
All right, before I ask you my next question, Mr. Orosa, we will be showing you live video from the EDSA Shangri-La Hotel, wherein minutes from now we will be airing to you live from there, the Philippines, the next Asian miracle, and they are preparing the conference room for that event, so we will be bringing it to you live minutes from now. Mr. Orosa, you've mentioned OFWs. We both know that this is both a boon and a bane for our country. Although we are losing quality workforce, they also contribute a lot to our economy. So how do we keep quality workers in our country without losing their contribution to the economy?
Well, it's a matter of choice. You know, the ones that are already overseas, but their contracts there are not forever. At some point in time, they will come. The question is, when they come back, they may have accumulated a little bit of money, but are they ready to go into some kind of SME business, or are they ready to be employed here? And what kind of employment opportunities are available here, considering what they are, what their experience might have been overseas? Now, some of those workers, you know, big machine operators, welders, and all the rest of them, they ought to be able to come here. But right now, I think the biggest source of skilled labor needs is still the construction industry, and they're already encountering a terrible shortage of competent people. And that's, of course, what needs to be looked at. That's what needs to be done to try to control that. We are becoming a consumer economy here because of the remittances of the OFW people. It is what is sustaining the demand, let's say, for condominiums and for the continued rise of malls and high-rise buildings. But how far can that go? There has already been talk that maybe, hey, are we getting to a point of saturation, or are we building too fast in terms of what the economy might be growing? Because the remittances of OFWs are still going up, but they are growing up at a slower pace. So the question is, dumating na ba tayo? Have we reached that saturation point? Same thing for our business processing businesses here, which is also fueling the demand for commercial buildings to house them. Now, to what extent can there be, because that's at the bottom of the totem pole of skilled labor for business outsourcing. And so what has got to be done is, can we find some method of increasing their own skills so that they are not confined to a job where really there is no promotion? You are there sitting down 6, 7 days a week for 8 or 10, however many hours you are employed. But where can you go from there? Are you going to be there for the next 20 years? So there are many problems and questions that are being posed by some of the directions that we are taking. We take advantage of what the OFWs remit, but at the same time, government and private industry must really come and band themselves together to be able to increase our inventory of skills that our own laborers represent.
Well, I guess that issue on the OFWs is pretty complicated, you know, remittances, as to bring them back here for skills. Now, so you mentioned the key here is productivity, increasing skills. Now, the government is working a lot with regards to TESDA and creating more skilled laborers here in the Philippines. Now, with that aspect, what now can the private sector do to help and have a convergence and synergy so that, you know, when they provide skilled workers, the private sector can actually provide jobs for them?
You know, one of the things that government can do is provide incentives to private industry to develop their own training programs and let that become tax deductible. And give them incentives like, you know, double. You can deduct from your income taxes, for example, 1.5 or 1.25 or whatever it costs you to train people. That's I think very, very important in order to be able to bring the synergy together between the private sector and the government, rather than simply the government doing everything and the private sector just sitting back doing very little.
Okay, on that note, thank you very much for joining us here today. That was Mr. Ramon Orosa, a businessman and a political analyst. Now, one of the key points of discussion in the ongoing World Economic Forum is ASEAN integration. In 2015, the coming together of member nations of the Association Nations as a community will be realized. Sam Ramirez discusses the pillars that will prop up the forthcoming ASEAN community.
The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, of 10 member states, namely Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. The region has more than 600 million citizens and a combined gross domestic product of $2.1 trillion in 2013. A region with many languages, beliefs, traditions, and cultures. A region dreamed to be borderless, united, and connected by 2015. In 1997, during the ASEAN Informal Summit held in Kuala Lumpur, the ASEAN leaders adopted the ASEAN Vision 2020, which binds the 10 member states to promote regional cooperation in the spirit of equality and partnership towards peace, progress, and prosperity in the region. This vision manifested in 2003 when the ASEAN leaders issued the Declaration of the ASEAN Conquered II in Bali, Indonesia. The objective is to realize the ASEAN community by the year 2020. In January 2007, during the 12th ASEAN Summit in Philippines, the ASEAN leaders avowed their commitment to fast-track the establishment of the ASEAN community and realize the vision by 2015. There are 3 pillars that make up the road towards realizing the ASEAN connectivity in 2015. There is the economic pillar, the political security pillar, and the social-cultural pillar. Each has a blueprint which specifies the various programs, projects, and activities to achieve the vision. The ASEAN social-cultural pillar outlines a bonded ASEAN community and founded on a common regional identity. The programs and activities are geared towards creating an environment where there is inclusive and sustainable growth, where the citizens of ASEAN have decent work and have access to quality health care. Among the activities under the ASEAN Political Security Community are the adoption of a regional code of conduct in the South China Sea, which supports the promotion of peaceful resolution of intra-regional differences. The ASEAN Economic Pillar aims to create a stable, prosperous, and highly competitive economic ASEAN. The activities, projects, and programs under this pillar towards the free movement of goods, free flow of skilled labor, among others. This means removal of tariff as well as non-tariff barriers. Enhanced cooperation among ASEAN University Network members to increase mobility for students and staff, among other actions. The Philippines, along with the other member states, is seen to benefit immensely with the upcoming integration. Philippine economists see the local workforce as one of the country's strongest points. On the other hand, industries and companies who are not ready for the integration will also be greatly affected. The agriculture sector is seen as one of the vulnerable industries, given the present challenges, which are smuggling and climate change. Experts believe that the agri-sector needs to build capacity fast to be able to compete with the rest of the country members of ASEAN. For the People's Television, Sam Ramirez.
We will be back for more when PTV4's special coverage on the World Economic Forum on East Asia 2014 returns.
Magandang umaga, Pilipinas. Live mula sa Pag-asa, DOST. Para sa lagay ng panahon, narito ang latest mula sa Pag-asa. Good weather po ang maaasahan natin sa loob ng bansa ngayon dahil sa nakikita po ng ahensya ay walang sama ng panahon na maaaring makaapekto. Dito po yan sa loob ng Philippine Area of Responsibility. Ang tanging weather system lamang na umiiral dito sa atin ay itong tinatawag natin na Ridge of High Pressure Area na nakakaapekto po dito yan sa Luzon. At itong easterlies naman na nakakaapekto dito po sa Kabisayaan, ganun din sa Mindanao area. Nagdudulot po ito ng maaraw at maalinsangan na panahon. Ganun pa man, asahan pa rin po natin yung mga isolated rain showers or thunderstorms lalo na sa hapon o gabi. Kaya sa mga lalabas ng bahay, wag na wag po natin kakalimutan ang pagdadala ng payong. At dahil nga po tayo ay nasa official hot and dry season pa rin, nakakapagtala pa rin ng pag-asa ng matataas na temperatura. Gaya po kahapon, nangunguna sa ating listahan ay Ligaraw City na merong 38.5 degrees Celsius, habang sa Cabanatuan City naman po ay nakapagtala ng 38.3 degrees Celsius. Kasama din po sa nakapagtala ng highest temperature ay itong Sangley Point, Cavite na merong 36.5 degrees Celsius at dito po sa ISU Isabela meron naman pong 36.2 degrees Celsius. Sinundan naman yan Dagupan City ng 36 degrees Celsius at dito rin po sa Port Area, Manila, nakaranas din po tayo kahapon ng 36 degrees Celsius. At yan ang mga naitalang highest temperature kahapon. Huwag po kayong alas at magbabalik pa ang Panahon TV.
Worried kung nasaan ang package mo? Sa Air 21, worry-free! May real-time SMS updates kaya alam mong status ng padala mo every step of the way. Why worry? Pwede namang worry-free. Sa Air 21, sagot ko, padala mo.
Kahapon ay nakaranas nga ang Rizal ng mga pag-ulan ng yelo. Nabubuo at ano nga ba ang dahilan nito? Yan ay kapag nagkaroon ng severe thunderstorm o yung tinatawag natin na severe cumulonimbus cloud. Ito ay ang pagkakaroon ng yelo sa kaulapan natin. Kapag po umabot sa severe o sa freezing point, magkakaroon na po ng yelo o ice crystal itong kaulapan natin. At meron po yan chance na umabot o maging kasing laki po yan ng golf ball. Pero pag yan po ay bumagsak na sa kalupaan, nagdi-decrease po ang size nito dahil po merong saturation tayo na tinatawag. At dahil nga po pag hindi nagkaroon ng 100% saturation, nakikita natin na kapag bumagsak ito sa kalupaan natin, meron pa rin ito nga maliliit na butil o halos kasing laki po ng mothball. Yan po ay dahilan nga hindi sa nagkaroon ng 100% saturation. At kung itutulad naman po natin sa ibang bansa, hindi ba po malalaki yung mga bumabagsak na yelo? Yan po ay dahilan sa malamig ang temperatura o mababa ang temperatura sa kanyang bansa kumpara po dito sa Pilipinas na isang tropical country. Kaya po tayo ay nakakaranas ng mga ganito at paalala nga po ng Pag-asa na ito po ay normal lamang dahil nga po ay dulot pa rin ng mga severe thunderstorms activity. At yan muna ang latest mula dito sa Pag-asa DOST. Manatiling nakatutok sa Panahon TV kung saan walang pinipiling panahon ang pagbibigay impormasyon. Ako ang inyong nakasama, ang inyong weather buddy Jessie Basco na nagsasabing walang dadaig sa taong may alam at laging handa. Magandang umaga!
Live video from the Bacolod room of the Makati Shangri-La Hotel where the delegates are awaiting the start of a session. It's entitled The Next Asia or the Philippines, The Next Asian Miracle, and we will be bringing it to you live minutes from now. We will also be bringing you several sessions of the ongoing World Economic Forum live from the EDSA Shangri-La Hotel. From the Makati Shangri-La Hotel.
You know, it's a very momentous occasion for the Philippines here as we host the World Economic Forum here in Manila, as we can the gains and progress that we have gained in the past few years, the investment grade upgrades, you know, all these economic fundamentals that the administration has been preparing.
And this time, Freddy Abando returns with a report on how Congress will figure into the inevitable reality that is the ASEAN community come 2015. Let's watch this.
ASEAN integration in 2015 is a major challenge for the Philippines in its bid to sustain growth and development. All trade barriers will be lifted to ensure the free flow of trade, labor, capital, and investments. A major concern is the flow of cheap goods from the region's member states to the Philippines.
The concept of integration is that we now lift all the tariff barriers. Wala na tayong tariff barriers. So that is the fear. But the fear is unfounded because since 2010, wala na. Nearly our tariff barriers is down to zero. And yet, we've never seen the spectrum of cheap products coming, let's say, from Thailand or Malaysia, flooding our markets. Wala na eh. Except for some sensitive agricultural products like rice, I think rice, swine, no? All the products are now zero rated.
The country is ready to contend with its ASEAN neighbors. In fact, the consensus is preparations are on schedule to enhance competitiveness in all sectors of the economy. An ASEAN economic community similar to the European Union offers great opportunities for the Philippines.
The push for reforms, the credibility of those reforms, the quality of our human capital, the management of our macro, financial, fiscal policies and programs. These are all built up in such a way that they inspire confidence in this country.
Congress will play a major role in enabling the country to reap the rewards of integration. There is measures to enhance the flow of foreign capital. The House is committed to the approval of the antitrust law to break the hold of cartels and monopolies on the economy. Amendments to the Foreign Investments Act and the modernization of the Customs Bureau to deal with the problem of smuggling. Add to this list amendments of the economic provisions of the Constitution, which is now under consideration in the House. These reforms are crucial in attracting foreign investments badly needed to generate jobs and reduce poverty incidents, especially in the countryside.
Once we get integrated, it's as if we have one economy. Yes, sir. See? So that means to say we have to be competitive. Dito, that word competitive is very important. And we will be in competition with these people without any customs and tariff barriers, without and we here are of course studying how we can help our country be competitive.
To sustain that, we need investments. And to have investments, we need structural changes. First, in our Constitution. Second, in our regulations. Let's first talk about the Constitution. You know that the Constitution is very restricted. No? Foreigners cannot come to invest. No? Now, what is the net effect of that? There is no competition. And when there is no competition, no, there is inefficiency.
For the People's Television Network, this is Freddie Abando reporting.
We talked of credit ratings, investments, and the ASEAN community. Let's see how the private stakeholders in commerce and industry see the forum's impact on their sector. We have with us Mr. Sergio Ortiz Luis. He is the Honorary Chairman and Treasurer of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Kathy.
Sir, how does your sector look at the World Economic Forum as a means of improving the state of the world, and what impact will it have on businesses?
We certainly would like to take this opportunity to be able to demonstrate to the high caliber attendance of the meeting that we have really progressed, and that we are really a beacon for investment. No? Considering that right now we're not doing very well with foreign direct investment, perhaps they being here, having a first information on how we are, maybe that might attract some foreign direct investment.
Now, sir, what are the areas of concern that you feel need to be prioritized based on the published agenda of the World Economic Forum 2014?
Well, we do have the Asian integration, And we are trying to be able to work on the agenda so that we will be on the forefront. And I think we are a little bit behind in our addressing in the SMEs, especially financing. We would like to be able to get some lessons from our neighbors, from those who are attending, how they were able to address the issues of the SMEs, considering that there are 99% micro and small and medium enterprises in us. And we would like to see how they were able to address that and why we are behind in this area.
What areas need to be addressed when it comes to SMEs, sir? And do you need that the government is doing enough for the small and medium enterprises?
I think we are a little behind the area of financing. Is despite the fact that we have passed the Magna Carta for SMEs, which is basically how to finance the SMEs, we are not. It has not succeeded, and I think we are very much behind here. And if there is a problem that we will encounter in the competitiveness of our domestic industry come AEC hands on, will be, I think, the inability of our SMEs to secure financing.
So you mentioned that this World Economic Forum can be actually a good occasion to meet with the delegates. Now, what would be the points of discussion when you meet with the different delegates of the different ASEAN countries?
Well, definitely area of cooperation and investment would be certainly be areas that we should look at, considering that many of them might be in a position to invest, and many of them are not very familiar with the country, and they being here with a first-hand glimpse at it, maybe this might be the catalyst for them to invest here.
All right, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Sergio Ortiz. Luis, we'll head to the Makati Shangri-La Hotel where there is an ongoing session on the Philippines, the next Asian miracle. Let's watch this.
Well, so I'd like to start first from the point of view of the outsiders. How do you see the Philippines in terms not just of numbers, but in terms of genuine growth? Kevin?
Yeah, I think, Karen, as you mentioned, as we just see in that introduction video as well, we do have a very positive momentum here for the Philippines over the last, I would say, 2 to 4 years. And you see a number of sort of incremental improvements in terms of the perception of the economy, in terms of how the country is positioned, in terms of trade and other flows. So I think that's my first point. Is I think the positive thing is widely shared, right? It's not a view by the minorities. But I would say the second point, especially from a foreign investment perspective, as Karen mentioned, I used to run the World Bank's sort of a private investment guarantee business, particularly look at the perception of risk. I think there is still a fairly strong sense by the foreign investors that there is regulatory uncertainty, there is policy actions which they may or may not be able to predict. So I think those perception of risk, those perception of uncertainty is still a hurdle, because as we can see from the Asia experience, right, there are many economies have gone through this particular development stage. FDI and other foreign flows typically play a very important role. My last point I've mentioned, Karen, in my sort of first intervention is that, again, if you look at the experience in Asia, whether it's the Tigers several decades ago, or the Chinas or the other countries, in terms of development, when we talk about a miracle, if we want something that is significantly improving people's lives and really push the country forward, you need a long, sustained period of growth. I think a couple of years of good years are very good, but that's not enough. So I think one of the key challenges is how do we make sure things are sustained, and what does the government have to do, and what does the private sector have to do, and what type of perceptions we need to create internationally for Philippines to have a long 10, 15, 20 years of very sustained growth. That's the only way we have that compounding effect to really take the country from here to the next level.
All right, these are very good points, Kevin. Let me take you first. I'm choosing to get the perspectives of the outsiders first. Okay, now Kareem, foreign direct investments in the Philippines have increased 20% last year, but compared to our Asian neighbors, the numbers aren't as high with FDIs.
Well, clearly, I mean, I think I've got a lot of friends who are looking or they bought assets here, and generally they do find the Filipino market is quite tricksy. That's always the line that comes. It's quite tricksy, more difficult than Indonesia, to be frank, and that's something that has to be borne in mind because, of course, the size of the market is that much smaller, and if it's that much more tricksy, that's important to note. The other thing is I'm also a columnist, so one thing I must stress, which I think for those who are in the media looking on in Philippines, is the consistency of leadership here since President Aquino has been in. I remember interviewing him in 2010, and to be frank, there was a charisma deficit. He was quite dull. But
what was that? Okay, that just like got me.
No. But how impressive the man has been in delivering.
All right.
And I think the point that has to be made. This is a man I remember saying, we are going to do this. Good governance. We are going to increase tourism. We are going to increase this and the other. And then in 2014, I remember listening to him in Kuala Lumpur, and by God, he's done it. So I think what you've got here is a man who's just delivered, and that impresses the markets, and that impresses investors, and that impresses the hell out of people such as myself, you know. Very low-key, but it's done. However, more has to be put into education and healthcare here, definitely in terms of infrastructure. I think that still needs a lot more in terms of public-private partnership and everything. But the potential, and I feel this is the most important thing, since you are here, sir, tourism, is how wonderful this archipelago is. I've traveled quite extensively over it, Bohol and all these places. I actually interviewed the president when he was on the campaign train in Tacloban, and a remarkable place. This is something which is still not sufficiently known outside the Philippines. The islands are beautiful, the water is beautiful. You still need to push that more.
Okay, now let's talk about drivers of growth, since Kevin and Kareem have brought up their perspective on how the outsiders see the Philippines. I'd like to start first with Manny Pangilinan, who is a businessman in the country. Have you experienced and described the growth drivers you've seen in the last few years that made us have these numbers of 7.2%?
Well, I think first, just to extend the point made by Kevin, there's no reason why the Philippines cannot sustain the growth levels we've seen for the past, say, 3 or 4 years. No? But to really drive the economy on a sustained basis, I think the common view of economists is that the economy must grow by a minimum of 6% for the next for about 8 to 10 years. No? So we're sort of halfway there, 3-4 years of growth. But I think the concerns are well known. It's a well trodden ground.
What are the concerns?
Well, infrastructure, power will be a constraint on growth, culture, and at the end of the day, the rising inequality of incomes amongst our people is going to be a deterrent to sustain growth, because it tends to lead to spasmodic growth patterns. So remember in 91, 92, right after we came out of the power crisis, the Philippines was the new tiger cub. But after a few years, the growth petered out, right? So we have to be mindful of that. And now we're experiencing a bit of a power issue.
Yeah, okay, let's move on to power, since you've stressed that there wasn't much growth in manufacturing and agriculture, although we did experience a bit of a rise in 2013. Power in the Philippines is the most expensive so far in the region. Manny, do you see this as a major deterrent in terms of foreign direct investments? Frankly, you have other countries like Indonesia that's subsidizing power.
That's correct. I think you mentioned that FDI levels in the Philippines is actually quite low compared to our ASEAN neighbors. No? For the past 3 years, the level has been around 6 billion. The next after us is Vietnam with about 23, and the highest is Indonesia with about 50 billion for the past 3 years. So I think the market factors in the constraints that they see in relation to the good performance of the government for the past 3 years. No? And power will be constrained in terms of not only the cost as you said, it's not subsidized at all. It's a fully priced electricity market in this country. And I think we have to be mindful that we do import at least 50% of our fuel source,
Yeah.
mainly coal. So to the extent that that is priced in accordance with, say, crude oil, then you're at the mercy of crude oil prices.
Yeah.
So if you could find indigenous supply of fuel source, mainly out of this country, then I think it will help. No?
Okay, now manufacturing seems to be the most important among the ASEAN countries in terms of making an economy, the numbers more sustainable. But in the Philippines, you have BPOs, it's more of a service sector economy, and OFW remittance. Converges as 50,000 people in the country. We are known as a BPO economy, and while we celebrate it here in the country, some critics say it's not sustainable enough to actually take us to the next century.
Karen, as a matter of fact, I would want to tell you that there is one particular business sector in the country that has been experiencing exponential growth and sustainable growth. The information technology business process management industry is being fueled by enhanced and new investments from large and mid-sized foreign providers, as well as expansions from the established locators like Convergys, as well as captives that are located in many of the country's delivery locations. You know, the growth has been staggering and aggressive, and this traction is really a result of the focus that has been with the industry and its stakeholders, which includes the government, the academe, the business sector, in areas like human capital development, increased infrastructure actions and activities, alleviation of poverty through some of the government programs, focus on a number of educational programs, as well as aggressive marketing and advertising campaigns. You know, this industry last year generated $15.5 billion of revenue for the coffers of the Philippines and employed 900,000 Filipinos. But at the end of this year, we are looking at $18 billion of revenue, as well as employment for 1,040,000 Filipinos. With the cooperation of the different stakeholders to this industry, by 2016, we're looking at $25 billion of revenue and employment for 1,300,000 Filipinos directly, as well as direct employment. 1,200,000 Filipinos.
Now, clearly the edge of the country is you have an English-speaking nation compared to our Asian neighbors. I mean, Filipinos almost have an American accent without even trying, so they're easy to listen to on the phone, frankly. But I've heard some comments wherein, how do you move the BPO sector? How do you expand it that it goes to related businesses?
Right.
Are we in the higher end of that sector already?
Definitely a lot of movements are happening in the other dimensions of IT BPM. For example, last year, the most improved category is game development. It has increased from 3,000 presence or footprint in the country to about 4,000, which is sizable, something like a 25% increase. Definitely the voice outsourcing business is just burgeoning. It has been experiencing an average of 30% growth year on year during the last 10 years, for example. By the way, Karen, thank you for promoting me. I'm not chairman of Convergys Corporations. Our shareholders were I'm chairman of Convergys Philippines, and Convergys, by the way, is not just the largest BPO, but the largest private employer in the country. That growth is truly exponential, and thanks to the quality of talent that we have in this country.
Secretary Jimenez, human capital seems to be, and it is, the strength of the country. Now, in terms of tourism, human capital is the direct edge. But some have felt that the Philippines has not really invested enough when it comes to infrastructure for tourism.
Well, you know, the fact remains, Karen, that nobody really invests anymore ahead of the demand.
But is that so? I'd like to debate. China does.
Whether they will be successful in that remains to be seen. But the fact of the matter is, generally, people want to see the whites of your eyes before they actually make an investment. Now, but if I may, there's a lot of talk about miracles, and usually I take a bit of an exception to the use of the word because it tends to that something happened that is unexplained. I think people refer to the Philippine miracle only because something happened when they weren't looking. And but there is a perfectly good explanation for it. And in fact, when you think about the sustainability of growth, what you actually mean in today's paradigm, I agree with what Kevin was saying, but in today's paradigm, what must be sustainable is the sustainability of reform. That is the only guarantee that growth is going to be sustained. And that is fundamentally what happened in the Philippines. The logical explanation is there was a restoration of faith in the leadership. Consequently, there followed a restoration of faith in the system. And what we're seeing today is a restoration of faith in the future. When you go back to people, it only means that people, the Filipino people, have begun to believe more in the And that's not exactly new. When people ask me about foreign direct investments, my response is always, the Filipino workforce is probably the most direct form of investment in the world. So when you think about it, and you take place out of it, and you just think of people, we are the most successful foreign direct investment in people for the BPO industry, for the medical care industry, for the maritime industry, for the hospitality industry, and so many other industries. When you think about it, the Filipino is probably one of the biggest foreign direct investment recipients in the world. The Philippines is simply the source. And we're very happy, in fact, that the source is now the focus of a lot of attention.
Okay, but I was gonna take a point you said of the Philippines being the biggest source of foreign direct investments. Vietnam, for example, has been very phenomenal in the last year. And manufacturing and agriculture in Vietnam is growing $3,000 GDP per capita. I want to ask you, Sherry, the words of inclusive growth, 7.2%. You work with farmers. Do you really feel it on the ground?
As the youngest in the group, I think, Karen, I would like to say that, we cannot really feel it, especially from the farmers level. That's why we need to wake up Filipinos, because this is our time. The youth are getting more proactive. The youth are getting more innovative. But
you don't feel any of the reforms that's been put in place by the government?
I really couldn't feel it on the farmers level because I really work with them. It's so hard to feel how 7.2% is mainstreaming into the grassroots. So I think in the Philippines, we hit rock bottom and there's no way but up. We just need to build a platform of solidarity that everyone must create wealth in this country, but we need to make sure that once we create wealth, we don't leave people behind us. So right now, a lot of youth are getting more proactive in terms of social entrepreneurship, left and right. It's so fabulous to be a social entrepreneur. There's a lot of innovation ongoing, but most of the time, they forget about inclusion, which is very, very important.
All right. Karim, Kevin, talk about inclusion. Does this really factor in the long run?
Well, I think I have to come back to the Secretary's point, and I really believe that this is absolutely fundamental in what's happened in the Philippines. Restoration, I think totally right. This goes leadership, system, president. Now also, and I think this is a problem that is very big in Southeast Asia, bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Civil servants are there to make life difficult, not just for foreign businessmen, but also for local. I think that's the truth. And I think what often happens is that the larger businessmen, they can build a kind of infrastructure to deal with civil servants, but it's really the small businessman
And leaders such as President Aquino and some of the candidates in Indonesia now running for the presidency are very keen on, the fact is, reforming the bureaucracy benefits the small man. The guy who sells vegetables in the market is an entrepreneur, and he needs his life to be made easier. So if there's any permissions or izins, they call it in Indonesia, whatever, they should be easier to get. It's the small man who benefits from the reform of the bureaucracy, and that is critical. And as their energies are released, the economy will grow faster, and the inclusion that you are craving for will trickle down more. So you don't, the reform of the bureaucracy isn't just for the super huge investors. It's the importance is right on the ground.
Yeah.
At the village, the desa, and the barangay is what they call it.
Yeah. And Kevin, did you want to say something?
Sure. I think the way
in terms of the ease of doing business, I think it's a major factor in putting the country forward.
It's a major factor. If you look at the World Bank's Doing Business report, I think Philippines has improved dramatically from 2013 to 2014. I forgot the exact numbers, something like 35 ranking increase. But still, Philippines is sort of in the middle of the pack if you look at the countries globally. But I guess the point I want to make here is that this sort of ease of doing reforms, these are almost an underlying driver for other economic drivers, right? You want sustained growth. The sustained growth has to be driven by certain sectors, but these sectors, you have to have underlying factors, such as the reform, such as the efficiency, such as infrastructure. I think people have talked about infrastructure several times. Let me just maybe spend one more minute on that. I think infrastructure is so important. That's why I don't think it's a driver. It's a driver of other drivers, right? It's underlying everything else, right? If you look at, it's not only about a growth driver, it's also about the competitiveness of the industries. If you have good infrastructure, many other industries become more competitive. I mean, a simple number would be, for example, we at the World Bank, we say the cost of delivered food, right? Actually, around 40 to 60% is the cost of transport. It's not the cost of the food itself, right? So it's about the growth, it's about the competitiveness of those industries. It's about, frankly, also people's quality of life. Can you get around easily? Can you get energy? It's also about the job opportunities, right? When you do infrastructure, not only in the short term you create jobs, but in the long run, making, for example, and other sectors. So I really want to emphasize the importance of infrastructure as an underlying driver of all the other growth drivers, in addition to the reform and efficiency and ease of doing business.
All right. Later on, I'll ask Bill Luz about just how much the government is doing with infrastructure. That's later on, Bill. But in the ease of doing business, I think Manny, Cherry, and Marife, you could talk about this, and I'll have Secretary Mont to react. To put up a power plant in the Philippines, you need 165 signatures and a waiting period of 4 years. Considering you have a power problem and you're doing business in Vietnam, Manny, and I want you to be very open. Is it easier to do business in other countries compared to your own country?
Well, we bought a 600 megawatt gas-fired plant in Singapore. It took us from soup to nuts about 5 months to do it.
5 months?
Yes.
Yeah, 5 months, okay.
We have planned on building a 600 megawatt coal-fired plant in Subic, and that has been on the burn in 2010.
So 6 years, not really, 4. 4.
Give or take. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right, let's talk about that, Manny. I think this is very informative. I mean, you've seen the Philippines going up in ranks, 100 to now number 100 to 189, and Asia 6 to 10.
Yeah, it goes to the point that certainly the soft part of development is important. Reforms, governance, and perception of the Philippines improving, right? But it must, there are the hard parts of development as well, because it can't be all perception. Like, for example, you're a CEO, right? And Marife has very good image and so forth and so on. But then your shareholders will ask you at the end of each year, where are the profits? Right? Where are the profits? And the main reason, I believe, that's why your inclusive growth is not as inclusive as it should be, because we're mainly a consumption-driven economy. And it's time to switch that to an investment-driven economy. That's why this FDIs are very important, right? And Secretary paid tribute to the Filipino worker. Absolutely correct. I mean, the overseas remittances are probably in the order of 25 billion. And your BPO's call centers, which is a proxy to overseas deployment of our people, is another 15. 40 billion US. It's the single largest and most successful industry of this country. That's our people. And the sweet spot of economic development is, right now, per capita is $3,000. If you could move it to $5,000, then I think the consumers will move towards the consumables to durable goods, and that's where your manufacturing industries could kick in. At the moment, to promote inclusive growth, we need emphasis on agriculture and the services industries like tourism. Of course, there are prerequisites to those things, like infra, for people to get directly into, say, Mactan or Boracay, right? We need those. The hard parts of development must be addressed.
But Karim's point on the ease of doing business is very interesting. What would you suggest? What kind of change do you see? Clearly, the present government, the Aquino administration, has made major reforms, but it may not be enough. Give me some specifics that you'd want to see so business is much easier. Yeah. Don't worry, it's a whole day. Go ahead. Yeah, edgy. You have to be edgy.
Can I take off my shirt?
Yeah. It's the World Economic Forum.
Yes.
So yes. So
I think at the end of the day, you have to define your overarching ideology.
Okay.
If our role, both business and government, is principally to promote the economic welfare of our people, then that defines the entire and informs the entire program of government, doesn't it? Because at the end, it's the programs. All of the PPP projects are, for example, commendable, bar none. So I think we just get on with it, right?
Okay, Secretary, you may want to respond to. I mean, clearly with the ease of doing business, and I'll ask Bill later on.
Yes, well, again, I think all points, especially when they're directed at speeding up, the hard infrastructure, all points are very well taken. The perspective that I would add, which is very important, and I do not raise this as an excuse, just as a reality that people have to acknowledge, is the Philippines is a very real democracy. And very often there is a tremendous temptation to dispense with what would be a sustainable democratic way of doing things and start to run roughshod over local government prerogatives, etc. Now, I come from an industry.
But does democratic have to mean long?
The answer, of course.
I mean, does it have to mean that? Like, I mean, something specific, the airport. Everybody went through the airport.
Democratic means that the people must agree. Okay? And like I said, I come from an industry, tourism, where nothing is possible unless the local governments are activist about it first. I cannot step in and actually dictate what their tourism plans will be. I take their plans and I allow the world to see it in its best light. And as much as possible, I try to facilitate the success of that plan. But it is their plan, not mine. And believe me, that will take, and forevermore, that will probably take a little more time than it takes in places where you don't have to do that. And the Philippines has embraced that and accepted it as part of life in a democratic space.
Yeah.
Now, can it be done faster? Absolutely. I used to come from the advertising community where we made decisions by the minute, by the hour. And I joined government where the decision process, we swung all the way to the other side. I have lost my voice screaming over procurement system more often than any other subject. But I do not give in to the temptation to throw the rule book away. I just don't.
But this is what Manny was saying. The reality is that these are the hard decisions. They're not sexy, But they're the reforms that could be needed. Perception is sexy. It makes great headlines. But the unsexy, unheadlinable decisions are, you've cut signatures from 100 to 30. You've cut permits to 5 to 2. Karim, Kevin, please. And compare it to, I think, the best being right now, the most, I wouldn't want to say threatening, but in terms of competition is frankly Vietnam and Myanmar. When you have local businessmen, Filipino businessmen putting up businesses in Vietnam.
You know, Karen, I really think there's something we are a little bit missing, which I also want to push back a little bit on what Secretary said earlier, okay? You want us to be edgy.
Please.
And I think we talk about the hard infrastructure. I think we need that. We talk about some of the soft issues in terms of efficiency reforms. I really think a country like the Philippines additionally need is some long-term vision. You know, what does the country stand for in the international marketplace, right? So Vietnam stands for something today. Right?
What does Vietnam stand for?
I think Vietnam for the past number of years stands for low-cost labor, that they can get a bigger market share from China, from many other places.
That's Vietnam.
A skilled labor force at relatively low cost, right? When you talk about Myanmar, there is an image in the foreign investors. That's where you have a wealth of natural resources, large population, strategically located between a number of other important economies. People can immediately come up with a few things, right? The Philippines, I think there are a couple of things people think of. I don't think that the coherent story, right? So that's number one. But number two, related to that, I think there's also a vision, which is why I want to push back a little bit. I really think for example, the China model, right? You can argue for all the problems it has. It has certainly created a miracle in a sense in terms of getting 600 million people out of poverty, right? So that is not necessarily unnoticed, but it's certainly something of a very large scale. I don't think China could have done that without a very long-term vision and the risk-taking. The government says, here's a blueprint for the next number of years, let's get on with it, and maybe we will be accused of building ghost towns and highways to nowhere or whatever, but let's see how it goes. I would say that bet has largely paid off for China. And I would argue, in a relative scale, China is probably here, Philippines probably here. In terms of that long-term planning and risk-taking on the government side, I would think, I'm not arguing Philippines should move to here, but I think Philippines should move to probably here from that end.
Okay, I think first point to make, and I totally agree with the Secretary, you don't throw out the rule book in terms of democracy. Also, worth noting that two of the largest economies in the world, the British and the German, capitals thereof, London and Berlin, as I understand it, are both struggling with their own airport capacity. The British have not made a decision for like 15 or 20 years. Tempelhof has just been postponed again. Yes. So, you know, that's a critical problem in democracy. It is slow. And if the Europeans are slow, don't let's think that everyone else can be that much faster, okay? Here is horrendous, yeah? Okay. Hands up, everyone. It's horrible, yeah? Okay. I think the other thing then is also to remember that democracy is a means, not the end. Therefore, you have to get into the rule book and change the rules. And you have to use a political capital to do that, to make things faster, yeah? Your point on long-term vision, totally right. But then very tough if you can only have a president for 6 years and he can't do 2 terms. I think that's another case of the rule book. You should have 2 terms, but a 2-term limit. Indonesia is 2 terms. And generally, once you've won the first term, you will win the second, power of incumbency. So, and I think you do need 2 terms. 1 term is not enough. 12 years, you can talk long term. And that's where you need to go.
Okay, but that's a hard rule book to change.
Well, I mean, you know, do
that's
you
like
want...
a constitutional change completely.
Do you want to move forward? This is the kind of challenge that Mr. Pangilinan is talking about. It's the rule book you've got to tackle. Yeah. Democracy is the means to the end.
Okay.
It's not the end in itself.
I'm going to simplify this question. After President Aquino leaves office, I think that's the question on everyone's mind. I'll start with Sherry.
Well, I'm confused now. Because actually I really agree with Kevin. The country needs a long-term vision. So that's why right now I would represent the youth in this. We've been craving for this. What would be the vision of our country in 10 years and 20 years? We don't know. And but for me right now, in just putting perspective in the country, I've been traveling around. I enjoy the Philippines so much. I didn't want to get out of my country. But we need to discover that there's beauty in the countryside that we need to develop. And I would agree with
Develop means spend money.
Yeah, spend money, but in creating wealth in the countryside. Like, for example, Convergence. You can really see their offices in Bacolod, in other provinces,
Yeah.
not just in Manila.
Yeah.
So imagine you decongest Manila, you promote reverse migration,
Yeah.
then just focus on Manila because traffic is horrible. Horrible.
And I'd like to
Imagine-
acknowledge Accenture is also
Yeah,
in the Philippines
Accenture
with, I think,
is also in the
35,000 people.
Yes, you can really see if these businesses would also focus in bringing their offices in rural places, like in we have 7,107 islands. So imagine if we bring the wealth in the countryside, we can promote reverse migration. But more than that, people will not go to big cities.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about, oh, you wanted to say something, Marife, very
Relative
quickly.
to ease of doing business.
Yeah, ease of
Kara.
doing business.
You know, let me cite one particular government entity that has helped the BPO industry in terms of responding to our clients at the most rapid time scale. You know, when our clients say, we want to do business with you tomorrow, that site in Bacolod or Davao or Cebu or Baguio or Laguna must be ready today or yesterday.
So what agency
this
is this?
agency is the Philippine Economic Zone Authority.
PEZA.
Yes,
Okay.
PEZA. PEZA, as you know, regulates the entry of investors into the country via the economic zones. They handle end-to-end processing of registration,
Okay.
incentives, and the like. You know what? This is a one-stop, no-stop agency, no agency. When I say no stop, you know, the people in PBO industries are 24/7 business.
Yeah. So-
I would call Ilia de Lima at 2 in the morning.
So wait,
when I
do
have-
you feel that it is maximized, PEZA is maximized in terms of for foreign direct investments, very quickly?
I think there's still room for improvement, and that would be in the area of scale.
Okay.
Additional resources.
All right. I'm going to open questions coming from the audience. I'd like to start with Bill Luz. How do you do this, Ethan? Does he have a mic or do you stand up? The mic. Oh, he's, okay. All right, Bill Luz. Bill Luz is the head of the National Competitiveness Council, and I want him to give the government's perspective in terms of the reforms that this administration has been putting on, and even the hard reforms, I think, that's been talked about today.
Well, thank you, Karen. I work for the National Competitiveness Council as a co-chairman, representing the private sector. So my job is to give the private sector perspective on how we can processes and other things. So on ease of doing business, we've worked a lot in the unglamorous side of streamlining and simplifying rules and regulations at the national government level and at the local government level. As Secretary Jimenez mentioned, LGUs are very important. So we made some improvements there, and to Kevin's point, we took a 30-country jump last year in a global ease of doing business ranking of IFC and World Bank. So it was the largest jump globally, and it was by dint of hard work. So I completely agree with Secretary Jimenez that, you know, I hesitate to use the word miracle because I think it downgrades the efforts that people have put in to make the improvements. It takes hard work, and it's going to take sustainable, long-term hard work to keep it going, and we're determined, absolutely determined to do it. It's been, people say the bureaucracy is your enemy, but in this case, we've turned to the bureaucracy and challenged them and used benchmarks to tell them what other countries are doing, and I think beautifully. To the point that we should promote areas outside, we have not only simplified LGU processes and cut the number of signatures and steps to get any simple business permit, but also we started collecting competitiveness data on cities and municipalities because we feel that we should be attracting investments outside. Last year we rated 285 cities and municipalities. This year we're going to rate 550. So now businessmen will have a basis for saying, where do I go? Outside of Manila, where do we go?
Okay,
So,
now, Bill, what is the vision of the Aquino administration in terms of the ease of doing business? Where do you want to take this?
Well,
if it takes 146 signatures for a power plant, what's the goal? Do you want it down to 50?
We're analyzing it. They've asked me to take a look at it, and the first thing I did is I went to industry and I said, tell me, how long does it take? What are the processes? What are the pain points? And what are the recommendations? Give me your recommendations where we can cut. Then we sit down with the government agencies, the Department of Energy, Department of Environment, local governments, because just dictate what those changes will be, but neither can we, expect an agency to suddenly, change and become so customer conscious. So our job at NCC is we get the people, the agencies together with businessmen, and we tell them, you got to be more customer friendly. And I think this is what we're seeing in terms of the way agencies are behaving now.
Okay, Manny, I want to ask you, do you agree with that? Do you see it yourself? You blinked.
Was the politically correct answer?
No, you don't have to.
I think at the end it's a question of creating a nurturing environment for business to lead the development effort, or to be a co-partner of government in development effort. I mean, clearly a business's objective is profits, but I think most of the business groups here realize that part and parcel of that mission of business is to promote society's welfare, right? We cannot divorce the issues of inclusion and poverty by simply focusing on profits. So we have to, there's got to be that nurturing situation, because take the case of Tampakan. That's a local government issue to begin with.
Yeah. Can you give them a briefer on it? Because we have foreigners in the audience.
Well, it's an open pit mine that I think Extrata Glencore are trying to develop. It's a world-class mine, and initially there was resistance against the project because it's an open pit mine, so there are huge environmental issues that are created by it. But Extrata is a world-renowned mining company, and there are open pit mines elsewhere in the globe. My only point is that if the Canadians can do it, the Australians can do it, South Africans can do it, what, the Filipino cannot do it? I think I cannot accept that point, right?
Okay. Now, Maria Ressa, okay. Maria Ressa, head of Rappler.
The perception is that we've done really well. I mean, reality and perception, right? We've done well, but that's low-hanging fruit. And the feeling of many now is that the real work of institution building, you talked about the rule book, that real work really hasn't been addressed. In fact, it's been used as an excuse to not move forward faster. An example is Haiyan, Typhoon Haiyan. It is an emergency, and yet leadership could push forward further on it. Are we doing the real nuts and bolts work of building from the ground up the institutions that need to maintain democracy?
Can I just comment, Karen, on this thing? I didn't mean to suggest at all that we should throw away the rule book.
Yes.
I mean, economies have thrived in a very democratic setting and under very tightly regulated environment. Like, for example, look at Hong Kong. The securities regulations are very tight. Singapore, the same thing. And recently, when we acquired a company in Australia, I was slapped on the wrist for saying something about the offer price that we offered initially. So business can adjust, and the rules have got to be enforced. And there is no contradiction between following the rules and a thriving economy.
Okay.
That's what we have to reconcile. I don't think we reconcile that in this country.
Okay, Secretary, I think you should take this from Maria and Manny.
Well, I think, first to Manny's point,
are we doing the nuts and bolts work?
Yes, we are. In fact, I think there are days when we get too into the nuts and bolts, and this is the perception that we're kind of slugging along. But I share with you, an encounter with a friend in Germany. I was exasperated over development, etc. And he looked at me and he said, "Mon, how old is the Philippine Republic?" And I said, "Well, it's actually under 70 years old, if you think about it." He said, "The German Republic is over 400 years old, and we're still quarreling with each other." And in effect, his message was this: momentum building is at once a recognition of what Manny said. We've got to get our act together. We've got to move fast. There are people going hungry as we speak. But building momentum requires a certain validity of process. Otherwise, as we have seen in other parts of the world, you go back to square one. All this talk about progress is not measured in terms of the gleaming skyscrapers you have. The sustainability of your growth still goes back to whether you actually built valid, sustainable momentum. And we're going through that. When I was asked, I said the Philippines is going through, warts and all, what I would describe as the painfully aware stage.
I think a simple question would be, if President Aquino were no longer president, should a businessman fear that his contract will not be respected? That his contractor winning the bid, he'll end up in court.
In other words, your question
are
is,
the institutions in place?
Are the reforms
permanent?
irreversible?
Yes.
Absolutely. If you ask the Filipino people, for example, would they accept a dictatorship tomorrow? Irreversible.
But not that reform.
No, they will not.
Not that reform.
No, this is the mistake, Karen. And this is my message, because I used to come from the private sector. Our tendency in the private sector is always to define progress in terms of a timeline that includes only our lifetime. When you join government, you realize you can't look at the world that way. You can't look at your country that way. And, well, like I said, you know, it is valid to worry about all these things precisely because that's what makes it sustainable.
Okay, Wash CSIP, I believe, has a question. Right beside you, madam. Washington CSIP is it's a 25-year-old sitting there. Morning, sir.
I want to
an icon of the Philippines.
take quite a different viewpoint.
Okay.
I'm an Asian, and I want to speak to other Asians and other foreigners here. We must have confidence in the country, through good or bad. No? We've had bad political leadership until the last President Aquino, I think. But we have survived. No? The outsourcing industry was I started it in 1983, the first outsourcing company, now employing 800,000. So when foreigners ask me, how come foreign investment are so low? I said, it's not the dollars and cents. It's how many people do you employ. Tourism is natural here. I didn't know about tourism in Bohol until a German friend of mine told me about it, and I found out there were 200 Germans that married 200 attractive Filipinas.
Now, I don't know if that's okay, but I'm kidding.
And that part is tourism industry.
Okay, Wash.
Now, there are so many things that I see. I've done business in all the Southeast Asian countries.
Yes.
And helped business companies everywhere. So the Philippines is, the human resources is the key.
Okay, all right. Did you want to ask, madam? Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. But before I go to my question, I'll just say that changing the rule book is actually doable. When Ramon del Rosario was finance secretary, they looked at the customs rule book.
Okay.
And they restructured it, and they cut down the number of signatures. And for that time, and they used evaluation of imports from port of origin.
Yeah.
So yes, you can do the rule book within a democracy, but my question is really about inclusive growth.
Okay.
In the Philippines, for instance, in the autonomous region of Muslim Mindanao, where the attention is being focused, more than a third of your labor force are illiterate. In Southeast Asia, we have a huge number of illiterates.
Okay.
Myanmar, Laos, etc. We cannot be inclusive if we do not address this particular issue, and we're failing. The MDGs, for instance, the goal, we're failing in that.
Yeah, let me a government official to answer that. You want to take this first, Secretary, very quickly? Or Bill, would you want to take? I mean, we did K-12. The Aquino government is spending much more on education, but apparently it's not enough. Do you want to take this, Bill, just very quickly before I move to the ASEAN integration?
Yeah, just on the matter of inclusive growth. When we track global competitiveness reports, we track about 12 of them, and we moved up on 10. But what's important is we track those because they're the diagnostic tools for us to say, what do we need to fix in the country? And if we take a look at that now, education we spotted early on was a weakness.
Okay.
There's been a great deal of investment in public education, change in policy from kindergarten to K-12, tertiary education. And I think in inclusive growth, we're beginning to see the impact of these growth rates. I mean, everyone's sounding negative here, but poverty dropped last year, and among the poorest of the poor, it dropped about 7%.
Okay.
Now, we need to continue to sustain that. So we're beginning to see some impact already from all this growth and reforms. And this is really just a question, I think, as Mon said, the restoration of faith in leadership and governance has been the key driver behind building up this confidence.
Yes. I think there's no doubt that the president's good governance equals good economics works. I think the question now is it enough to take us to the whole other level? Now, we'll talk about the ASEAN integration as we reach the latter parts already of this session. In 2015, we are facing the ASEAN integration. It could be an opportunity, but it could also be a big challenge for the Philippines. An ASEAN integration would mean that a country would have to specialize on one specific area. Some foreigners I've spoken to have said, the Philippines doesn't come to mind first. For example, in the ASEAN integration, the Philippines being an archipelago, they've said, is already a minus. The sub-Mekong region, that would mean Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, are all connected by a stretch of land. So the Philippines is 100 million people, but take the sub-Mekong region, it is 650 million. And this is the competition, frankly, not just in this lifetime, next year. It is next year. So is the Philippines set up for the ASEAN integration? Because clearly all our Asian neighbors are geared up for the battle for 2015. Secretary Mon, then I'll move around the table. Are we ready for the ASEAN integration?
We will be, yes we are.
Is it we will be or yes we are? You have to choose. Is it we will be or yes we are?
This is how fast we go.
Yeah, okay. All right. We will be, yes we are. I'm thinking,
Let's just talk about aviation. I say this a lot. The Philippines is not part of a contiguous landmass. So we don't count land arrivals. When you say tourism in the Philippines, you actually mean 98.8% of the tourists arrive by air.
Yeah.
But even just a cursory inspection of the map tells you, no one in this room traveled more than 7 hours to get here.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, except for those who came from... If you're talking about Asia, we are right smack in the middle of everything.
So that's tourism.
You draw a 4-hour circle around the Philippines, you have a fairly good idea of what our opportunities will be for integration.
Okay.
Therefore,
so it's
we are
tourism,
also going to be a beneficiary of a single ASEAN visa concept and open skies.
Yeah.
We will be. And we're used to sending workers abroad. In fact, our approach, as Marifé knows, is there's more where it came from.
But is that even good in the long run to depend on that? I mean, you have brain drain, there's a cost to there's a social, cultural cost.
Your people are your best investment. And yes, you have to believe that they are going to be your strength in the short and in the long haul.
All right. Karim, can you comment on, and Kevin, and I'll go through the table, on the sub-Mekong region, frankly. I mean, Secretary talked about the specializing specifically, let's say, in tourism, even if it's an archipelago, but putting up businesses, for example, you put up a factory in Vietnam, low cost, just take it by land, you already hit a whole other country.
Yeah, but I think Wash's point is most important. It's about confidence.
Okay.
It is about confidence of investing in the human resource here. Philippines has an enormous advantage with English, with this long-term investment. And as everything gets better here, the environment, you will find more and more Filipinos will be working back in the Philippines, servicing abroad.
And that is what is inevitably happening. You know, I've been coming to the Philippines 20 years. The amount of people now who have got a foothold in the middle class because of BPO is so enormous. They can buy apartments, little cars. Their lives have transformed. That did not exist. And in the past, all those people would have had to gone abroad. Now they live here. So I think it takes time. But this is my concern politically, when you can only have a president for one term, and then you have a change, and literally, do you have the same vision going forward, the same ethical viewpoints on things? That's my question.
Yeah. Is this the fear of a foreign investor?
Not fear, I think it's a concern. Fear has gone. Fear is something dramatic, but concern. Concern goes to issues of probity, issues of efficiency. Fear is like a total lockdown. You know, when you say dictatorship, that's gone. It's concerns.
Okay, all right, Kevin. The Sub-Mekong region, ASEAN integration in 2015.
I think generally regional and sub-regional integration is not a zero-sum game. So you use the word battle. I think that's in a good sense. You want to compete for certain things, but I don't think it's a battle for a defined size of a pie, right? So I think that's my first point. And my second point is, as Secretary mentioned, there are a number of great strengths of this country, right? I think the location is actually very good. English speaking, you have great nature, great beaches. You know, the key then is in that process of integration, can you make the best use of those? And that does take vision, as I mentioned, on the government side. And that also does take the government to be flexible, to let private sector to come with their vision if they have one. But my last point here is beyond this region is I think the bigger question here is when you talk about growth drivers, right? We talk about versus consumer domestically. I think in my mind, the other big question is you have other much bigger economies in this region, whether it's Japan, whether it's China, whether it's India. How does the Philippines position itself to benefit from the growth elsewhere, right? Because India's and China's will grow in the next many years. How do this country, a much smaller country from an economic size perspective, try to position itself to benefit from those growths beyond this immediate neighborhood?
Manny, I think you should take this. How should the Philippines benefit from the growth of other bigger nations?
Still a mystery to me. I mean, out of the ASEAN integration.
Yes, yes. I mean, he's got a good point. You have Japan, China, India, and they will grow.
Well,
so
they
how
are
can we
trading
benefit?
partners. I think we're talking about the ASEAN integration, am I correct? Which will happen by the end of 2015.
Yeah.
It's always been a mystery to me. It's an elegant, seductive concept, but if you translate it into the particulars, what does it really mean? Does that mean mobility of labor? Don't think so. Can we export our doctors or nurses? Maybe, but I'm sure they require accreditation. So it's, Mr. Secretary,
you feel
open skies, what the domestic carriers oppose, an absolutely open skies policy, it will take time, I think.
Okay, so do you feel, Manny, that, I mean, Malaysia's always been very conservative with any liberal agreements. Do you feel that it won't benefit the Philippines as much?
Well, take sugar. Our sugar industry has been flattish in terms of production of 2.2 million tons, raw sugar equivalent. We're not competitive against Thailand, whose cost of production is lower because they have bigger mills and their productivity at the farm level is much higher than ours. So does that mean if you push the theory comparative advantage, does that mean the Philippines should get out of the sugar business? Or what happens to the sugar farmers? So how does the industry respond to an open market where tariffs will drop from around 18% to around 4%? Do we import our sugar?
Yeah.
So will that not stifle the growth of the sugar industry? Are we getting out of the industry? If you look at it from a pure agriculture standpoint, we have one crop that produces export revenues of more than $1 billion, and that's coconuts. Thailand has got 6. Vietnam has got 5. So does that mean you close down your coffee plantations, your fisheries industries?
These are the same concerns.
These are very good, very good.
That you find in Indonesia, for example. People are saying, well, what's in it for us? To be frank, the biggest beneficiaries of ASEAN Economic Community are the smaller economies, Singapore, Malaysia, and to a degree Thailand, which are more saturated.
Yeah.
And their businessmen are all looking Indonesia and the Philippines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But-
So at that point, there's a challenge.
That's a good one. Just throw in and then Sherry.
Just use Open Skies. When Pocket Open Skies was finally instituted in 2011, there were a lot of misgivings, particularly from the local airlines. Now they're making money hand over fist. And ultimately, when, at least the experience has been, when our corporations, when our people are put in a decidedly more competitive environment, they actually do better.
Okay.
This is what I talk about, a restoration of institutions and trust in self. The initial resistance was simply a crisis of confidence. It wasn't because they couldn't do it. Now they're ordering new airplanes, they are planning new routes.
Okay, good point. Sherry, you wanted to react to Manny.
I totally agree with Manny, what he said. Because in the Philippines, in terms of agriculture, in my personal perspective, we're not yet ready.
For ASEAN integration, you
for
mean?
ASEAN integration. Because, for example, in rice production alone in the Philippines, how can we compete? Our rice here is 40 pesos per kilo. When you go to Cambodia and in India, they're like 10 to 15 pesos.
Yeah, you should say that in English. 40 pesos would be like $1.
Yeah. $1
per kilo.
Yeah, $1 per kilo.
Yeah.
But then when you go to India and Cambodia,
It's
they
like-
have like $0.50 per kilo. So how can we compete? Do we need to tell our rice farmers to stop farming? Okay, so how can we now work backwards in
Okay.
terms of really, since of course you have human resources are the greatest wealth,
Yeah.
but I do believe that you have 12 million hectares of underproduction in the Philippines that we need to develop.
And Karen, if I may add,
Yes,
the
yes.
sad irony is that when you speak about inclusive growth, there are two obvious industries that provide immediate employment. One is agriculture, where 70% of the poor are located, and number two is tourism, the services industry, where
Yeah.
the Filipinos are good at. So let's focus on those things first.
Yeah.
Manufacturing, tell me which industry.
Very interesting.
Tell
Now,
me.
tourism, moving on to tourism very quickly. Is that 5 minutes or 10 minutes? I can't tell. Okay, so moving on to tourism very quickly. The tourism is what many call now as the soft power. There are countries that survive on tourism. You have Spain, for instance, at one point was practically living off tourism. I want to ask you, Secretary Mon, I know we've had better numbers of tourists coming in, but has the country and has the Aquino administration really maximized its tourism potential?
No,
Have
we have
we
not.
really put a priority
We've-
on tourism?
I think it's fair to say we've only just begun. We had a lot of, shall we say, housekeeping to do before we really got to speed. And like I said, it is inclusive almost by definition. I always tell people, you want to know how inclusive tourism is? I'll give you a few nouns: mountaintops, caves, underwater, isolated islands. These are not traditional areas of growth. And yet, you have jobs where jobs did not exist before. Here's a new job that never existed before: underground river boatman. There was no such job. And you are actually, I exaggerate only slightly, it creates opportunities precisely because it is defined around a market that's still discovering things now. But we acknowledge that there is a whole lot of infrastructure, a whole lot of issues on connectivity that we have to settle. But like I said, if it went through life announcing that it wasn't ready, we wouldn't be here today.
Okay, mentioning connectivity very quickly before I go into foreign ownership. Manny Pangilinan, of course, is the chairman of the Philippine Long Distance Company, one of the biggest also cellular phone companies in the Philippines, Smart. Connectivity has been an issue. I mean, for many foreigners, tourists, you go to South Korea, it's practically Wi-Fi country. And frankly, the cost of doing business, if connectivity were very good, would be much cheaper. Sometimes it takes an hour, 5 hours to download or send heavy material from, let's say, a client abroad. What does the government need to do in terms of connectivity infrastructure? Has the government played its part?
Well, speaking of Korea, the government of Korea decided that, for example, in the matter of education, that in the next, after 5 years, there will be no more textbooks. So they're educating the people to use the laptops, the tablets, etc.
So that's vision.
That's vision. The fiber optic, the backbone within Korea, so the government spent the money and the private sector spent the connectivities, the access or the last mile. No? So it was a cooperation between the government and the private sector to wire up effectively Korea on a broadband basis. Here, it's the private sector that's doing that.
Yeah.
So, you know, there are constraints in terms of the size of the two major telcos in this country, but I think we made much progress in terms of connectivity in this country. We're now, I think, both.
But should government play a bigger role? Should it invest more money, frankly, in connectivity?
I think it tried in the last dispensation, right? I think where we are situated is better, I think, for the private sector to do it.
Okay, all right. Now let's talk about the limitations, the restrictions on foreign ownership. There are a lot of foreigners in the audience, and foreigners still cannot own land in the Philippines in terms of doing business. Regulated industries, they're completely hands-off. I want to ask the foreigners here, Karim, is this a factor? Thailand do it? How did Malaysia do it?
Actually, land ownership is something which is very tightly controlled in Southeast Asia. I think only Malaysia allows freehold land to be owned by foreigners, yeah. So, frankly, the emotional attachment about land, very difficult to overcome. Secondly, I think, you know, perhaps because of '98 and the financial crisis sweeping across Asia, a lot of ownership rules were changed in many countries that were most impacted by that. Thailand and Indonesia, to be exact. And now the countries and the leaderships are trying to reverse that. So, you know, you've got to prioritize at the end of the day your own people. You cannot just be listening to the consensus around you saying, sell everything, sell everything. I'm totally against that. And I think, you know, I've got a lot of
Meaning land, specifically land.
No, but why should you be forced to sell majority stakes in your banks? Because banks are a critical kind of channel of directing investments around the country. So I think you do need to manage that. As a government, as leaders, you've got to prioritize your own people, and sometimes you have these decisions. Agriculture, you've got to make your own mind up. And since you are elected in this country, you know about the needs. How can somebody with shareholders across the globe who would buy and sell the shares every 5 minutes possibly have your interests of your farmers, your workers at heart? You have to make that line.
I think you're very, you know what makes you interesting? You're not a complete liberal.
No, of course
not. All right, Kevin.
Yeah, on that point, I completely agree.
Really? Okay, go on.
Agree. I have no more comment on that.
What about businesses? I want to ask you, maybe Marife, you can take this on in terms of power, for example. Regulated businesses in the country.
Well, maybe just going to the point.
Yeah.
I think, you know, sometimes you get lost in the generality of the topic, right? If you look at the specific industries where foreign ownership of land can be, I think, quite easily addressed. For example, in agriculture, if you do engage in commercial farming, the best form is to lease the land. It's foreigners and even local investors would not want to buy 30,000, 100,000.
In Thailand, it's
yes, even in Malaysia, as I understand,
something like that.
Indonesia leases its farmlands on a long-term basis because the money that the private investor puts in is in the development of the land for agriculture and the implements and the tools necessary to develop the land.
So do we need reforms in this area?
Not particularly, but the problem is that providing the access to land for a long-term lease, where is it? We've tried mightily, I think, to look at, right after Typhoon Pablo in Davao Oriental, the governor there invited Indofood to invest in agriculture. And we were quite keen to put up a palm oil plantation. But then it turns out that the land is owned by indigenous people, so we've had to deal with several tribes, and then it has to get approvals from the national government, so it became...
So there's a red tape issue. Okay. Tough. All right, Marife, do you want to add something very quickly?
Definitely. You know, next to labor, power would be the highest expense item of a BPO business.
Yeah.
And definitely if there is some in that area, we will be able to address competitiveness. We will be
But power is not subsidized in the Philippines. It is in, I think, Indonesia, no, Bill? I mean, is that the way to go? Would you want power subsidized?
If the government can do it, why not?
You guys have to make a choice.
Okay. Go ahead, Marife. But is this the way to go? I mean, in a free market economy, subsidizing doesn't really give you the real cost of doing business, too.
Well, if there are other channels to address the power issue, the Philippines being the most expensive in terms of power rates, sure.
Okay. All right. We have 2 minutes to go, actually. And just to wrap up a bit, and I want to ask a closing statement from each of you. So some concerns that were brought up in terms of the Philippines is sustainability. Are the reforms going to stick way after President Aquino leaves office? Power is really a very big issue in terms of doing business. The ease of doing business, is it easier now in the Philippines? Has red tape been cut? This is also, it was brought up. Don't throw away the rule book, but you can make things easier. Is it conducive for business? So these are the issues that were brought up, and are we ready for the ASEAN integration? I'll have Kevin and Karim speak last. Closing statement, maybe the locals can do this. Is the Philippines the next Asian miracle?
Yes, we believe it is, and it is a perfectly explainable miracle, as I said. It's not a complete and total surprise to those of us who have to slog through the gains that you're seeing today.
Okay.
It started with the restoration of trust in leadership, and is now in full gallop, precisely because the people of the Philippines have regained their trust in the future and are putting themselves out there as a very active option for growth in this part of the world.
All right, Secretary Moni Menes, thank you for that. Marife, is the Philippines the next Asian miracle?
Definitely. As a matter of fact, I think the miracle is already happening. Where can you see a business that has grown to 55,000 in 10 years? Yeah. However, I echo what Mr. Washington Sisip said. We cannot leave everything to government. The private sector also has to lend a hand in all of these advocacies and initiatives that the government is taking. For example, to curb corruption, there is a private sector initiative called the Integrity Initiative that espouses ethical standards and kind of helps the government in curbing corruption.
Okay.
So again, let's not wait for government. I think the BPO industry was a collaborative effort between government, between the private sector, the academe, and business.
All right. Cherry, can the Philippines be the next Asian miracle given, you have stiff competition this 2015?
A resounding yes. I believe in my own country. I believe in our own people. And I think we can really do this. As long as we just need to work together, we just act together, we can do it, Karen.
Okay. Now the hard stuff, Manny, what does it take? Really, you're doing business all over Asia. What does it take to be, frankly, a resounding success after this?
Well, I believe that the Aquino administration has made great strides in the matter of certainly reforms, governance, and which translates into economic growth, an average about 7% for the past 3 or 4 years. And I would hope that would continue because much remains to be done. Even in the matter of gender equality, where Filipino women are more equal than men, they've made great strides.
Agree. Okay, that's the closing statement, sir. You don't want to be quoted saying it's an equality issue. That's it.
We got to have confidence in ourselves.
All right. Okay, unfortunately, as much as I want to hear from Karim and Kevin, we don't have enough time, and the session is quite strict. But I think our takeaway from this discussion is it's possible, but a lot of the hard decisions are made, and competition is going to be very tough come ASEAN integration in 2015. There are real problems and challenges, and frankly, the Philippines has to address that. And unless we change the constitution on a second term for the president, as Karim says, we have to make do with what we have today, and everything else is up to the country after that. Thank you very much for watching this session. And the ANC coverage of the World Economic Forum continues. There are more televised sessions throughout the day. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm Karen Davila.
That was the session on Philippines, the Next Asian Miracle, moderated by Ms. Karen Davila of ABS-CBN. You're still watching PTV special coverage of the 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia. And we have seen their discussion, Robert, on what is needed, what needs does the government have to address for enable to so that we can move the economy forward.
Very interesting discussions. A lot of topics were covered regarding what kind of initiatives that need to be done to curb corruption, to our issue here in the Philippines, and also the ease of doing business. So a lot of good things that were brought out. And one thing I like, one of the guests that said there is that he was very impressed because what the administration said that they were going to do, they actually did. But of course, there are still a lot of things to do in terms of infrastructure, in terms of a lot of things so that we could actually go into that inclusive growth factor in the plan.
Also, Robert, one of the important points raised in the discussion is the need for more participation from the private sector in terms of curbing corruption, in terms of improving the quality of labor in our country, and in turn, improving the economy.
And also a lot of public and private partnerships, so that at least we can get a lot more even foreign investments to come in. And up next, competitiveness and what it is all about here on PTV4's special coverage of the World Economic Forum on East Asia.
Welcome back to PTV4's special coverage of the World Economic Forum 2014. By now we know that the forum is attended by top local government and private business leaders who are now physically at one venue or session or the other at the Makati Shangri-La Hotel. But our next guest, a leader herself, is here in the studio with us. We have the Assistant Director General of the National Economic and Development Authority. Welcome to our studio, Ms. Rose Edilion. Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, good morning.
Okay, ma'am, first of all, when we talk of NEDA, what exactly does this agency do?
Well, the NEDA is actually the economic planning body of the country. And we have actually two main functions in the NEDA. We are the secretariat to the NEDA board, which is chaired by the president. And we also do the coordinative work. We do policy analysis, the planning, economic planning, and also we coordinate the investment programming for the entire country.
Now, ma'am, what kind of considerations does NEDA make in formulating plans for the country?
Well, it begins with the priorities set out by the president himself. So using those priorities, then we come up with the strategies that we need in order to address these priorities, and we then translate this into plans, and with the help of all of government, these are then translated into programs and projects.
And when we talk of NEDA, we always hear GDP growth rate and those figures. What is GDP, ma'am, exactly?
Yeah, so GDP, that's the gross domestic product, is the amount of goods and services that are produced within the country.
So how is this the measure of how the economy has improved?
Yes.
And we have been within our targets. And what is our target this year?
For this year, actually we have surpassed our targets, but for this year, our target is to grow from 6.5% to 7.5%.
So when we say 6.5% to 7.5%, what industries contribute to this economic growth?
On the supply side, our growth drivers will be the construction sector and the manufacturing sector, to the extent that it will actually fuel the needs of the construction industry. And then also on the services side, we have the BPO, the tourism industry is also likely to be a big driver. Logistics is also going to play an important part.
Ma'am, about inclusive growth, some of the sectors like the farmers, when they hear GDP, when they hear all these numbers that we have economic growth, but then even in the discussion this morning, there's some of the guests, they were saying that it doesn't really, the farmers don't really feel it, those on the grassroots level. Now, how can we explain to our people on what the plans are that the NEDA is doing as the coordinator of all these plannings for the Philippine Development Plan?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we define inclusive growth as the kind of growth that allows a lot more to participate in the growth process, all who are willing, and then two, that all will benefit from that growth. So in the case of the former, what we are trying to do is to increase opportunities, access to the employment opportunities, make them increase their employability, and with respect to the latter, we're actually doing a lot more to address the difficulties being faced by even the vulnerabilities being faced by the poor. And so we have actually increased the coverage of our conditional cash transfer. As you know, this program transfers directly cash to the poor families, now numbering 3.9 million in all, and on the condition that they send their children to school, that the pregnant mothers obtain health care, that the preschool children also obtain health care. So we are addressing not just the quality of human capital of the poor, but we're also addressing some of their cash and liquidity constraints. In addition to that, they're also given PhilHealth coverage. The premiums are covered. And this means that if their breadwinner actually gets sick, or any member of the family gets sick, then this will not be a reason for them to slide back into poverty or to slide further into poverty. And then we have actually increased the allocation for social services. It's now about 37% from 28% when this administration started. So that's a big jump, and actually the budget has also been increasing. So in absolute terms, it's really very sizable. And then with respect to increasing the employability of our peoples, we are investing both in educational inputs and also in the quality of inputs. So as you know, we're addressing the backlog in classrooms, in teachers, in textbooks. And we're also addressing the issue of quality. We are making the curriculum now to be more attuned to the needs of industry. We have the K-12. We also have a lot of the test programs, which is actually done in partnership with industry.
Ma'am, for the benefit and education of our viewers, we know there's a plan, but with the trickle-down effect or the inclusive growth, we know it doesn't happen overnight. Now, for their benefit, how long will this actually take for them to actually feel this?
Looking at the experience of other countries, it will take at least 12 years, 12 to 15 years of sustained economic growth. Now, what we are trying to do is to abbreviate this process by addressing deliberately the constraints being faced by the poor and the reason why they are not able to participate directly in the right away into this growth process. So for some of them, it may be because they don't have the skills necessary. They don't have the skills that are required by this growing sectors. And so we're addressing that directly. We're having, as you know, we have actually categorized the different provinces in terms of 3 categories. So in the first category, these are provinces with a very high magnitude of the poor. The province itself is benefiting from the growth process. We're talking provinces like Cebu, Pangasinan. There are growth drivers in these provinces, but there are certain sectors that are not able to participate in the process.
All right, we will be bringing you video from Shangri-La Hotel. There is currently a session on an interactive session on Connect on Trade, Lifting Barriers to Growth, and we will be bringing you that in a while. Meantime, we'd like to get your final message, ma'am, Ms. Edilion.
Yes, thank you. Well, this hosting of the Philippines of the WEF, as you know, this is the first time, and we are actually trying to make a statement to the world that we are doing some great things over here in the Philippines, and we hope that a lot of them would come, bring the investments, bring those investments that create jobs, that bring those technology as well. And we hope that our peoples will be able to take advantage of all these opportunities. And government is working very hard to make sure that we address the constraints being faced by the poor, and that truly we will have inclusive growth.
Thank you for your time, Assistant of the National Economic Development Authority. Meantime, we will be bringing to you live from Makati Shangri-La the interactive session on Connect on Trade, Lifting Barriers to Growth. Let's watch this.
One person.
I thought Mitsubishi is the government.
And then Minister Lutfi, who is very well known to all of you, I'm sure, the Minister of Trade of Indonesia. Thank you, Minister, because I know how hard you had to travel to get here this morning. I think you arrived very, very early this morning. So thank you so much for the effort you made to join our session. And then may I introduce Senior Minister Chanto, who's the Senior Minister and Minister of Commerce of Cambodia. And then Senior Minister Teo, who's the Senior Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Transport in Singapore. So perfectly aligned to our topics today. So let me begin the discussion by asking some questions. I will allow time towards the end for the audience to also ask questions, but let me begin by asking questions to our panel. So first, if I may turn to you, Secretary Domingo, to give an initial overview of how you see from the Philippines' perspective the progress on the ASEAN Economic Community and the likelihood of implementation in 2015. What is the Philippines' perspective of where we are to date and the benefits that will accrue to the Philippines economy from the AEC?
Yes, well, from the trade minister's perspective, we look at, there are many components to AEC 2015, but from the trade minister's perspective, we're looking at trade in goods, trade in services, trade in the investments section. Trade in goods has basically been accomplished 4 years ago, January 1, 2010, wherein ASEAN as a whole reduced its tariffs on over 99% of goods for the ASEAN 6, the original 6, to 0%. While for the rest, the CLM, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam, they already have 98% of their tariff lines reduced to 0 as of January 1, 2010. So come next year, December 31, 2015, there are really very few items left to reduce. So from a trade in goods perspective, we have basically accomplished it already. We are already here competing with goods from ASEAN in the Philippines. We already import at zero duty. The only remaining thing there is really the non-tariff barriers. These are rules and regulations that block trade, that are perceived, okay? We shouldn't judge prematurely, but are perceived to be blocking trade. So ASEAN is working on removing those non-tariff barriers. The bulk of the work that's being done now by ASEAN, I mean, like maybe the other ASEAN ministers can confirm, is really on the trade and services side, wherein we're working on 10 packages. We've basically completed 8. We're working on the 9th and trying to finish the 10th by the end of next year. These are liberalization in terms of the services area. And the particular focus there is on allowing certain minimum equity to come in to those services sectors that have been identified, which are over 150 service sectors. As of now, I think 104 of the 158 services sectors have been completed. So we'll continue to work on the rest of those. And then on the investments side, actually the trade and services already tackled the investments side, but on the investment side, it talks more about the promotions efforts, etc. So that's really where we stand. Of course, a lot of other things are happening on the transport side, where liberalization of air services. You're on the financial services side, where you're talking about insurance and banking regulations that have to be harmonized and as well as liberalized.
Thank you. And so now, if I may turn to Minister Lutfi, the biggest economy in ASEAN, what is the perspective of Indonesia on the progress to date with the AEC, and how do you see the changes in the Indonesian economy that will accrue as a result of implementation of the AEC?
Thank you, Rajiv. I thought it was a sequence. So, wrong sequence. Well, the way Indonesia see it, is there a problem? Huge problem. Why? Study shows about 80% of Indonesians understand ASEAN, but only less than 5% knows about AEC. So, is that a problem? Yeah, when there is less than 5%, of course it's a problem. But what is going to happen? Like Secretary Domingo says, what happened by January 1st, 2015? Nothing. Because 99.6% of the tariff is zero. Okay? So what does Indonesia see about this? Well, this is my personal opinion, does not reflect probably my opinion of my colleague ministers here on the stage. Indonesia sees that the robust growth of middle class, where the number says the people that earn about 3,000 to 5,000 by Nomura Security reached 140 million. This is 3 times the size of middle class in the Philippines, 5 times the size of middle class in Thailand, about 6 times the class of middle class in Malaysia. Why 3,000 and 5,000 is important? $3,000 combined with the wife around 5,000 means second televisions in the household. $5,000 mean a first car in the household. And because of that, you look at the number. If you look at Japan, every 1,000 numbers, 582 cars. In Thailand, which is we are going to be like Thailand, is 169 cars per 1,000 people. Do you know how many cars in Jakarta, in Indonesia? 40 cars in 1,000. What does that mean? We're gonna grow 4 times just to reach Thailand. What does that mean? That means Jakarta traffic will be much worse than what it is today. Okay? So, but what does that mean for people, for companies like Mitsubishi, like Toyota, like Daihatsu, like Suzuki? They double the number. Mitsubishi cars double the number. Toyota double the number. Daihatsu, the capacity of Daihatsu in Indonesia by 2017 is bigger than Japan. Honda double the capacity. Suzuki more than double the capacity. The one that is not investing in the country is Mazda. It's their fault. It's not my fault. Okay? So this is the way I see it. So Japan, in the first wave of industrialization in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, is they come to Indonesia to get cheap labor. Take the goods for developed market. Today, Japanese come to Indonesia for survival, to tap our robust middle class. So this is what I'm going to see. So what happened with ASEAN? So now, Indonesia right now is like giving its market, seems like giving its market. But you know, we've been doing this for the last 4 or 5 years. But I see this is a change because the investment is heavy. Well, before this is a good friend because I was an Indonesian ambassador in Tokyo. When I came to Tokyo, the realizations of Japanese investment $750. When I left, $4.7 billion. Not because of the ambassador, but this is survival. Because of that, Indonesia transitions now from market coming in because the robust middle class suddenly changing to be a source of production in the region. So now, listen Cambodia, listen Malaysia and Philippines, I'm exporting the traffic jams from Jakarta. Voila. That's my take, Rajiv.
Thank you. If I could turn to you, Senior Minister Chantol, and get the Cambodian perspective. In particular, I want to ask about the ASEAN Free Trade Area implementation in Cambodia, and what is the impact on your country, and what are the positives, what are the negatives, what is the reaction of stakeholders in Cambodia to the AFTA?
Thank you very much. I think what you said, Secretary Domingos already said it, up to 99% of the tariff lines are being removed up to 0 for ASEAN 6. And for the new member, the CLMV, 98.7% reduced to 0 or to 5%. Like by 2015, it's all 0. So for Cambodia, under the small, open economy, we will benefit from this EAC. Because if you look for the single production base, we are located in the heart of ASEAN. We are the center of gravity for ASEAN. So you want to set up an operation to Cambodia, we're there, we're ready. Our investment law is very generous. We provide the most generous incentive investments to investor. Very friendly government, so we definitely will benefit from EAC. Now, the issue people say, oh, you're going to lose all the jobs. People come because of the free movement of labor from ASEAN to Cambodia. I doubt it. Because we're not going to get the doctor that can pay well in Singapore to go pay $1,000 where you get 10,000 in Singapore, for example. The problem for us may be reverse brain drain, that our people, the skilled labor, might migrate to work in the Philippines, to work in Singapore, or to work in Thailand. The issue that we had to be aware of in Cambodia. So as a result of that, we continue to upgrade our education. We're going to move to vocational training more and more, because today there's a mismatch. mismatch between the skilled labor that demand by the private sector and the people that we produce from our university. Everyone want to be a PhD, master degree, and that's a culture of Asian. The parents do not want their kid to go to vocational school. They want the kid to get a bachelor degree. So now we have to change the mindset. That is the issue that Cambodia is facing today, short of skilled labor. But overall, I think we're going to benefit from the single production base because of our location and our openness and our investment law that we provide to the investor. And again, we do not restrict any ownership. We talk about services. Secretary Domingo talk about the one going to banking, telecom. Cambodia allow foreigner to own 100% banking license, 100% telecom sector, insurance, agriculture. Every economic sector in Cambodia is open to foreigner. The same. There's no alien business law in Cambodia that differentiates between a foreign investor and a local investor. You're all treated equally. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. May I turn to Malaysia next, Minister Mustafa Mohamad. If you could give the Malaysian perspective on the AEC progress to date, and what are the remaining challenges from the perspective of Malaysia?
Firstly, we look forward to hearing from our private sector colleagues. There's 5 of us here. We are half of ASEAN in this room. That goes to show how powerful this WF in Manila is. We have,
or how powerful Secretary Domingo is.
Thank you for bringing us together. I think I would like to look at the domestic and the external perspective. Domestic will be in each individual country how far we've gone and what more needs to be done. As I've said in an earlier session, there are 2 perspectives. One is the private sector, the other is government. From the government side, we've been pushing hard, and there's been some progress. But of course, there are gaps. But if you talk to people in the private sector, they will tell us, you've got a long way to go. We are facing so many problems. So there is this issue that we need to grapple with. One, the governments, all of us are saying we have made progress in terms of goods, services. Of course, we recognize we have got some way to go. But as you talk to the private sector, by and large, they're quite negative. So there's a lot of work to be done in each individual economies and also at the ASEAN level. For us, we have benefited a great deal. We have a number of Malaysian companies which have, I'm talking about intra-ASEAN and intra-ASEAN investments. Put it this way, Malaysia or Philippines or Indonesia, Singapore, Cambodia, without ASEAN, where would we be? I think that's now one useful way of analyzing this issue. It goes to Myanmar. I think it's very, very telling what you say in Myanmar. If Myanmar will not be part of ASEAN, Myanmar will remain a country. But when you go to Myanmar, you can see how exciting things there are. The airport, is growing and tourism booming. FDI is 4.1 billion last year, 2 billion or 1.4 previous year. So Myanmar is a good case study with and without ASEAN. So that goes to show how important ASEAN has been in increasing the potential of various ASEAN economies. So that's where we are. And for us, I'm going back to intra-ASEAN trade and intra-ASEAN investment. We started with 15 years ago, 15% of trade is within ASEAN. Now it's 25, and I believe in the next 5 years it will go to 30. Probably will not go beyond that because you have China, a very big country. All of us, for all of us, China is the biggest trading partner. So there's been an increase in intra-ASEAN trade with the Philippines. I had the pleasure of reviewing our progress this morning with Secretary Domingo. We decided to go line by line. And this demonstrates a commitment to further increase intra-ASEAN trade. So there's good progress there. Number 2, there's probably more progress in the area of intra-ASEAN. San Miguel from Philippines is in Malaysia, acquired ExxonMobil, and our banks are here, CIMB and Maybank. Asia, of course, is throughout the region. We have Sime Darby, we have in healthcare, we're in Singapore, and we have Singapore companies in Iskandar, we have Malaysian companies in plantations in Indonesia, we have Indonesia owning a few major hotels, in a big way in Malaysia. A number of top Indonesian corporates have bought Malaysian hotels. So this is something that's, and as I say, we have to look at where we are now, say 30 years ago. So in my view, there's been a lot of progress in respect of intra-ASEAN investments and intra-ASEAN trade. Having said that, of course, as I mentioned, I would like to repeat, our private sector friends are telling us we've got some way to go. That's the domestic perspective. The other is the global perspective, how people look at us. Yeah? We have 4 pillars, single production base, comparative economic region. We want to promote equitable economic development. We want to integrate into the global economy. So those are the 4 pillars. So it is important also to look at that perspective. Let me just talk only about one, which is making ASEAN as a single market and production base. And that's happening. Yeah, many of you here have got operations in, Mitsubishi has got operations in a few ASEAN countries. And there is this supply chain. Yep, some companies are in Malaysia. We had what we call the ASEAN Economic Ministers Roadshow last year in the States, LA and San Francisco. And we were given an example of Mattel. Mattel is a toy company, American company. This company has got operations in Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia, and they complement each other. So we are being seen as a single market and production base, and this external dimension, I think, will be further enhanced as we achieve a closer economic integration. ASEAN, in my view, will become an even more attractive production base for many multinational companies. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could turn next to Senior Minister Teo, could you kindly give your perspective from the Singapore point of view about the progress of AEC and the benefits that Singapore sees coming from the AEC agreement?
Certainly, Rajiv. But first, let me say that I was particularly attracted to Minister Luffy's comments. And I scanned the room, especially when he talked about exporting traffic congestion to other parts of ASEAN. And I could see all my Singapore compatriots looking very worried. But I think the larger point that Minister Lutfi was trying to make, and especially when he made the declaration that come 2015, what is going to happen? Nothing. Really suggests an important perspective, which is that I think the ASEAN member states have come together and made tremendous efforts to ensure that we are able to realize the vision of a single market, single production base, which Minister Mustafa also talked about. But there is one area of challenge that I think is an area that is also an opportunity if we are to fully realize the idea of ASEAN Economic Community. And it relates to the whole topic of ASEAN connectivity. When you talk about making sure that there's really free flow and services, ASEAN connectivity is central to this. And single market production base is only one of the pillars of the ASEAN Economic Community. There are 3 other very important pillars. For example, we would also like to see equitable development across the whole of ASEAN, and you need connectivity to achieve that. We would also like to see the region becoming very, very competitive. In order to achieve that, we need connectivity. And another very important pillar of the ASEAN Economic Community vision is the idea that we want to be a globally plugged-in region. To achieve that, again, we need connectivity. So I thought I would perhaps spend a little bit of time talking about the importance of ASEAN connectivity and what are some of the ways in which we can try and achieve this, because it is so central to the vision of a successful, effective ASEAN Economic Community. In fact, there is a master plan for ASEAN connectivity that has 3 key priority areas. One is we need land connectivity. It's okay to have more cars, more vehicles, provided we have the roads to service them. And this is one aspect. Another very important aspect is that we also need rail connectivity. And so land connectivity as part of ASEAN connectivity is one area that has got challenges, but I also think tremendous opportunities, which I will say a little bit more later. Very important aspect of connectivity is air connectivity. And I think later on, Rajiv, I think we can expand a little bit more on that, but let's not go too deep into that. A third aspect, I think in today's world, given the kind of technological advances that we're seeing, broadband, cyber connectivity is another very important area. So I think three major pieces in this whole issue and topic on connectivity. What I think it means for businesses is that when you think about the large scale and scope of investments that will be needed to achieve that connectivity, it spells to me opportunity. We would like to be able to bring in the resources and expertise, the dialogue partners, and also, of course, the international financial institutions. I think yesterday in the private sessions, we had a very useful discussion on what it means to crowd in private investment because of the tremendous amount of liquidity that is available, and at the same time, the infrastructure development needs are so vast in our region. So that is another area of opportunity. If I may just sum up this part of it by saying that where the ASEAN connectivity is concerned, I think there are some low-hanging fruits which have already been achieved. There is, in fact, in this master plan, a specific set of measures. And if you look at the number of measures that have been completed or implemented, I think we've gotten to about 70%. But those are really the low-hanging fruits. There are the more challenging ones, which I think we can spend a bit more time talking about later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very, very helpful input. Now we've heard from the 5 ASEAN ministers. So I think it's time now to private sector perspective. So we'll turn to our private sector champion on our panel today and ask you to represent all the private sector views. But of course, you're representing the views, particularly of Japan, one of Asia's 2 big economic superpowers. And since Prime Minister Abe came to office, we've seen that he's very much engaged with the ASEAN region. He's managed to visit all the ASEAN countries in the short time that he's already been in office. So it's really a signal of the great commitment of Japan to ASEAN. And we also see a lot of investment flows coming from Japanese companies to the ASEAN region. So I wonder if we could get your perspective as the chairman of Mitsubishi Corporation, which has evolved more from a trading house now much more into an investment focus in terms of your activities, and get your perspective on ASEAN. How do you, as a Japanese business leader and chairman of Mitsubishi Corporation, see that ASEAN looks as in terms of attractiveness of investment, other emerging market regions? So if you could give your comments on how you see the opportunities from your company's perspective in the region.
Rajiv-san, thank you very much for your introduction. And I personally feel it's a very tough work to speak. Besides, my position is the center of this group. And I myself is a personal businessman. And frankly speaking, ASEAN is a very, very important region for Japan. As Rajiv-san explained, recently Abe administrations has focused on partnership with ASEAN. And he visited all of ASEAN countries in 10 countries within 1 year. And ending up with the ASEAN summit in Tokyo. And he had a very good meeting with the ASEAN Prime Minister and President in Japan. And that's very good for our businessmen, and to encourage our business in Asian countries. And maybe, say in ASEAN, our company, Mitsubishi Corporation, has 24 offices in 10 countries. And already $10 billion we have committed for the investment. That's a very, very big investment. And as Rajiv-san explained, used to be Mitsubishi Corporation was a trading company. Trading at that time, and all this. We are the so-called trading company. And however, now trading profit is 20 to 30%. 70 to 80% are coming from the investment. And everybody said, now you are changing your business model from the trading company to the investment banker. No. We invest not only money, but also human resources. We send more than 200 CEO to the 600 subsidiary companies throughout the world. And how to add the value for the investment companies. That's very important. And not only in Japan, but also say, maybe now there's so many investment in ASEAN countries. And therefore, there are so many people, Japanese Mitsubishi Corporation people are working in the ASEAN countries. Therefore, it's good for me to visit ASEAN countries, to have a meeting with our staff working in those countries and to communicate each other. Talking about our Mitsubishi Group companies, Mitsubishi Motors or Mitsubishi Electrics, Mitsubishi Bank, so many Mitsubishi Group companies. Then everybody feels now Mitsubishi Corporation is the holding company of the total Mitsubishi Group companies. No. Only one independent trading company. But of course, we are communicating each other. But in total, 28 Mitsubishi Group companies. However, we are working sometimes with other groups and sometimes other countries. And that is very important, particularly from now on. And the business is getting more global and global. And we have 200 offices in 90 countries throughout the world. And that's very, very important. Therefore, we can collect the information throughout the world. What is changing of the policies, or the changing of the economies and so forth. And also, we need a very reliable partner country by country to communicate to each other. In that sense, in Asian countries, we have so many intimate reliable partners, country by country. And that's the reason why I'm very happy to be here this time and to have opportunity to communicate each other. This is the basis of our investment. And circumstances. And ASEAN is very, very important, particularly for future. And particularly next year, 2015, AEC will be concluded. This is a very, very good trigger or opportunity to strengthen the relationship, connectivity. That is very, very important. ASEAN's, the economy is maybe the #1 in the world right now. Latin America, particularly West Coast, is also good. And I myself is the chairman of the Japan-Colombia Economic Committee, and I heard from them. They have, so-called Pacific federations, and Chile, Peru, Colombia, Mexico. Those 4 countries are seriously watching the ASEAN countries, how to develop the business together. And quite recently, this is one example. We established some companies in Malaysia, and together with the Colombian. Japanese and Colombian companies established one company, joint venture in Malaysia. This kind of business model will be increasing. Therefore, our position is how to give those global information to ASEAN countries. And that's very important. Besides, our role is particularly a financial support and also investment business and establishing new business, joint ventures, country by country. But for that purpose, important issue is the government and government, those ASEAN countries and Japan should intimate. In that sense, our Prime Minister Abe's, policy is very good for us. And under such circumstances, AEC is good. And also, companies, government and government discuss and how to change the regulation and rules each other. This kind of concept is very, very good for us. We are very much prepared to give any suggestion and any idea to the government and also to our partner countries. Therefore, under such circumstances, I do hope ASEAN countries' economy is now going up. And we are very much prepared to support from the financial viewpoint, from the technology viewpoint, or from the environmental viewpoint. And those are the very important globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that private sector perspective. So we've heard from Chairman Kojima-san about the importance of the implementation of the AEC. If I could again turn to you, Secretary Domingo, and get your sense of the benefits of the AEC in terms of the liberalization of cross-border investment flows from the Philippines' perspective. There's a sense of, I guess, anticipation, at least from Japan, that this liberalization will help investment flows. Are there concerns in the Philippines about the liberalization of the investment barriers?
Yeah. There's always concern from, in particular, the SMEs. But I would say that, in general, liberalization has worked very well for the Philippines. It's definitely made many of our sectors very competitive, not only regionally but globally. And it has allowed us to outperform in many sectors. Many of our industries still have to be improved, but many of our industries are already globally competitive. In particular, our electronics, our ICT. We are a very big ICT center with over 1 million people now doing that outsourcing work for the world. We are competitive in high-end garments. We are competitive in many other things, furniture, etc. Now, so we welcome actually the continued liberalization. In fact, in the enabling trade survey of, I think, the World Economic Forum, we ranked very high, if I'm not mistaken, 8th globally in terms of the barriers. We are one of the countries with the least barriers to trade. We will continue to take that position, but we really need to address the concern of the SMEs. As mentioned earlier, there's very little awareness of ASEAN at the ground roots level. And since we're now tackling the more difficult portions of the free trade agreements, not only for ASEAN, but also in WTO and other bilateral arrangements, they're becoming more ambitious in their objective. So as you get into the more sensitive parts, you really need much broader support from the population, and in particular the business population. And the bulk of that support will be from the SMEs. So without the political support from the SMEs, it will be to master the political will to move very aggressively on the free trade agenda. And that's why we have to make a lot of changes in the way we do free trade agreements so that a lot of the benefits can be felt by the SMEs. Because right now, if I'm a small company in the Philippines wanting to export to Thailand or to Indonesia or to any of our neighbors, to avail of the free trade agreements, there's voluminous work involved, including the rules of origin, proving the rules of origin that you comply with them, etc. So the rules and regulations are really meant for big companies. They're not designed for small companies. And so we need to kind of make changes to ensure that the SMEs can participate in an easy manner. We have to make the rules very simple for small companies so that they can feel the effect of the benefits of a free trade agreement. Without that, I think it's very hard to push very aggressively on the free trade agenda.
Thank you. If I could turn now to Minister Lutfi again about this issue of investment. Indonesia has been large increases in foreign direct investment flows in the last 3 or 4 years. But how do you see the AEC is going to change the landscape? And what are the challenges you're facing politically, domestically, in terms of the liberalizing the investment landscape further?
Well, as used to be the chair of the investment board, so I have this experience. I left for Japan for I left Jakarta after the investment board, went to Japan, came back. I look at it and I go like, oh my God, this is like a bad dreams. Whatever I did in 2009, I'm doing it again 2014. So the question, do we have a problem with investment coming from foreign countries? Okay. The numbers shows we don't have a problem. But then my Japanese investor is very detailed. How come in the past negative list looks like this and this one doesn't look like that? Okay. So to be honest, this is the largest democracy in the world. People say India is the largest democracy, but Prime Minister Modi will be elected by 500 people in the parliament. The second largest, they said, the United States. Obama was elected by 58 million people. Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono was elected by 73 million people. So this is the largest democracy. And with that, like in Japan, things move very slowly. And I do not want to be lectured at Parliament of what do I need to do to protect the country. But it's a small times that they realize right away. And the time leaps is getting closer and closer. For example, 10 years ago, 2005, only 15 million people flies in Indonesia. Okay? 5 years ago, that number tripled to 45. Now, 90 million people fly. So what happened? Making Jakarta Soekarno-Hatta Airport with the capacity of 16 million people, now is bigger than Changi Airport, 30.8 million people traveling to Jakarta International Airport, making Jakarta International Airport the scariest airport in the world. Okay? So what happened? Last 5 years, between Lion Air, Garuda, and this low-cost carrier bought probably 600 aircraft. 2 years ago, my predecessor, Gita Wirjawan, had a problem with a trade deficit. Why? Because we bought so many airplanes. And this is deemed to be a consumption, part of the consumptions. So then we have to hire international pilots. You know, these pilots come from Southern European. So if you go with Lion Air, you can hear the English is different, the Indonesian is completely different. So, in 10 years ago, we have a problem hiring international pilots. Today, we don't. Why? Because we have more airplanes and pilots. So this is what's happening in the country. Like my colleague from Cambodia also happened. The services is okay. So the first part when I took this job Valentine's Day. Okay, it's Valentine's Day. So like the third day, the doctor association came to my office and said, by 2015 January, a lot of doctors from Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand will come and swamp Indonesia. The number of doctors and patients in the country is 1 to 1,000. Okay, the number of specialists is like 1 to exponentially 1,000. So this is crazy. So I asked, Professor, where are you coming from? From city of Makassar in Sulawesi. So he took 4 patients at one point. So they just said and put a recipe for 5 medicine. So one of those might, get the disease. So I said, how much do you got paid? He says 300,000, roughly about $30. Okay, a specialist in Singapore costs 300 Singapore dollars to 500. So I told the professor, would it be reasonable for Singapore doctors to learn how to speak Indonesian? And we'll go to city of Makassar and house in Singapore. I'm afraid, you're going to learn how to speak English and start practicing in Malaysia and Singapore. So I'm going to swap that with that too, Minister Teo. So it's just a small realizations. So do I have a problem with cross-border investment? We may retract, some more likely in the services. But trust me, this is a democratic country. It takes 15 years to clear Rapongi Hills, right? Kaicho Sama. That also happening in the country, but the realization is getting sooner and faster. So, like I said before, nothing is easy in Indonesia, but then again, nothing is impossible. So we have no issue. If there is issue, but the issue will become solved frequently and faster.
Thank you. Minister Teo, if I can turn back to you now. We heard a little bit about the rapid growth of aviation in Indonesia. So I think it's a good point to drill down a little bit into some of the detail on the ASEAN Open Agreement that's due to be implemented next year.
Yeah,
How do you see the challenges around that and the benefits as well, particularly given Singapore is such a major global aviation hub?
I was just reflecting what it would mean when the congestion is exported to Singapore, as well as medical professionals from all over the region start practicing in Singapore. It's a lot to chew on. Perhaps turning to a topic that you wanted a specific comment on air connectivity. Earlier on, my colleagues had highlighted that the demand for air travel in our part of the world, and air transport in our part of the world, is going to grow very, very rapidly. And this is really driven by the fact that the growing middle class in Asia is going to exceed the size of the middle class in North America and Europe combined. And it's not going to take a very long time for this to be realized. The estimate is 2030. I would say plus minus 3 to 5 years. And when you think about 2030, it may sound like a very long way off, but a child that is being born today will be eligible to vote in any country by the time we get to 2030. So that just sort of gives you a sense of how, and those of us who have children know how the children grow very quickly. That's actually not a very far timeline at all. And just if you think about just 2014 specifically, of the estimated 800 million new passengers on air travel this year, about half of them will originate from Asia. So that's very significant growth potential for aviation in our part of the region. And if we look at ASEAN specifically, the middle class population by 2030 is again going to be about 50%. And we're talking about 2/3 of them living in cities. So in an urban setting, and in other words, interested to travel and probably able to afford air travel. And so that's the kind of backdrop that we're operating again. And the ASEAN Open Skies, which is coming about in 2015, Secretary Domingo also talked about, if we want to have a sense of what that's going to mean for ASEAN, the EU single aviation market is possibly a reference point. If you recall, the EU single aviation market came about in the 80s and in the 90s, and if that's anything to go by, we can expect in ASEAN a multifold increase in the number of flights and direct city links. Minister Lutfi talked about the very large number of airplanes that Lion has ordered. Today, I mean, if we are very honest about it, there is a fair bit of overcapacity, especially in the low-cost sector. But I think, it is a matter of timing. It causes some pressure on the businesses concerned, but the demand is likely to grow. And in order, to satisfy the traveling preferences of the public, as well as for business needs. So again, back to the EU single aviation market, multifold increase in number of flights, direct city links, and of course with that, I think you can also look forward to reduced cost of air transport, whether it is for passenger travel or whether it is for freight. I think it goes beyond just this idea of a single aviation market being all about demand for air travel. It is also that there has been tremendous effort made in harmonizing the technical regulatory requirements of our region. And I would say, therefore, then it then begs the question, what would be the challenges and what would be the opportunities standing in the way of the growth? I think challenges, a very simple challenge that we all face is airport capacity is really up to this. And this is true of many airports in our part of the world. So there is a lot of need as well as opportunity to invest in airport infrastructure in order to grow the capacity. I would also say that beyond just investing in airport infrastructure and making the slots available for air travel, another very important area of opportunity which I think deserves greater attention is how air transport agreement can be further liberalized. As a bloc, I think ASEAN has made tremendous progress. We have an air transport agreement with China. I think that is a very significant development. It would have been a bit harder for each one of us to get all those air transport agreements done, but as a bloc, we've been able to do it with China. In the works are air transport agreements with Japan, Korea, and possibly also India. And developments in India are particularly encouraging from that perspective. We hope that we will be able to secure further momentum on the air transport agreement. And something that is also possibly a very exciting development. Today, when you think of air transport agreements, very often it's between countries. As a region, we have been able to achieve agreement with China and then some other perhaps along the way. But there is potential for a region-to-region, a world-first, region-to-region air transport agreement, and that is between ASEAN and the European Union. Just a few months ago, when Singapore held the aviation summit raised, there is definitely interest on the part of ASEAN member states, and we also see growing interest amongst EU states. It's not easy. It will take some time to materialize, but that, again, is potentially something that could be a game changer, an air transport agreement between EU and ASEAN. So that's something that is worth paying attention to.
Thank you very much. If I could turn to you, Senior Minister Chantal, to talk about other aspects of connectivity from the Cambodian perspective in terms of other forms of infrastructure. Where do you see the priorities in terms of Cambodia's priorities for connectivity?
Thank you very much. Just like Mr. mentioned about connectivity, it's important for ASEAN if you want to EAC to be successful. And in ASEAN's connectivity master plan, there's one major project in Cambodia, it's a flagship project called Singapore Kunming Railing Project that connect the train from Singapore, Malaysia, to Thailand, to Cambodia, and to Vietnam, and then to China. So we do our part right now, first to connect Cambodia Railway to the State Railway of Thailand. So at least good, and people can travel from Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and to Cambodia. That's the first part. The second part would be the second missing link that connect Cambodia to Vietnam. Now, the ASEAN leaders all agree, committed since 1995 to get this missing link done by 2015. But today, we have not realized that project because of lack of funding. So Cambodia will not, obviously, cannot invest alone $700 million for that missing link. And if we only 1 or 2 trains per day, so economically, it's not good for Cambodia to invest in the $700 million projects. But as an ASEAN, we should look into, who will benefit from all this? All the way from Singapore to China. So maybe each country that benefit from this will have to work together with Cambodia to contribute to build this missing link so that they can ship goods all the way to China. But also upgrade our deep sea port in Sinopville. We just built a new container port along the Mekong River. So both deep sea port of Sinopville and the Mekong River port has been built. We invest heavily in the road that connecting Cambodia with Vietnam, Cambodia with Thailand, Cambodia with Laos. It's part of ASEAN highway network system. So we're doing a lot but still not enough. So we need the private sector to participate in major infrastructure, i.e. build the major highway linking economic pole of Phnom Penh to Singapore pole, a 4-lane highway, for example, to our deep seaport. So encourage the private sector to participate in this PPP project and infrastructure in Cambodia. Power plant, we also invest heavily in power plant that on hydro, but again, it's based on the participation of the private sector. We do not have enough funding to do ourselves, so we rely on the private sector to participate in infrastructure in Cambodia. Now the issues not only infrastructure. In the master plan, we talk about institution connectivity, the legal framework. You have a road, a railway, but if we do not agree on the cross-border agreement, we still cannot establish as of today the ASEAN single window. I don't think we can get it done by 2015. And we try, but I think we're going to get it done. So we got to start with a national single window first. Or can I get it done? For example, let's take one issue with custom. We can send our custom from Cambodia to sit on the water on the Vietnamese side to work there for a single window, single stop. But the Vietnamese custom cannot come to Cambodia because the law in Vietnam does not allow them to come to work in Cambodia. Okay, so unless that change, we're going to have a problem. The bottleneck is the software, not the hardware. Hardware is one side, but the software is a major issue that ASEAN leaders need to work together to improve that institutional connectivity. All the good highways and the ports will not work.
Thank you very much for those comments. I'm going to open this up in a moment to questions from the floor. So if you have a question, if you could raise your hand. But while you're thinking of your questions, let me ask Minister Mustafa Mohammed to give some thoughts on the linkages between the AEC and other trade liberalization initiatives in the Asia Pacific. There's been obviously a lot of focus on the Trans-Pacific Partnership and also the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership as well. How do you see the links between these initiatives? How important is the AEC as a foundation block for some of these other trade liberalization initiatives?
Let me go back to the preceding discussion. Give me a minute or so before I move to the question of AEC. 2 points. One is the development of border towns between, say, Thailand and Malaysia, and Cambodia and Thailand and Malaysia, Singapore, Malaysia, Brunei, Philippines, Malaysia. This is something that's gaining momentum. And in our experience, border towns are booming. For example, in north between Malaysia and Thailand, we got this, we're building a big facility, a bigger facility to facilitate travel and goods and services, Malaysia and Thailand, spending more than $100 million between Malaysia and Singapore, the high-speed rail, which will be a game changer. And between Brunei and Malaysia, we just opened a friendship bridge. Between Philippines and Malaysia, we are been talking about air connectivity and seaports. So that's something that I would like to share with you. That border towns are growing, and this is getting support from various national governments. Number two, I think there's a change of mindset. There was a time when we talked about we were competing with each other, cutthroat competition. Now more and more it's about collaboration. Yeah. So 5 years ago, aviation, we all want to be hubs: Bangkok, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Jakarta. But now we have all of Manila. All of us are becoming hubs because growth in air travel, middle class. So there was a thing. Now because the market is growing so rapidly, we are talking about collaboration between Malaysia and Singapore, and in various areas. So this, I thought I would like to share a very important point. One is the growth of border towns. Secondly, this ASEAN mindset is coming in strongly in the form of collaboration instead of cutthroat competition. Next, let me return to your question on AEC. This issue of ASEAN centrality, which is very important to us. We have 5 ministers here. Whatever we do, we want to preserve the importance of ASEAN. So when we talk to Japan, we started with what we call ASEAN Plus One, with Japan, China, and Australia, New Zealand, India. We've done that. Now we're moving into what we call RCEP. And this is, we have finished 4 rounds. We're going bigger. So this RCEP is an initiative to further enhance the benefits of all the trade agreements we have signed. So we are committed to free trade, all of us. We have benefited a lot from AFTA, which is ASEAN free trade. We have benefited a lot from ASEAN Plus One. Now we're moving one stage further, which is RCEP. And this is an indication how open we are, how important trade is. And finally, 4 of us are involved in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We finished a day ago in Singapore, a 2-day meeting, which is Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore, and Vietnam. And we see this, all these are being seen as complementary to whatever we have. So we have ASEAN Free Trade Agreement, we have ASEAN, Japan, China, what we call ASEAN Plus One, we have RCEP, we now have Trans-Pacific Partnership. All of us are of the view that this will further strengthen ASEAN. Yeah? This, it is very we're confident that all these initiatives will further strengthen ASEAN to make ASEAN an even more attractive base for production, and also will become more competitive. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could ask Chairman Kojima-san, for Japan, the TPP has now become a very important part of the reform agenda. You see the linkages in terms of TPP and the AEC working together in terms of helping your overall, access to markets in the Asia Pacific?
Well, TPP is very, very important. I always communicating with the government. We should conclude the TPP as soon as possible. And also FTA is also very important. And in that sense, AEC is also very important. And this will be very, good for the economy for each countries, and besides globally. That is my idea. Then talking about the investments, I'm just looking for the what kind of investment we did, and what kind of investment is related to the PPP. And we invested, firstly, resource investment, metal resources and energy resources. Those are very important for Japan. Japan doesn't have resources. That is number one. And then number 2 is the investment for the manufacturing industries in Thailand and Indonesia, and some of the automobile industries we are involved in. And therefore, manufacturing industry is very, very important. And besides, retail industries and superstore or convenience store, now we are investing, not only in Japan, but also the other foreign countries as well. But the very important investment is the infrastructure investment. Infrastructure is the electric power and the water business, and also the railway business, and sometimes port facility we are requested to invest. And so many infrastructure businesses now coming out. And however, as far as the infrastructure business is concerned, we need support from the government of each countries. And besides that, the Japanese government and those countries' government have to communicate each other. And the private company cannot resolve every problem about the infrastructure. But the investment is still there. And also, from now, financial investment business, finance business, and also how to develop the cities and hospitals and so forth. And therefore, from now on, investment is changing. But all those investments are related to the ASEAN countries. Therefore, what's the best way is the TPP or AEC or and so forth. But we have to analyze what kind of risk, what kind of benefit for those countries. This is a very, very important role we have to play.
Thank you so much. I'd really like to now have some questions from the floor. You've got this wonderful panel here. You've got access to some of the key ministers in ASEAN. So please do ask questions. We have one question here first. Is there a mic that can come here? Maybe just speak because it's a small room. I don't know. There doesn't seem to.
It's exciting to hear what nowadays we are. In the real hard steps, I think the software issues spoken are very, very relevant. Connectivity, very challenging. Actually, Secretary Domenico spoke about, all the rules are for the big companies. I come from a reasonably large company. We have investments across. However, I think the fact remains just going through that bureaucracy has been a big step. And therefore, unlocking the investments in each of these countries for the potential of ACR has been a big challenge. And therefore, that paperwork, the software issues of cleaning up that paperwork, even for the larger corporations, is very, very important. And the third thing is statutory regulations and communication on various things which we make in different countries. There happen to be very different sets of regulations in each different country. How do we come to one common standard and therefore facilitate this whole process? That could really unlock the of this, and I really want to hear your thoughts on that.
Does any panel member want to pick that one up? Minister Lutfi, maybe? Would you want to comment on that?
Well, I can see the wisdom behind it. But nevertheless, this is like a company going into a tender. They're friends, they know each other. But when they go to tender, for hearing or for clarifications, they sit on different desks and it seems like they don't know each other. This is what we're facing. But, like I said, the trend is going to be united. What Minister Teo says about connectivity, I think there is a path, there's a silver lining in it. Right now, Indonesia is the stubborn kid in the system. Why? We have right now about 90 airports. We are opening 5. Okay. Another 143 airports. And by the way, this is all Indonesian make. It will not be international make. So we will be the largest constructions of airports. And so next time I'm going to go to Cambodia and start selling airports. But, now the issues is very simple. I asked, this is Indonesian versions of Tony Fernandez, but this is very humble. Tony owns a soccer team. This one does not own anything. His name is Rusdi Kirana, the president of Lion Air. So I asked him, Rusdi, you ordered 279s from Boeing, you ordered another 250 from Airbus. So where are you going to park the airplane? He looked at me and says, boss, honestly, I have no idea. So now he's going to buy more. My immediate thought is, and this is before I took this, this is I'm a relief driver. I'm supposed to do something else right now, retiring from the government. So after coming back from Tokyo, I asked him that question. My thought before taking this job, my thought was, why don't, instead of having these airports across the country, why don't I get his airplane to stop in Cambodia, in Siem Reap, some in Luang Prabang, in Laos, maybe somewhere in Chiang Mai or Chiang Rai, start flying their own routes in sight. Because I don't think Rusdi Kirana can be beaten by anybody in ASEAN. My truly belief. So one day, I believe, Minister Teo, we're going to sit down, instead of having this, fifth freedom, fourth freedom, whatever freedom, just erase this. Just say that this airport just like a parking lot. So it will be toward that way. It may take a while, but it will go toward that way. And this is the same with investment also. Right now, Indonesia also the stubborn kid in the system right now, because we are very hesitate, to do, the FTA and everything like that. For one reason, because we are market right now. Our objective in 2017 will be amounted to be $10 billion. That $10 billion today will be the second largest export from Indonesia after crude palm oil. Can you imagine that? Suddenly, I'm exporting a high-value technology with absorptions of developed skilled labor as automotive. Second biggest export. So after this, I want to know why I cannot sell cars at Minister Teo's house. Why only police car in the Philippines using Kijang Innova, Toyota Innova. I want him to drive my Toyota too, to make sure trade agreement with this country to be efficient. So now Indonesia, from a stubborn kid, will be an aggressive kid and maybe abrasive as well. So it's just a matter of time. Watch everybody, stubborn kid to be aggressive kid.
Thanks so much. Another question here, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I just heard about 2030 and all the connectivity. I didn't hear anything about talent, about people, the skill development, because you have a declining population in Japan. You got, big, amount of population in the Philippines, Indonesia. What is the strategy to bring it all together to leverage, people and the strength of the talent that we probably have in this region for, looking at competing with the rest of the world? And how do you train more of Japanese in the Philippines, for supporting Japan in the future for services, and what do you do about, leveraging this region for, South-South trade, Latin America, which is a market which is as a strategy. We talked about this air traffic connectivity. 60% of the Emirates Airlines viability or traffic today is actually people going from India to the rest of the world, through Dubai, of course, in transit. So I was just wondering, what is the, two areas, one of course with the talent, and otherwise in terms of what are we doing about ASEAN strategy to compete with the rest of the world as one entity, and especially Latin America, for example.
Secretary, would you like to comment about the talent?
Yes. Actually, I can only talk about the Philippine side. And I think Mr. Kumar is with the IT BPO sector here in the Philippines, a big player. We've actually done a lot of work in terms of making structural change in terms of the education and training of our people. For example, we passed a law that completely restructured the primary and secondary education in the Philippines, where we brought it now to international standard, what we call a K+12 program, kindergarten plus 12 years of primary and secondary. And that's being implemented through 2017. So by 2017, we'll be fully compliant with that. We've increased the education budget by over 50% over the last 3 years. We've initiated a lot of new training programs under the government, and they're very nice programs. The TESDA, that's the training organization of the government, is able to train about 1.5 million people every year. And many of the programs, including the training for the BPO industry, the curriculum was developed by the industry itself, but it's being funded by the government in terms of training. An example I'll mention is for the electronics industry. We have training programs that are embedded in the actual electronics producers, products producers. So they are trained in a factory that produces electronics products, and the government subsidizes that training, and we train thousands of people every year. And you know that it's a very successful program because over 90% of those trained, when they get off the program, are immediately hired by the industry. So, and then we also do that now for machining. We started for the machining and many other
Seems
areas.
like this thing's telling us we have to stop. So
yeah, well, just in a quick thing, we believe that there is no substitute really for the training and education of the human resources. If we want to bring people out of poverty, then the only way to level the playing field is by educating the people properly.
Right.
Rajiv, can I just make a quick intervention on
Please,
this one? It's an extremely important area, and it so happens that I was having a conversation with Secretary Arsenio Balitaan, who is the man in charge of socioeconomic planning in Singapore, and in the Philippines. And he said something that I think resonates with us also in Singapore. He said that the path to poverty reduction really boils down to two things. One, you need to do job creation. And a lot of what we are doing here is really trying to promote job creation. But he said a second thing which was very insightful. He said, difficulty that we have today is that we don't have enough of a matching of the skills that are needed by industry and what is being produced by the education system. This is the experience of Singapore too. And even today, we challenge ourselves by asking whether our kids in the school system will have the skills that industry will need 10, 15, 20 years from now. And I think this points to one very important contribution that the private sector can make, which is that in the way we structure our education system, in the way in which we design the curriculum, private sector input is very important. You can't have education professionals just thinking about the future and what skills need to be imbibed in the people that are going through the system. You actually need people in industry. You need people who are in touch with the technology developments. You need people who understand the shape of the economy in future, feeding back that input into the education system so that you can have proper matching of skills needed by industry and what education systems are producing. So I thought I'd just share that. I think that's really fundamental.
I think we can squeeze in one more very quick question here, and then we'll probably have to stop.
That's very kind of you, thank you. I'm Jeff Lippman, and I'm a member of the Global Agenda Council on the Future of Tourism. And listening to all of the discussion, and particularly the comments of Minister Lutfi on the potential for the generalization, as I would put it, of these reforms which are going to lead to large air movements of people. We have been working for 5 years on the idea of an electronic visa. You have the framework for that in ASEAN. If you don't move the people about, then you won't get the advantage of it. And my question is, what prospect do you see for an e-visa-based solution system for moving people around the ASEAN region?
That's a great question and relevant for the whole of Asia. Maybe I could ask Minister Mustafa Mohammed to comment on that.
Well, it's just a matter of time. Everything has gone electronic now. So the question is, when do you want this to happen? I mean, for you, tomorrow or now, yeah? So it's something that's on the cards. Many things are electronic. For example, on customs, we got this pilot project, what we call a national single window. And this is to facilitate movement of goods between ASEAN countries. So electronic initiatives are already in place in ASEAN. And it's just a matter of time. We've been talking about this, I think, in Davos as well, in January this year, about visas, electronic visas, and there are systems in place. In my view, to cut the story short, I think it's just a matter of time that this initiative are embraced by ASEAN member states. Thank you.
I'm sorry that because of the limited time and because we've got a back-to-back after this, I can't actually take more questions, much as I would love to continue this discussion, but I've been asked to conclude on time. So I'd like to end this session by thanking our really excellent panel. I would particularly like to say how dynamic this panel is, and I'm very encouraged by the enthusiasm that we see with the ASEAN ministers here. And I would like to also present each of you, and I'll only give one, but I'll give the others later, a book about the future of Asia. And I think in your hands, our future of Asia is in very, very capable management. So please thank our wonderful panel for their contribution.
You have just seen the interactive session, Connect on Trade, Lifting Barriers to Growth, that was held at the Calapan Ballroom of Makati Shangri-La Hotel. I am being joined by JC Tejano. Robert Tan had to leave a while ago, but JC will be continuing this coverage after news at 1.
Yes, we'll be with you for the rest of the afternoon.
And we witnessed in this forum or in this symposium the discussion on the possibility of free trade in ASEAN. I think it was a very important announcement from Secretary Domingo that the Philippines is committed to free trade. However, there are probably several considerations that have to be made, particularly while we were talking a while ago, Kathy, on comparative advantage, the niche of the Philippines, what will be our main products for this possible free trade area.
Secretary Domingo has also discussed the benefits of trade liberalization on the Philippine economy, but he also said that there are several concerns with regard to SMEs and the need to improve the laws and regulation with regard to small and medium enterprises. We will continue our special coverage of the World Economic Forum on East Asia after our newscast, so please stay tuned. JC Tejano and Attorney JJ Atienza will be joining you. Good afternoon, I'm Kathy San Gabriel.
Good afternoon, I'm J.
Good afternoon. We take over Kathy San Gabriel and Robert Tan for anchoring duties for PTV4's special coverage of the World Economic Forum 2014. I am JJ Atienza.
And I am JC Tejano. This morning was a very busy one for delegates to the forum as certain activities took place simultaneously. There was a lot of action going on and there will be more as the forum progresses.
As we know by now, President Aquino is set to deliver a message at the opening plenary session a few minutes from now. And we shall be bringing this to you live from the Makati Shangri-La Hotel. Back on PTV4's special coverage of the World Economic Forum on East Asia 2014, what is competitiveness as defended or defined by the World Economic Forum itself? Competitiveness is a set of institutions, policies, and factors that determine the level of productivity of a country. Ara Perez illustrates how the Philippines has gone far in meeting this definition.
The Philippines is recognized as one of the greatest economic comebacks in recent years, making it the ideal venue for this year's World Economic Forum on East Asia. 4 years into the Aquino administration, the Philippines has nabbed a spot in the field of global competitiveness. According to a report from the World Economic Forum's Global Competitiveness Index 2013, the Philippines ranked 59th, jumping 6 previous year's standing. Meanwhile, among competitiveness in the Southeast Asian region, the Philippines was declared 6 out of 10 countries in Southeast Asia, moving past Vietnam, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Cambodia, and Myanmar. Through this, the Philippines has achieved the moniker Economic Tiger alongside Singapore, Malaysia, and Brunei. As if this could not be enough, the country posts the largest jump worldwide in the International Finance Corporation's Ease of Doing Business Index, going from 30 places to its current ranking of 108. Truly, beyond crisis and calamities, both man-made and natural, the Philippines is made to stand past economies, all set to fulfill its goal of moving from the bottom third of global competitiveness rankings to the top third by 2016. This goal may seem far-fetched, but not to the World Bank. The international organization revealed a 7.2% increase in the Philippine economy in 2013 despite the harrowing effects of Super Typhoon Yolanda. The country owes this growth to its macroeconomic fundamentals, investors' confidence, a huge factor in the foreign direct investment's 20% growth or $3.2 billion in 2013. All this supported domestic demand and expansion in the investment and manufacturing sectors. Private consumption also rose to 5.6%, plus private construction at 8%, materializing largely through the business process outsourcing or BPO industry. The BPO industry, in turn, is one of the biggest sources of job generation and revenues in the country, expected to create around 124,000 full-time jobs in 2014 alone and hitting the $25 billion mark by 2016. Manila's spot as the world's third BPO destination proves of no surprise after all. Government efforts in improving the labor force in all sectors have also been non-stop, as a Social Weather Services survey showed a decrease in unemployment rate from October to December last year's 27.5% to first quarter this year's 25.7% unemployment rate. Remittances from overseas Filipino workers also registered growth at 6.8% year-on-year in January 2014 to reach $2 billion, mostly coming from the United States, Japan, the United Kingdom, and Canada. Just last May 1, the government launched job fairs in over 60 venues nationwide in a bid to boost local and overseas labor competitiveness through services, production, professional, and technical related jobs. In an agriculture-based country, food security has also arrived at its full realization through the utilization of the mechanisms in provinces including Pangasinan, Nueva Ecija, and Isabela. All efforts set at achieving a 16.6% poverty rate in 2016 from its level of 25.2% in 2012. This early, gross domestic product is projected at a 6.6% growth to 6.9% in 2015, one of the most remarkable economic improvements globally. All these figures are tangible testaments that the current administration has successfully sent a clear-cut message to all world leaders that good governance equates to good economic results. So join us alongside the 600-strong delegates of the 23rd World Economic Forum and witness as the country makes history, surely to be etched in the map of the world. For the People's Television, this is Ara Perez.
Thank you, Ara Perez, for that comprehensive report. JC, the Philippines hosts the WEF, or the World Economic Forum, for the first time in the 23 years of existence of WEF. And I think we are gaining ground on this occasion, considering that we have a very good performance in macroeconomics and in a lot of other aspects and components of competitiveness.
Actually, it's a very exciting time, not just for the Philippines, but for Southeast Asia. For the longest time, Southeast Asia has been in the news primarily because of Singapore's growth and Thailand's growth. Now we're experiencing growth from different countries, not just actually the Philippines, but even Vietnam and Indonesia, wherein we can see that the region has a huge potential as an economic force in the global order. So this is an exciting moment, not just for the Philippines, but for the entire ASEAN.
Not just exciting, JC, because I think the president that we have now and the policies that he is imposing and the policies that he is now adopting for the Philippines is attuned with what the WEF's theme is all about, and it's all about global competitiveness. And part of these components are, of course, good governance. And the good governance policies that we have adopted has taken a turn for good, because from once a sick man of Asia, the Philippines is now one of the countries that is being eyed by the global economic forces with regard to investments, especially foreign development investments.
Right, JJ, but Ara makes an interesting point as well as regards natural disasters and catastrophes. She was saying that despite these natural disasters, we are experiencing growth, and in fact, we leaped from the 6th place to the 59th place or 59th rank in 2012 to 2013 in the Global Competitiveness Index, which is in fact despite Yolanda or Typhoon Haiyan. So this is interesting in a sense, because we have to know as well, does this mean that our reforms or our government reforms can actually overshadow the problems of natural disasters in the country? I think though that at some point we have to face this problem eventually.
Exactly, JC. No? Precisely, there are also issues that are being talked about regarding the speed of our reforms that we adopt, specifically regarding the rehabilitation of those that were victimized by Typhoon Haiyan or Yolanda. 6 months after, we are adopting a lot of other policies that will ensure that all these matters that we do to help the victims are being delivered to them on time, because as we know, it's again typhoon season in a few weeks' time.
Exactly.
However, JC, in a more positive note, we see that the Philippines became the role model in terms of, in certain areas such as career advancement for women. The ASEAN region is making us their role model when it comes to these kinds of opportunities for women.
For one, we have had 2 female presidents in the country, but of course that's beside the point. That in fact, in the Philippines, we have probably, one of the highest gender ratings or gender rankings in the world as regards gender sensitivity. So this is really interesting how we can easily break the so-called glass ceiling for female workers, for female managers, and female supervisors. And of course, there is infrastructure. We do not refer only to physical structures, but specifically to systems and networks that can fast-track economic growth. We talk about transportation and communications to facilitate access to markets and the mobility of workers. Let's hear it from Wendy Goma about infrastructure.
It takes strong leadership and governance to sustain a country's economy. The World Economic Forum, as an independent international organization, has proven itself committed to improving the state of the world by engaging business, political, academic, and other leaders of society to shape global, regional, and industry agenda. What basically develops the economy is through infrastructure. Infrastructure are the set of interconnected structural elements that provide the framework for supporting an entire structure of development. This is when the government, private sector, and the construction cooperate all together for one main goal. The Infrastructure and Urban Development Industry Partnership focuses on some of the most pressing economic issues related to the sector and on aligning the community interests with the global, regional, and industry agenda. Many of these ideas and solutions proposed by the WEF resulted to a cooperative success with leaders from government, civil society, and private sector. The main goal of the WEF is to become valuable and internationally recognized partner for all stakeholders involved in the sectors of engineering, construction, and real estate, while shaping the agenda to create real opportunities to gather leaders, raise global awareness, frameworks, and actionable recommendation in the context of improving the state of the world. While its industry partners have opportunities for significant interaction to discuss things with government leaders, experts, and leaders from other industries ranging from financial services, investors, mining, chemicals, oil and gas to utilities, and more. The WEF finds the best region to hold it is in East Asia, since the growth is generally much faster and has been sustained than in other regions. The attack country is to gain investments. It is but the nation's privilege as we welcome hundreds of political and business leaders attending the 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia in the country this week. To this forum, we are expected to showcase our economic success story during the World Gathering. As Secretary Coloma puts it, let us show our visitors why it's more fun in the Philippines to witness the other aspect of Filipino life, such as kindness and hospitality of our people. But despite the string of economic achievements, Coloma recognizes that much more work to be done to generate more jobs, promote growth, and lessen poverty. This region has the world's biggest populations, meaning the biggest number of entrepreneurs and workers, of producers and consumers. While Asia needs to learn from Europe and North America, we have to avoid bureaucratism that will get in the way to more growth and prosperity. We cannot deal with economic development without investments in the infrastructure. The whole having a city, and infrastructure is to bring people together, create new things, and create wealth. For the People's Television Network, this is Wendy Goma reporting.
That was Wendy Goma for her report on infrastructure. This is a very interesting aspect as well of economic development, especially now that Secretary Coloma and practically the entire Aquino administration has declared its attention or focus on infrastructure development in the Philippines.
Exactly, JC. And infrastructure is not just the roads and buildings that we know of. It also includes communication and the interconnection of farm-to-market roads, and also the interconnection between suppliers and companies. Now, meanwhile, there's more to infrastructure than meets the eye, but let's take a break. You are watching PTV4's special coverage of the World Economic Forum on East Asia 2014. And we're back at PTV for a special coverage of the World Economic Forum in Southeast Asia 2014. JC, this morning we have just highlighted in several of the sessions at the Makati Shangri-La Hotel the Philippines' leadership in gender equity, good governance, and social entrepreneurship. So JC, because of this, people have been asking regarding free trade agreement and what would happen to the Philippine economy when these agreements have been enforced.
Right, that was right when I entered the coverage for PTV, and in fact, a while ago they were talking about trade liberalization in the sense that it is possible that we can lower our tariffs so that trade will be easier between ASEAN countries. And I think, as we were talking about it a while ago, JJ, it is also a key consideration as to which products will be the emphasis of the Philippines when it comes to trade with ASEAN, because we're not very different, especially when it comes to the agricultural industry, particularly because we have rice producers in Vietnam, for example.
Which we trained, JC, by the
exactly.
way, years
and
ago.
So which will be the comparative advantage or the niche of the Philippines when it comes to trade with other Southeast Asian nations? I think that's a huge question that we will have to answer, especially considering that there will be ASEAN integration in 2015.
Exactly. And the question that comes to mind is, can the Philippines sustain such integration? How long can the Philippines hang on when we open our trade and when we lower our tariffs towards other products from other countries or from the region itself? Can we sustain it? Can we be very competitive when it comes to all these products that we're supposed to be showcasing? And that's the big question, JC. What product should we showcase regarding this integration?
There was a point made a while ago about talents, about human resources, or the potential of services from Southeast Asia. So I think that's also a possibility for the Philippines, for one.
Well, what we notice is that the BPO industry is thriving here in the Philippines, and most foreign countries would rather contract with the Philippines regarding their business processing offices.
Exactly.
But I don't think that we should simply bank on BPOs. I suppose the Philippines has something up its sleeves with regard to its showcased products.
But you know, JJ, I think we all discuss maybe a little later the laws with regard as well to imports and exports in the Philippines, especially when it comes to professionals and even on our land laws, which you of course know as a lawyer, so we can consult you without any legal fee.
I have a mouthful to say about that.
Right.
Meanwhile, amid a democratic landscape, an election happens every so many number of years. On many occasions, a change in administration affects the laudable development projects of a previous leadership. Either these are stopped or are changed. In many cases, the national welfare can be sacrificed. Freddy Abando asks, what will happen to the economic boom now being experienced by the Philippines when President Aquino's term expires in 2016?
The eyes of the global community is focused on the Philippines for its hosting of the World Economic Forum, a strategic platform to showcase its economic gains in recent years. Leadership in President Aquino's commitment of good governance provided the spark that triggered a series of reforms which led to the rise of the people's confidence in government as an agent for change.
It's a very good opportunity for us to show what we have achieved so far, what this government has achieved so far, because people out there have been hearing about the changes, the reforms, the important developments taking place in this country, but it's very good for them to see personally, physically, to be here, you know, and see it for themselves. And I think at the and for us, what we really want to get out of this is also to excite them even more to invest in this country, to visit this country, to engage with us by trade, people exchange, innovations, partnerships of all kinds.
They recognize that we are one of the fastest growing countries within the ASEAN and in fact within the region for the past 3 years. So it's a recognition and we are very happy about that. And the fact that they're meeting here certainly will also call attention of our local businessmen, our leaders here, to the importance of economic progress and development.
No less than the President's Chief Economic Advisor, NEDA's Secretary General, Arsenio Balisacan, is bullish on the impact of the World Economic Forum as the country intensifies the drive to sustain high economic growth to reduce poverty incidence. The 7.2% GDP growth in 2013 is expected to continue until the end of the president's term in 2016. All sectors of the economy are up for the first quarter of the year. Trade and industry, to include exports, tourism, which is expected to hit 10 million foreign visitors in 2016. Agriculture has gained in food security, especially in rice and corn production. The flow of foreign investments has led to the surge of manufacturing. Information technology has made the Philippines a major global player.
The most basic, the most fundamental determinant of growth is good governance. Without the set of governance institutions, the leadership, particularly in this particular case, the economic leadership that the president has taken, we would not be where we are now.
I think infrastructure has got to be the next big thing that we need to work on. This administration has made headway in education and in health, but in infrastructure we need to pick up the pace. I think number one on our list in the business community for infrastructure is airports, particularly here in Manila, which is the gateway. We reduce airports and add airport capacity.
The timing can't be any better now that we've had witnessed 3 or 4 years of strong economic growth, particularly on the resurgence of industry. I think it enables multinationals and policymakers to witness for themselves the growth and the resurgence that we're talking about.
So much hope is on the horizon for the country. The country's banking sector is solid and stable. Growth has led to increased incomes for consumption and investments. The booming construction is slowly answering the demand for low-cost housing. The skyline of Metro Manila showcases the Philippines' success story.
This is where governance will come in, to make sure that the money that we borrow, the money that we save, will be invested well. And our banking supervision framework is a very, very structure, which is make sure that the banks are well capitalized, so that when they make mistakes, the owners will pay for the mistake, not the taxpayer.
President Aquino's track record in dealing with corruption, which led to more transparency and accountability, is a shining model for other leaders of the world. However, a major concern is what happens after the president completes his term in 2016. Will his successor continue reforms to serve the national interest?
Clearly, leadership with criteria has helped the country. In the past, we've seen leadership without integrity absolutely damage the country. Integrity has to be one of the key factors, I think, behind the success, and I think it's no accident that when all these conferences come to Manila, the number one observation is governance has definitely changed for the better, but the number one question in people's minds is, can we maintain it, and what is it going to take to maintain this? And I think it's institutional of all the policies that we see, and it is leadership and integrity.
For the People's Television Network, this is Freddie Abando reporting.
JJ, Freddie takes a very important question in his report. Will the reforms on good governance continue after President Aquino, particularly because our indicators or our predictions span years beyond President Aquino's term, and in fact decades for some predictions before we reach that status of a major economy in a global system. So it's an interesting question whether or not we can sustain this growth?
I think the answer lies within the ordinary Filipino people who will elect the next leader of this nation. We have to make sure that the next administration or the next leader that we will put there in the palace will be someone who has the strong political will to continue its reforms regarding integrity, as Arturo Luz has said, and not only integrity, but entire picture of good governance has to be painted well, otherwise we will not be able to sustain it well beyond 2015 when the integration happens.
And of course, we can also try legislative institutions to the point that we can legislate maybe anti-corruption mechanisms to ensure that the Philippines will not go back to its past of this so-called culture of corruption.
We will be talking more about it, JC, after this break.
Aarangkada na, higit sa 100 tagapaghatid ng balita. Handang sumuong sa gitna ng aksyon. Laging nakatutok sa mga kaganapan. Sa ngalan ng paglilingkod sa bayan, ito ang bagong PTV News.
And we're back to the special coverage of the 23rd World Economic Forum in East Asia, held here in the Philippines.
Right now, the question that comes to mind, JC, is why Southeast Asia? Because right now, this is the region where nations are seen as headed towards being tiger economies. One of the key areas where the Philippines is posting growth is tourism. It is not surprising, of course, because despite recent calamities, tourists have never been as eager to visit the country as now. This report on tourism from Christine Santos.
At least 2 heads of state and about 600 business and civil society leaders from over 30 countries will be in Metro Manila from May 21 to 23 for the World Economic Forum on East. In its 23 years in the region, this is the first time the Philippines will host a said forum. This was seen as an opportunity to showcase the gains the country has achieved by treading the straight path of good governance. Through the increasing number of meetings, incentive travel, conventions and events or MICE in the country, the Philippines is optimistic tourism revenues will be boosted along with the attainment of tourist arrivals targets in the next 3 years. Last year, MICE accounted for only 12% of the country's total tourism income. But in 2016, Tourism Secretary Ramon Jimenez Jr. said they are hoping to hit the 22% target revenues from MICE under the National Tourism Development Plan. The Tourism Department has projected tourism receipts to hit $6.07 billion in 2014, reaching $8 billion in 2016. To accomplish this, the agency, through the Tourism Promotions Board, has been selling the Philippines as a MICE destination in the travel exhibits and conventions it attends abroad. The government is facilitating the construction of bigger convention and exhibition venues. Looking at the map of Asia, Philippines is a very convenient venue for Southeast Asian nations. The country, being at the center, has the power to cut travel time and conference time for everyone. The Open Skies policy has also made it easier. Sponsoring big forums like WEF would signal the confidence of MICE proponents on the capability of the Philippines to host huge high-level business and economic meetings. During the World Economic Forum, the Philippines hopes to discuss with its counterparts the growing tourism industry and how to sustain the growth momentum. This coincides with the meeting's theme, Leveraging Growth for Equitable Progress, which program is built on 3 pillars, namely achieving equitable progress, advancing models for sustainable growth, and realizing regional connectivity. The WEF meetings would give the government an opportunity to showcase the Philippine miracle, referring to the country's economic turnaround under the Aquino administration. But Jimenez, whose leadership has seen the
tourism sector grow more than twofold over the last 2 years, said the country's turnaround was not miraculous. He further added there is tremendous benefit to good governance. Jimenez underscored the leadership of President Aquino, who he said has focused on tourism as one of the pillars of growth and inclusiveness. This 2014 tourism projects will be receiving 30 billion peso budget from the national government. The budget will target 10 strategic tourism areas in the country, dubbed as International Tourism Gateway Clusters. In the United Nations World Tourism Organization Global Climate Change Forum held in Legazpi, Albay, President Aquino has urgently called for action to address climate change, as it poses grave threat to the public. He also stressed that a friendly climate in the region has a big role in attracting more tourists.
Climate change is real. It is a threat, not simply to our industries or to our economies. It is a grave threat to all our peoples. The sooner we move on a more united front, and the sooner we agree on a systematic effort to address the problem, the sooner we can make a more profound impact on changing the effects of climate change. On top of this, in 2011, we beat our initial 2016 target of 35.5 million domestic travelers, recording 37.5 million in 2011 alone. Allow me to repeat that. We met our target for 2016 5 years ahead of schedule. This pushed us to set our sights higher. Now we have increased our 2016 target to 56.1 million domestic travelers, and we will remain in active pursuit of this target as well.
Aside from WEF and UNWTO, the Philippines will host the APEC meeting next year. Jimenez also said they are also preparing for the Visit Philippines Year 2015, which is an invitation to all to come and partake of the enduring promise of more fun in the Philippines. There is also the ASEAN Tourism Fair or ATF in 2016. According to Jimenez, ATF would be the last major tourism event in the Aquino administration, which they wanted to be big and successful. The tourism sector will not only benefit the country's economy, but also the total employment rate. This as the industry was seen to generate as much as 18 to 20% of total jobs by 2016. Founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, said, progress is only impressive when industry and government leaders are fully committed to equitable distribution and inclusive growth. Philippines is now Asia's bright spot. The country is hoping that its economic comeback story would encourage the public, business leaders, civil society, and governments across the Pacific and the globe to take this opportunity to invest and ride the momentum of this meaningful progress. For the People's Television Network, this is Christine Santos.
Thank you, Christine Santos, and we take you back to Makati Shangri-La Hotel for the remaining sessions.
And so they're not willing to go through the process of difficulty. Throughout the whole process, you want knowledge, you want skills, you want experience, you want technology, but you also want that whole wisdom. So that experience, that wisdom of going through life with lots of difficulties, and you respond in the right way, in a fighting spirit, in the Eastern fighting spirit, you might get a chance to make.
Tessie? No, I guess she has. I agree with him. I don't have much to add on to that.
The Silicon Valley is a very particular model. I mean, it's about a collection of capital that happens to be one place with a remarkable culture and ambience and the whole environment that goes with it. It's a nice thought that one could recognize and replicate that here, but it's worth remembering that the innovation models that have applied here have often been through large corporations doing wonderful things that are truly innovative. I mean, Samsung is giving Apple a run for its money, and the two could not be more different in terms of the way they go about innovating and how they've chosen to do that. So I think we should be careful before we think there is only one model, and it's the Silicon Valley model. Here people innovate through a more collective approach, through multidisciplinary, rather than the hero entrepreneur. The hero entrepreneur exists, but I think one of the challenges we need to put out there is making sure we have an array of role models, and don't lead everyone to think they have to be the next big superhero, because it does start exactly as Mark says. What really matters is what that mom does, or what the small business owner does, and how they choose to build their business over time. Because that's actually more likely to be the model in Asia than thinking somehow or other we're going to transport Silicon Valley and put it into one of these economies.
We talked about how there are various parts involved in encouraging entrepreneurship, the family, education, so on and so forth. Should anyone be taking the lead?
In terms of?
Encouraging entrepreneurship. Should the government take the lead?
No.
Should private sector take the lead?
Entrepreneurs are everywhere. It's a matter of giving them more opportunities in terms of, like for us in the malls, we give them opportunities to market their items or to provide their services. And some of them really go and a bigger business. And also in terms of financial availability, I think this too will encourage a lot of those people who would think out of the box.
I think leadership is very important in this space. And I don't think that leadership rests just with one entity. I would probably expand what you said from government to family to schools, also to things like the entertainment industry. When we speak about role models, we all know that people are crazy about Hollywood films and Bollywood films and Nollywood films. Let's celebrate entrepreneurship through these, because it's a proven way of actually exciting and stimulating thinking and behavior. In our schools, what we try to do is we model behaviors and attitudes. And that, I think, is a very powerful way of encouraging entrepreneurship. It's something that we should look at. But coming to an earlier point that you raised, I think history teaches us something very important, which is those that are high income and low income countries have traditionally had less, therefore are willing to put things at risk. I think for the region, the risk is that as you become more affluent and more middle income, you stop taking the risk. That, I think, is a big danger.
I mean, just on that, government absolutely has a role to play, and I think it's important that we recognise it, because at the end of the day, somebody has to join up what the educators do with what the youth need and what employers are looking for. And I think it's very hard for that to happen if government doesn't step forward and play a real role. And that may be one of the differences, incidentally, between the more individually driven economies of the West and the economies over here, which are driven in a rather different way. But government does have a role to play, and if government chooses not to play that role, then who is it who's going to help align the visions? Who is it who's going to help make sure the curricula are done in a way that works? Now, I love the notion that it could be done individually by lots of entrepreneurial instincts, but I think if we're going to move societies at a scale that they need to move, government has to play a role.
You can't wait for the government. It will take a long time.
Well, I agree with that, but I don't think you can say that government doesn't have a role to play. I mean, I agree completely.
The government has a role to play in every aspect.
Yep.
But, I guess that's why there are entrepreneurs, because it doesn't matter whether there is assistance from the government or not. They know how to navigate their business.
Agreed.
I agree. I think we need to take a bigger picture perspective, that we are all in this one calling, one enterprise, that for the next generation, that we are all stakeholders.
Yep.
But within all this, the government have to make sure that it's not coming out with wrong policies.
Absolutely.
So the worst enemy is not corruption, but it is wrong government policy.
I agree.
So that begs the question, should entrepreneurs be in government? I mean, if you want the right policies to be in place, policies that would encourage entrepreneurship, should there be entrepreneurs in government?
Businessmen should be in government.
James, are you for it?
The spirit of the entrepreneur should be in government. But governments require a different set skills. You've got to understand social, political issues, bureaucracy, and it's just totally different. So there must be a total perspective in this. Not every businessman can go into government and be successful.
But it is important. It is important for entrepreneurs to be in government, a representation.
The entrepreneurship spirit.
Yeah.
One of the things I think is very important in this is that entrepreneurs should be in government, but they should also be in schools. So because entrepreneurs are phenomenally disruptive people.
Yeah.
And if there's one thing that needs to be shaken up is our education systems.
But
we have a global learning crisis today. Don't be mistaken about that. And governments haven't evolved the school model for the last 100, 200 years. And yet they expect better results. And so the only people that have this track record are entrepreneurs. I mean, as the World Economic Forum, the responsibility lies equally with all of us. When was the last time we went into a school to speak? When was the last time that we put out there the opportunity to come and shadow us at work? I think that's really important. I'll buy you a drink later.
Tessie, you were shaking your head.
No, I was just thinking, if you teach them entrepreneurship at an early age, there will be nobody in the classes. I think in school we expect you to teach them how to be disciplined, and then they can gradually grow into and be exposed to more creativity as they become more mature.
A divide between government and business is not a good thing. I mean, I think if you're asking what at the end of the day characterizes the US, the reality is they have a lot of business people in government. We can debate whether that's a good or bad. I think for the entrepreneur, it's not always obvious why they'd want to be in government. But if you say entrepreneurship is about creativity, not taking no for an answer, being able to break down barriers, solve problems,
finding solutions.
You'd love to see them. You'd love to see the entrepreneurs in government. The challenge is more, do entrepreneurs want to get involved with government given all the obstacles that we've just discussed? But the answer, I think, would be you'd love to see entrepreneurs in government because it would close that gap, which unfortunately is all too real, between business and the individual entrepreneur. And if that gap persists and this disconnect between business and broader society, that is not a good environment for business. So somehow or other we have to find a way to close that gap.
Behind this government decisions is the set of belief system, value system, philosophies. If today, by and large, government's thinking is still that the solution of all of society's problems, business, economics, education, what have you, is a bigger government, more regulations.
That's bad.
So I think this needs to change. And the business community do play a big part to influence government decisions.
Strong views. At this stage, I'd like to open the discussion to the floor. If there are any questions, obviously there are. Could we have the microphone, please? And if you could introduce yourself first. Is there a microphone in the house? Could you please stand up and introduce yourself, please? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Vivian Lau from Junior Achievement Asia Pacific. The work that we do is exactly inspiring and preparing young people to succeed in a global economy. So I could not have been in a happier forum. I've got two questions. I think, Kevin, you spoke about the disconnect between the skills needed and education. James, education is a process of creativity, thinking out of the box. Now, does it call for a bigger role that companies can play in involving with the education? Because exactly to the point that Vickers made, right now education most of the time is a lifelong profession, which means by definition there is a disconnect. The second question that I have is actually about taking risks, because you talk about encouraging young people to take risks when they are young. How about corporations? Are you being entrepreneurial with your policy? Are you taking risks?
Yes, we are. We're taking risks in recruiting the people that we're getting, and I lost my thought for a while. Anyway, maybe the other people.
James?
At our group, we are focused not so much on the risk-taking, but more on the needs in the society that's not being met, and how we can meet those needs, build values, and get people to come in to understand those needs and be willing to do things differently, work very hard. And so it's not just about taking risks. It's actually, there's some science in it. There's some science in it. So, go ahead.
No, James.
Yeah, so yes, it is a lifelong learning process, but you've got to have the tools. You've got to have the master key. And it does not come automatically. It comes through proper education. It comes through the proper culture, the proper philosophy, things that we learn at home and so on.
The idea of getting business closer to schools on a regular basis is very appealing. Because I think one of the issues with everybody operating in these parallel universes, the educators, the youth, and employers, is because each is distant from the other. If we can get business people, as Vikas said, into schools talking about what it is to be in business, if business is clear around the skills it really wants, that can only be a good thing. At the end of the day, though, business has to run a business, so there's a limited amount of time. But I do think this notion of being clearer around the skills that employers need and then working back from there is something that's not happening enough. I mean, business does have a role to play here. I mean, part of it is shouting loudly and being clear on what's needed, and that's why science and technology and all that go with it, those courses aren't getting the prominence they need, and they need a bit more prominence, because that's the set of skills business keeps looking for and doesn't find.
So in the UK, we actually have sponsor schools through our academies program, and they have a large input into what happens in that school. I think that's a very positive thing. I think to your point earlier regarding collaboration, I think it was the point you raised. You know, at this event last year in Myanmar, we had a session with Daw Aung San Suu Kyi during the Young Global Leaders program, and I asked her a question in terms of, you know, given where Myanmar is at the moment, where do you see the education priorities of her country? And I was expecting an answer such as science, mathematics, we want more kids to be able to calculate. You know, she floored me by saying that actually what we need to do and prioritize is the spirit of teamwork in our children. Now that plays to a question, that plays to a greater question. You know, there's, at Davos this year, John Chambers actually said that 80% of the jobs in the next 20 years are not yet created. So how do you prepare your workforce for the future, apart from giving them a foundation of phenomenal values? And that's where I think families, schools, and governments have.
On the element of taking risk, actually, I think I agree that actually people have to make these choices, and not everybody is an entrepreneur. But I think we also need to distinguish between voluntary entrepreneurship and involuntary. And when I say that, I guess what I mean is that, like the point raised earlier between like different economies, in periods of crisis or in periods or situations wherein you have no choice but to risk. If you can't find a job, if you don't have if you don't get the right opportunities, you're not going to take it just lying down. You're going to have to take a risk. So I guess in that sense, if you can't get employed, then you have to make do. And I guess, and that's what I would call involuntary entrepreneurship, because you're forced into it. And I see that a lot in our work, but if I were a fresh graduate and I can't find a job, what would I do? And then I'll be forced into a situation where that could be involuntary entrepreneurship, not necessarily by choice. And I think like areas like who encounter challenges and obstacles, you're going to see more and more of that, and maybe that breeds creativity, and maybe that will breed entrepreneurs.
Next question. I'll come here soon.
My name is Kumar, K.S. Kumar. I just wanted to touch 2-3 points that is covered here.
Just one question, please, because there are quite a number of questions out there.
All of them are important questions, I thought. You know, one of the things you talked about the government, and of course, somebody in the business said it's not a good idea to involve government. The question was, how can government, and you asked about the Silicon Valley idea, how to bring it to Philippines. The question was, how do you create an environment of entrepreneurship, innovation, right? There's places you make, like making a startup village. How do businesses collaborate with the governments to create a startup village for young people to come and innovate in one common place to collaborate, right? The young people of today, born after the 80s, are a different kind of people than the entrepreneurship as understood earlier. So how do you mentor them, coach them, support them to bring it all together, and how can government and businesses come together to create those kind of collaborative, culture of entrepreneurship and create an environment to collaborate?
Thank you. Anybody for that question? How do you create an environment of entrepreneurship, collaboration between the government and the private sector?
It's the government's responsibility. The whole community's responsibility, but the government should take the role in creating an environment of good governance. That means the institutions must function efficiently. Things must be transparent. There should be minimal red tapes, bureaucracy, because those are the things that is a hindrance towards more entrepreneurship. The other part is financing. a lot of them, if they do not have financing, a lot of the ideas just won't fly.
There's a long history of government getting things wrong in terms of trying to innovate on behalf of its population, so we should recognize that. I think government can create a framework, though, within which entrepreneurship and innovation can thrive. For example, if you look at some of the things Singapore has done over the years in terms of creating incentives, creating a tax environment that favors business, creating vocational schools that actually allow people to get some basic skills, and doing it in a geographic area where they can get some scale, that can work. So government's role, I think, is to create a framework. I'm a bit hesitant about whether government really wants to dive into the business of innovation, but it can create a framework.
Well, I have a very unique experience on that, just to quickly build, because my co-founder actually went to government. So we actually have a social entrepreneur, my co-founder, going to government. Of course, we've had to separate ways, so there's no political connection now here, but I guess his experience as a social entrepreneur in Hapinoy is exactly the perspective he brings in. And I think that does two things. One is really creating a framework really for micro enterprises, which is our advocacy, to really thrive. And he's created that policy and framework to encourage that. And I guess on another point, because when we were building out this enterprise, we had very scarce resources. So he also has to navigate that. And I guess takes that entrepreneurial spirit navigating now that is no longer in social enterprise.
Question about, the back, please. Could you stand up, please? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joseph. I'm a global shaper from the Auckland Hub in New Zealand. I'd like to thank James for bringing the point of wisdom. That is something that I think is very important when we think about education, but is not talked about much in the education space, entrepreneurship, creativity. So I'm keen to hear your thoughts around how we can incorporate wisdom in the way we train and develop people to be citizens and contributors to the global economy.
I guess each business can have training for their own people, and perhaps that will be creating a generations of more skilled people for for jobs beyond that particular business.
I think when you look at wisdom, you think about knowledge plus experience equals wisdom, in my view. And when you think about that, I think education systems and schools impart the knowledge, but it's the experience side of it that I think lacks quite drastically, and that we have to address.
Over here, please.
Good afternoon. I am Tony Lopez from Business Asia. I'm tempted to ask, why do we need entrepreneurs? In a developing country, we need entrepreneurs to create jobs and reduce poverty. In a rich country, we need entrepreneurs to improve the quality of life and solve problems and make people, very few people, very rich. Why do we need entrepreneurs? But there's no question that we need education. So the problem is improving education, not having more entrepreneurs.
Thank you for the comment. Anybody wants to respond? I will take the next question, because that's more of a comment.
But I agree that the key is actually the education. And so this education, if the end, well, again, it really depends what's the end of education. So the question becomes, who owns the child? If education is only training them to be rich and happy, then that's a problem you've got. But if education is to bring them to focus and develop their biggest talent and understand that life is about a calling, then you've got a good foundation for the kind of things that I think you're talking about.
I'm afraid we've really run out of time for questions. Thank you so much for participating. But before we conclude, I'd like some takeaways from the panelists, and perhaps we can start with Mark.
Yeah, I mean,
what's the key takeaway from today's discussion?
well, for me, it certainly really is that there is a link between education and entrepreneurship, but at least in our perspective, they can reinforce each other. But I guess in the informal sector, entrepreneurship breeds itself.
What I take away is the ecosystem that is led by the role model that we so crave to see in schools. If there's one thing that I'd say to all business leaders and all those assembled here, is actually go to a school, give your time, because I think there's no better service that you will do.
Kevin?
I think a couple of things. Entrepreneurship cannot be taught. It can be inspired, it can be experienced. And I think how you bring that experience.
What actions would have the most impact, you think?
I think the biggest impact is people, when they realize it's something they personally can do. because they've seen someone they can identify with. This is not about film stars. This is about people that we can relate to and identify with. And the more you can make it personal, the better. So a business person who goes to a school, a mom from a small community who opens that store that you're talking about, an individual that can be within reach, that's what creates the role models that this country and other countries in East Asia need. It's a very practical sense. And the reason we need entrepreneurs is because we need individuals who people can relate to and who can inspire other individuals to do great things. And great things, there's no finer thing than to give somebody a job that is value added and takes a whole raft of people from subsistence living to living at a higher living standard that grows and continues. That's what entrepreneurship is. And just to rely on government to do that, I'm not so sure. We need entrepreneurs, and that's what this conversation, I think, has reinforced.
I think entrepreneurship is an option for people who take the regular jobs and for people who, but you need educations to make you think, to make you think of whether you want to take that options or go to corporations or government.
We've had so much progress in Asia over the last 30 years. And yet, if we're honest and look at the other side of the coin, we've got so much problems. We've got so much gaps. The rich, the poor, educated, uneducated, people that are healthy, people that are not, and so on. So it is a real threat whether the current growth is really sustainable. But I think we need to go beyond that to say that this is actually an opportunity, an income opportunity. If we can get income mobility with the right kind of education and training and the right kind of environment, then it is going to be really an opportunity.
I guess on that note, we can summarize today's discussion. Education, of course, holds the key to nurturing entrepreneurship and, of course, job creation. But the education is not keeping pace to what the economy needs. There's obviously a skills gap, which needs to be addressed, not just by the government, but also the corporations, which can incorporate SMEs, even students, into their businesses. Companies can play a part by incorporating startups in their supply chains, make innovation part of the DNA, and hopefully that would help encourage entrepreneurship and give jobs to those who need. On that note, please join me in thanking James, Tessie, Kevin, Vickers, Mark. Thank you very much for joining us today.
And that was our coverage of the education, entrepreneurship, employment nexus. I think there were several key insights that came into this. But before that, we will take a short break. Please stay with us.
Aarangkada na. Higit sa 100 tagapaghatid ng balita. Handang sumuong sa gitna ng aksyon. Laging nakatutok sa mga kaganapan. Sa ngalan ng paglilingkod sa bayan. Ito ang bagong PTV News.
And we're back for PTV special coverage of the World Economic Forum in Southeast Asia 2014. Earlier, JC, we would like to inform all our viewers of what they have discussed, and it's very important that we know about the leaders' opinions on designing solutions to climate and resource risks. They said that we should adopt a business model to mitigate climate change-induced resource risks. And one of the more important and interesting topics is who should take the lead when it comes to adopting this business model of from waste to wealth. And there were some panelists who said that we need entrepreneurs in government, and the spirit of entrepreneurship should be in government. However, there must be a total perspective that is sound. And according to one of the speakers, they said that wrong government policy is the real culprit. Wrong government policy is the real enemy and not corruption, because corruption is actually the product of the adoption of wrong policies. Also, in another simultaneous session taken regarding education entrepreneurship nexus, they said that we must bring business closer to the schools and other industries, because building business, according to them, is a good thing. We should breed creativity, and creativity also breeds income and breeds good entrepreneurs. With regard to global citizenship, they also said that we should build a very sound public-private partnership. What I noticed, JC, with all these sessions, they all boil down to adoption of good governance policies.
And reforms, JJ. But in fact, we have so much to say about these things, but right now we will bring you to a session that was held earlier this morning. It was the Agricultural Transformation in East Asia session. Please watch this.
The arable land, and we can maybe open up more new lands, but the data shows that the arable land on Earth is approximately 1,540 million hectares, and between now and 2050, there's no more land. There's probably 80 million hectares left to be had. So that's 4 to 5%. You can say we want to, on the same plot of land, plot more as a way to solve it. But that doesn't solve the problem. It probably contributes, again, 4 to 5% of the need. So over 90% of the need of the increased food production are going to come from increase in yield. Now, the factors that are against this would be twofold. One, urbanization. As cities go urbanized, they actually want to use more land for urbanization purposes, and they also attract many people from the farm sector into the cities for industrialization. So that goes against what we are trying to do here in terms of producing more food. The second thing is also a very important factor, that is that I hear yesterday that there are 57, age 57 is the average age of the Philippines farmers. And so we are having some challenge of getting younger people coming into the farm sector. The children of the farmers are reluctant to be farmers again. So those challenges continue to place stress on our ability to produce more food. So what are the solutions? Well,
let me just stick with the problem for a sec, if we could. I mean, do you, as a science company, view the problem as a technological challenge, a matter of carving up numbers of people, amounts of land, yield per acre? Is it a scientific and mathematical issue, or is it a broader issue? To what extent do you focus on the pure data and the people involved and the various constituent parts of that organization?
Yeah, as Timur, you alluded to earlier, this is a very complex, big issue. And we as a company, as a private sector company, it does not have the solution to everything in this issue. The part that we can contribute to are fairly limited. They are involved in, first and foremost, science, because we are a science company and we believe that we can do good science to solve some of these problems. In other we can do good would be to educate the farmers. We think farmers are the key ingredient of making this happen for the future, and most of our strategy, if you will, around various countries and geographies are farmers' education. And we need to be able to reach as many farmers as we can to impart on them the knowledge of farming and the knowledge of technology. And the more knowledge they gain, the more money they can make, and the more sustainable they will be, and the more young people are going to stay in the farm sector because of that financial incentives.
All right.
So they're all interlinked.
Now, let me ask Frankie to address this issue as well. I mean, your business is all about interacting with people on the land. What are the challenges involved there? How do you frame this conversation?
Yes, thank you. Well, as we inventorize the problem and the potential, the problem is now that in next 40 years, we need to produce as much as what we produced 4,000 years, last 4,000 years. And we have about over 300 million smallholders in Asia, out of the total 400 over million all over the world. And these smallholders basically are the most vulnerable one. They are independent farmers. They are all what we are discussing here, the technology availability, the ICT, is not being given the right time, and they don't have that sophistication to adopt this. So thanks to actually World Economic Forum to introduce new vision for agriculture, which address about the food security, economic, opportunity, and the environmental issues, environmental sustainability. So this actually can be all come together with the model that we have already introduced in Indonesia, so-called Partnership for Indonesia Sustainable Agriculture. So the platform that we form is like an association with very good guiding principles and very good discipline. And the focus is basically on we allow working group from private sector to lead, includes leading these smallholders, and certainly the government is backup involvement is very, very important. In case of Indonesia, our ministers has been very much involved to the ground to solve the problems and helping to put the policy right, to change the policy to support this initiative. So the whole idea is how to make all those good things, including capacity building, will be done in modular basis. Modular means that, like McDonald's, you find all the solution there, including good agricultural practice, making higher yield, how to get the financing, which is even, let's say the government is saying that please give the financing to them, but the people in the branch, they don't want to give because they do not know whether they can get the money back or not. So out of those instructions, about 3 to 4% only been given out to the farmers. So this is a very good solution, what we have, the PISA Agro. In the beginning, I was very pessimistic, but now we have already about 11 working group in Indonesia. And I think this working group is working very well. And we have, every quarter, we have all this working group presenting their progress in these three matters. We said 20 in increasing in yield, 20 increasing in the income of the farmers, and 20% is reducing of the emission.
That prioritization of, I guess, outcomes is a very important part of policy setting, and something that really needs to be addressed, because I'm sure that different people have different ideas of what those priorities should be. Let's put that on hold for a moment. We'll take a short break and come back and talk about that in just a second.
and that was a session on agricultural transformation in East Asia. And I think this is really a key discussion point for several Southeast Asian nations, which are, well, largely agricultural in terms of their contribution to the economy.
And I think leaders of the region should talk about how they can sustain food and agriculture systems within the region. So let's go back to the discussion that was taken earlier via website.
Priorities involved in setting policy for the future within the context of all the challenges we've described. One of the things that you mentioned just before the break there, Frankie, was the number of smallholders of farm. And I just want to talk about land distribution for a second, because the idea of yield improvement has surely got to be rooted to some extent in size. Commercial agribusiness is the most efficient production method that seems to be out there, and yet in Asia, the average farmer holds a very, very small piece of land. It's very disparate. Do you see a future for greater consolidation of production, of land, of farming effort, or is Asia going to have to find a way, a unique way of solving that issue?
Well, yesterday we have the full of the starting off of the Grow Asia Agriculture Summit, and thanks to the Secretary was very hosting this event, and basically we have few examples that from the Philippine points of view, they have we learned something that they have small what you call it the farmers holding small farm, but they get it aggregate that together, it becomes like an enterprise. So they aggregate get like 10 hectares, 15 hectares, and they can consolidate all those ideas, all those good agriculture practice, and make it into the one smaller enterprise. In case of like Indonesia, we are doing this from the cooperative point of view. So for example, in palm oil, we have planted 9.2 million hectares in Indonesia, the whole Indonesia. We're number one in the world for production. Out of that, 43% is smallholders. And half of that is about 2 million hectares is independent farmers. So-called independent farmers, they just plant without any supervision. So their yield is very, very low. 1 hectare normally is about 5 to 6 tons per hectare, and their yield is only 2 hectares. So we are trying to introduce so-called innovative financing to help these farmers to replant. But to replant, we need to make sure that they are under the one cooperative, few families which have 2 hectares each, under one cooperative, so that the cooperative we can give good agriculture practice. We can, as a what you call it, a big company, we guarantee the loan. So that
let me stop you there for a second, because the whole financing issue is obviously very key. It keeps coming up in all these conversations that we have. So we'll give that its own time for a second. But let me, Estrella, ask you for your perspective on that relationship with the farmers and what we've been talking about here.
Yes, actually, I would like to respond to your question about the land consolidation. Our collective thought for us in the Asian Farmers Association, we need to organize ourselves into clusters. Commodity associations or commodity or cooperatives, because the cooperatives, either production cooperative, marketing cooperative, or multi-purpose cooperative, they will be our vehicle, our instrument, so that we can do production enhancement, we can do linkage to the market, we can do food processing and value addition to our products, and we need the support of government in terms of policies for incentives for cooperatives, incentives for social enterprises, especially led and directed by farmers.
These are the issues involved, but have you seen such a cooperative model working somewhere? Is there a template?
Yes, there is. In the Philippines, I always tell this inspiring story of a cooperative in Bicol, one of the most awarded agrarian reform cooperatives. So they started without land. The government awarded them land through the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program. They started to do land. They planned about how to use their 800 hectares of land. There was about 600 farmers in this cooperative. And now they are the biggest supplier of organic rice in the market today, and they have earned millions of pesos from their biofertilizers, from the chicken dungs that they have been raising.
Minister, let me ask you from a government perspective, though. I mean, how do you consider the question of land use and the question of trying to increase yield while maintaining some fidelity to farmers' interests?
When land is the most important issues for any farmers, and likely in Asia, in Vietnam, many Asian countries, we are going to have smallholders for a long time. Even in industrialized country, you can see also there are many smallholders. So our task is to assist farmers to have clear right with land, so that they can be sure in making investment, long-term investment, and so that they could use land title to borrow credit from banking system and etc. And we have problem how to promote large-scale commercialized production with smallholders. There is some way to do so. That is strong cooperation between farmers and businesses. In Vietnam, we are carrying out a program so-called creating large field owned by smallholders. But I also agree with speakers that it's very difficult for businesses to work directly with many smallholders. We need someone in between to assist both farmers and businesses.
And this is an issue that's come up a lot. I mean, institutions that can sustain and manage dialogue between the interested parties appear to be a key from everybody's perspective. Why do those institutions, why are we having to talk about that? Why do those institutions not exist already?
I think that we have good idea, but another problem is to carry it out. In order to have it effective, first we need to have stable organization, farmers organization, not something for a very short time. That's why it needs enable policy, environment, legal framework, enforced legal framework, and also a lot of attention organizing effort from government side.
I was going to say that we actually have a program in Vietnam, in the Thanh Hoa province, where we work with the smallholder farmers into gathering into a larger. In fact, it's a 2 5-hectare plot of land where we are introducing new hybrid rice seeds into the community. And we are working with the farmers in that community to introduce a good agriculture practice, planting those rice seeds, new rice seeds, and then it will grow at a much better yield than previously. In fact, this program is ongoing, and it will be. We will see the harvest within next month. So that's a good example of us continuing to engage with the smallholder farmers, aggregating into a larger lot, allow them to use mechanized equipment to plant the seeds.
Excuse me, I think that's an excellent point to observe, that when we look at these programs that are helping farmers consolidate and go into larger management units that may be more efficient, we have to make sure that the interests of the investor are aligned with the interest of the farmer. Because there can be, I can imagine situations where an investor may come in, it could be a seed company, it could be a pesticide company, fertilizer company, whatever, that could have short-term or medium-term interests that may in fact not be compatible with the longer-term interests of the productivity of the system. So I think when we look at those models, and I think we have to explore those models, we need to make sure that our interests we're aware of them and that they're aligned. I think another opportunity for the development of these areas that are populated by smallholders, I think there's a real opportunity for novel entrepreneurship, where it's that space between many farmers and a few outlets, that there's a space in there that can be filled by ag services companies that are taking advantage of the newest communications technologies, that aren't stuck in a pattern of extension of research results or what have you, but in fact are creating a new business model for the rural sectors. And I think that is going to be a key success to driving the change in these rural areas. It'll be a bit like how the cell phone revolution completely supplanted the landline industry. And I think we're looking at that kind of rural revolution.
All right, well, talking about changed business models might be a good time to introduce this idea of financing change, options to make life easier for farmers and producers and the businesses that are attached to them. So let me throw this out as a general question to the floor. Anyone want to weigh in on this? Are banks serving the interests of the subject we're talking about adequately? If not, what should be done about it? Anybody?
Well, if I may, this is why, again, this Grow Asia, the platform is very important. As many of the companies like DuPont and many other NGOs are doing a lot of good things. This platform provides the place for people to talk and to find solutions. And the solutions are on the ground where the farmers are. So the farmers, we need to work using the working group as the model has been proven to be progressing well. So all the good ideas will be there, and we address all the problems. So like the banks, why they don't want to give the loan? So we address that. So if we, as the big corporation, we're willing to guarantee that, because we are coaching these farmers, we make sure that we deduct some of those income before for the banks, and then if we have also working with the insurance, like Swiss Re yesterday, we discussed with them how to insure if there's any crop damages from the extreme weather. So all those components will be put into so-called a modular. So we create that as a modular, and then we can duplicate that and what you call it, expand that model.
Minister, what does the Vietnam government think about? I remember that yesterday one of the Philippines Agricultural Ministry representatives was saying what we're trying to do is cut out the practice of farmers having to turn to middlemen for usurious loans in order to try and stop income leaking out into financial transactions. What's Vietnam's view on trying to finance the smallholder?
In Vietnam, we are trying very hard to provide credit to farmers, and the volume of credit has been increasing very fast. That have very strongly developed agriculture for last almost 3 decades. But when we talk to farmers, many still say that they need more credit. And then we are trying to assist both farmers and banking system to meet and to work out better scheme. And I think that first, why the bank are reluctant to provide credit to farmers? Because there is very high risk to deal with many smallholders, and agriculture is risky business. So what government should do, one is to take measure to reduce risk in agriculture, say to prevent diseases, to build up infrastructure, to to cope with drought or flood, and also to work with market to have more stable prices and things like that. But at the same time to assist farmers to have better cash flow. And I think that insurance need to be improved as well.
Okay, you mentioned drought and floods. A nice point to jump off into the issue of climate change. I started off by saying this is probably the biggest challenge of all. And after this, we'll come to the floor for some questions for you guys. But let me just I'll throw it out again, just for anybody who wants to pick it up, because I don't know where to begin with the issue of climate change. I mean, it seems that we've only just even got to the point where the majority of the world is willing to accept that we need to act. So having got to that point now, how do we act? For the farmer, for the agricultural community, for the challenges that we've been talking about, someone tell me how, what's the issue of climate change here?
Well,
everyone wants to go. Let's Bob start.
Okay, well, I think that, we have a pretty clear idea of what's going to be facing us. We know there's going to be floods. We know there's going to be droughts. We know that seawater is going to be intruding. We know that nighttime temperatures will increase, all of which adversely affect crop productivity. We also know that within our crop species, there is sufficient resources to breed into our plant and animal source of food to withstand these stresses. It's not something that's done overnight. It can take a decade, it could take 15, 20 years, but the fact is the tools are there, and with a bit of ingenuity, we know we can create it. Now the question is the framework, the social and policy framework, institutional structures, will they be in place to take full advantage of the potential? So I think that the bricks are there, the mortar is there, but the question is, do we have the architects and the patience to build what needs to be built?
Let's ask the Minister.
I think that climate change is affecting agriculture, affecting us already, and that influence is increasing. And what we should do now, the most important now, is to make everyone aware, and especially to inform farmers, every farmer. And I think the best response must be everyone, not only from the government. And of course, the government have to take action as well. And we need to choose non-regret things and carry it out to assist people to respond to climate change.
Is climate change a big conversation point amongst farmers?
Yes, of course, we don't term it climate change, but we know that the unpredictable weather patterns has affected so much our crops and our yields and our harvest. And this is how we see it, because we have discussed this in our association. Agriculture is very much a contributor for climate change, okay? But it's the kind of agriculture that is chemical intensive, that is what we call industrial agriculture. And therefore, the solution will be more sustainable, more environment friendly agriculture, one that protects the environment, but also produces, gives us higher yields so that we can have income, and therefore we will continue to farm, and we will encourage our children to farm. Okay, but so this is the framework, the culture that we think we should go to address climate change. We can adapt to climate change, but we can adapt it through sustainable agriculture approaches, environment-friendly ones. And when we do this, then we also help mitigate climate change, because these practices also reduces greenhouse gas emissions, which are the main contributor to climate change.
Before I throw it open to the floor, please prepare questions if you would and engage with our audience. But let me just give Frankie a word on this and Sing Chan as well. Frankie, your company, rightly or wrongly, is very much engaged in this conversation, the use of land and its contribution to the issue of climate change. What do you see as being the priorities and the issues here?
Well, I think sustainable agriculture is the only answer. And certainly, how can we really, across the board, do the good agriculture practice? That is our effort together. That's why the public-private partnership is very, very important.
But earlier on, you broke down your policies into a percentage attribution of importance to various. Are you attributing enough of your focus to the issue of climate change?
Well, in terms of Indonesia policy itself, there's no more peatland plantation. That's already we already put the policy in place. No slash and burns. We only plant in those area which is already degraded land. So these are the things that we're working together with the government and the NGOs to make sure that out of those 188 million spacious planning, how many hectares is for conservation, how many hectares is for vegetations. So all those has to be managed in the right ways.
Okay. And final word to you, Sing Chan, before we go to that.
So to us, the climate change, again, it's an emerging issue and it needs to be well defined, and then solutions also more structured and defined. But some of the things that we are looking at trying to mitigate would be, as we earlier, about 30% of the climate or greenhouse gas is connected to the agriculture sector. So if you can find a way to farm it with more sustainable manner, you can reduce that greenhouse gas emission. Secondly, we as DuPont is looking at how we can convert some of the waste, bio-waste, and coming from the crop production, convert that into a fuel and in replacement of the depletable resources.
You have just witnessed the discussion on agricultural transformation in East Asia, particularly adopting methods towards food security in relation to climate change.
And I think this is a very important discussion, especially for the Philippines, which has been undergoing a land reform program for many decades now. Right behind us, you will see the plenary hall or the Tacloban room of the Makati Shangri-La Hotel, where everyone is awaiting the arrival of President Benigno S. Aquino III. And we will witness the President and other dignitaries sharing their views on how equitable progress can be achieved for every Filipino citizen, for every other foreigner in other countries.
I think this is also, JC, an opportunity to showcase the Philippines' adoption of sound good governance policies, the respect for the rule of law, gender equality, and also with regard to our economic policies that we are currently adopting. Specifically, I think the President will also try to showcase our moves towards improving the infrastructure of the Philippines, particularly the roads and the bridges that we are currently considering to build.
As we have said earlier, JJ, this is really practically the apex of the economic boom of the Philippines. So this is the symbolic or the symbolism of how much the Philippines has grown throughout the 4 years that President Aquino has been in office and under the reforms of the Aquino administration. So this hopefully will not just be the peak but will also start up several other efforts, not just from the government, but as they have said earlier from our previous discussions, from entrepreneurs, from the private sector, from even the education sector, to really boost our economy towards the progress that we have all been dreaming of.
Exactly. And the reason why I'm smiling, JC, is I just realized that in 2010 or 4 years ago, the president is sort of prophetic in adopting a single purpose of fighting corruption towards the Daang Matuwid. And now we are showcasing it here, and we are about to witness it as people are waiting for the president to arrive at the Tacloban room of the Makati Shangri-La Hotel.
But before that, JJ, our discussion on agricultural transformation has not yet ended, so we will go back to this session which was held earlier this morning.
Trade between Vietnam and Australia and New Zealand in terms of meat for, and we hope that both two countries are kind, in supporting, also continue to support more trade.
Hi, I'm Cherry Atelano from Manila Hub, a social entrepreneur as well of Gawad Kalinga Enchanted Farm Village University in the Philippines. My question is, how can we inclusively include the farmers in the value chain?
First, as the president enters the Tacloban room of Makati Shangri-La Hotel, he has just gone up the stage with the other world leaders, and everyone's eyes and the world's eyes are upon the leaders of the Southeast Asian nations.
And President Aquino is expected to discuss again equitable progress for all. So I'm guessing this is about sustainable growth and making sure that the gains of our economic growth, our more than 6.5% economic growth, will trickle down to the Filipino people.
And the plenary session is about to start, and we shall witness in 2 minutes the president's introducing the opening. Everybody's being introduced right now, and as everyone take their seat, they are quite expecting a number of discussions that they may have with the leaders of the Southeast Asian nations and what they plan to sustain the growth of the region.
If our viewers remember,
His Excellency Nhan Thun, Vice President of Myanmar. Welcome. A cordial welcome also to you, the members of the government, all the dignitaries here in the room, and particularly to our friends, the members and partners and constituents of the World Economic Forum. And Aquino, 1 year ago, you participated at our East Asia, the World Economic Forum on East Asia. And we were all impressed by what you told us about your reforms, the successes of your reforms. Now we are here to see firsthand what has been achieved and what will be achieved. And I'm sure we all will leave here this place deeply impressed. Such a great potential. A 100 million young people, a growth rate, the fastest growth rate in East Asia of 7%. And let's not forget, this is achieved the biggest hurricane which ever hit lands last November. And it shows the resilience of your country, the resilience of your people to take care of over 4 million displaced persons. I want to use this opportunity to thank you, to thank the government, to thank the people of the Philippines for the warm welcome and the great hospitality we are enjoying here. Let me just make, at the outset of this opening session, 4 principal remarks. This is not a normal conference. It's a workshop. You are not here to participate and to listen. You are here to engage. And Mr. President, I can tell you, having participated in some of the sessions, we want to create a real contribution to your country and to the East Asian region, to ASEAN, in such areas like fighting corruption, like creating a sustainable agriculture, like fostering gender parity, like using all the potential in the 3 areas which you mentioned last year in Myanmar: agriculture, tourism, infrastructure. I should also felicitate you on the progress your country has made in terms of the many parameters: competitiveness, information technology readiness, and so on. So please engage. It's a great opportunity. The second remark concerns the composition of the audience here. I'm pleased to see that we are here not only leaders in government, political leaders, but all business leaders, but that we have a strong participation of civic society, of social entrepreneurs, and of the young generation. It's the young generation which will build the future. And I'm also pleased to note that what we are doing here is observed not only by you here in the audience, but by a larger public, because we want to integrate everybody by the televised sessions, but also by the use, the comprehensive use of social media. This is also not a political meeting. It's a meeting devoted to social progress, economic development. But of course, we need political stability. We need peace in order to advance. And in this respect, I hope that the conflicts we see now can be solved in the best spirit for which the World Economic Forum stands for, which means dialogue, cooperation, and partnerships. And finally, a last word related to the theme of this meeting. We want to use economic growth to create a more just society. Economic growth is essential. Just imagine for one moment, if you grow by 7%, you double GDP every 10 years. So I'm happy to see that the Philippines in 25 will have doubled its GDP if it continues its present growth rate. And this growth is necessary to create jobs. Also at the base of social inclusion. Now, growth alone is not enough. We have to create a just society. We have to foster social inclusion. And the best way to do so, and you mentioned it also, Mr. President, in Myanmar last year, is to invest into infrastructure. It is to invest into education, to empower people is the best way to create an inclusive society, a just society. To provide people with connectivity, physical connectivity, but also virtual connectivity. And finally, empowered people are aspiring for true democracy. And I would like to conclude by quoting the 4 pillars the President of Indonesia, Yudhoyono, has written so much about in his vision. It is prosperity, it is peace, it is justice, and it's democracy. I have now the great pleasure to introduce to you the President of the Philippines, His Excellency Benigno Aquino.
His Excellency Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Nguyen Tan Dung, Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, His Excellency the Honorable Yu Nhan Tun, Vice President of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar, of course, the man of the hour, as always, Professor Klaus Schwab, Speaker Sonny Belmonte, ministers, other WEF officials and delegates of the 23rd World Economic Forum on East Asia, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Several times a year, the World Economic Forum gathers leaders and specialists from all around the world, heads of state, academics, and entrepreneurs alike, in pursuit of a single broad-based vision, and I quote, to improve the state of the world, close quote. I cannot overstate our country's gratitude for the opportunity to host all of you here, and it gives me great pride to say, on behalf of my countrymen, indeed, welcome to the Philippines. Over the course of your visit, I am hopeful that you can make time in your busy schedules to visit our tourist attractions and historical landmarks, which makes us one of the most fun countries on earth. Above that, however, I am also very eager for you to experience firsthand the passion, the patriotism, and the kindness of our country's greatest resource, the Filipino people. Throughout our history, the great turning points that have allowed us to achieve national redemption and progress have been made possible by the collective efforts of the Filipino people. At times, despite the efforts of our leaders, some of you may remember, decades ago, our country was suffering from the cancer of tyranny and oppression that characterized martial rule. Before that period, the Philippines was always being compared to Japan, whether in terms of our economy or even in sports. However, during the martial law years, our fate became dependent on the will and the whims of a dictator who put himself ahead of all other considerations. Ultimately, it was the Filipino people who came together to unshackle our country from the chains of totalitarianism. We came together in a peaceful revolt, in what would be known by history as the People Power Revolution, and eventually we overthrew the dictator. It was the Filipino people who then raised my mother to the seat of power and gave her the confidence in the political capital to finally plant the seeds of recovery and return of democracy to the Philippines after decades of corruption and neglect. In 2010, it was once again the collective efforts of our people that helped me get elected into office. After they and firmly decided to turn their back on almost a decade of corruption and impunity, a decade of lost opportunities. My countrymen flocked to the voting stations to vote for the simple but profound idea that was the backbone of our campaign. And that is, where there is no corruption, there will be no poverty. To this day, the Filipino people provide the strength to sustain this effort. That is why when many of you have praised the achievements of the Philippines, we always point out that the pursuit of large-scale reforms in every aspect of governance is the achievement of the Filipino people. They made the goal of achieving inclusive growth doable, and it is also they who will make it irreversible. For the past 4 years, through the unwavering support of our people, we have enacted reform after reform. We overhauled systems that were prone to abuse. We reformed the way we do our budget, consulting as many stakeholders as possible, crafting the budget from the grassroots up, and implementing what we call the zero-based budgeting, which makes sure that all government spending will corresponding and tangible benefits for our people. We have also empowered our people to take a more active role in governance by, for instance, putting up websites like Pera ng Bayan and Budget ng Bayan, which translate to the people's money and the people's budget respectively. Through these sites, our people can report erring officials to the Department of Finance and its attached agencies, and they can also directly see how the government is spending taxpayer money. We likewise reworked the formula for success in business, from one that required connections to influential people to one that gives value to hard work and innovation above all else. We pursued all those who committed wrongdoing, regardless of their power, wealth, or influence. As you may have guessed, tangling with these very wealthy individuals and sectors with vested interests was not an easy task. But those in our administration were not shaken. Dismantling the culture of corruption was a promise we made to the people. If we truly wanted to improve the lives of our people, we could not possibly shirk away from this challenge. We had to take on all the misplaced sense of entitlement, who believed that they had more rights than their fellow Filipinos. So we went after every individual who committed wrongdoing, and look at the results. My predecessor is now undergoing hospital arrest as she undergoes 2 serious charges, with another one being evaluated by the Ombudsman. The Congress and the Senate removed a Chief Justice from office for failing to declare over 98% of his assets and is in his statement of assets and liabilities and net worth, contrary to our Constitution and our laws. Our efforts were not limited to those in the highest positions. We want to institute integrity throughout the bureaucracy. That is why, through programs called Revenue Integrity Protection Services, or RIPS, Run After the Smugglers, or RATS, and Run After Tax Evaders, or RATE, we have filed a total of 487 cases against those who allegedly committed offenses as of April 15, 2020. These reforms, along with countless others, naturally expanded the resources available to government. The question was, what do we do with these resources we have freed? To everyone in our administration, the answer was very obvious. We had to invest in our greatest assets, and that, once again, is our people. That is why we undertook the large-scale expansion of our conditional cash transfer program. In the span of 4 years, we have more than quadrupled its budget. The program that we inherited covered just 800,000 families, or roughly around 4% of the population. Now we are assisting around 4.3 million families, or about 22% of the population. And this constitutes the poorest of our poor. Through this initiative, we are incentivizing keeping children in school, because that is the primary condition of the conditional cash transfer. Furthermore, just recently, we expanded the program in yet another aspect. Now it covers families with children up to 18 years of age. We believe this will magnify the impact of this program. Based on studies conducted by the Philippine Institute of Development Studies, the income of high school graduates is around 40% higher than those who only finish elementary school. The conditional cash transfer program ticks boxes. We give those in the margins the resources to meet their needs in the short term, while making sure that they remain healthy and that their children acquire the skills to become a productive part of the workforce. Of course, the principle behind the CCT dovetails with the strategic investments we have made in education to enhance the skill sets of the next generation. Since taking office, our administration has cleared the accumulated backlog in classrooms, books, and chairs, which means that our students can go to school with a minimum expectation that they will have everything they need to succeed. Just to give you an idea of the magnitude of this achievement, in July of 2010, when we took office, we found that in order to accommodate all our students in our public schools, we needed to build 66,800 classrooms. The national budget conceivably could only afford to build around 8,000 classrooms per year. This meant that if we continued business as usual, we would be leaving my successor with a backlog of almost 20,000 classrooms. Clearly, this was unacceptable. And yet, despite these unfavorable conditions, our Education Secretary, Brother Armin Luistro, stepped up to the challenge. By the end of 2013, he delivered not just 66,800 classrooms, but 66,813. He likewise erased the 2.5 million backlog in chairs and tables and the 61.7 million backlog in textbooks. Through a convergence of efforts, we have also replaced the 10-year basic education program with what we call the K-12 program, which will give our students more time to learn and understand lessons that will better prepare them to enter the workforce. This program also aligns our education system with international standards, which is necessary for us to seize the opportunities that will arise from regional and global economic integration. Our efforts in the field of health have also been massive. During our time in office, we have nearly tripled the budget of our Department of Health. This has allowed us to significantly increase the percentage of our population enrolled in PhilHealth, our national health insurance system, while also expanding the available services as well as the list of diseases that can be treated for free, especially for the bottom quintile. Nowadays, the poorest countrymen can simply walk inside any government hospital, show their PhilHealth card, and receive the treatment they need free of charge. We are aware, however, that inclusive growth cannot be achieved simply by delivering to our people the services they rightfully deserve. Government must also actively find ways to create opportunities for the people. With this in mind, we have been hard at work to promote the Philippines as the most fun destination in the world, knowing full well that tourism is a sector that achieves inclusivity almost instantly, because even those without extensive training or education can take the jobs it generates. The results are clear. From 2001 to 2009, the term of my predecessor, the average annual growth of international tourist arrivals was pegged at 5.1%. Under our watch from 2010 to 2013, this number grew to 11.6%. Considering that on average, every international tourist spends about $1,000 in the Philippines, the impact of our tourism efforts on our local economies has been nothing less than profound. Another specific example, armed forces are seen as productive factors in any economy. But in our case, we want inclusive growth to reach every sector of society, including even our personnel in the security sector. To this end, we have been transforming idle land in certain military camps into plantations of bamboo, cacao, and palm oil, among others, to create more livelihood opportunities for our soldiers and retirees. There is a simple idea behind all these initiatives. Our people are the be-all and end-all of this government, and we are not content with waiting for the benefits of growth to just trickle down the social pyramid. This is why, from the beginning of our term, most of our efforts have been targeting the poorest of the poor. This year, however, we have expanded the scope of our efforts and are now likewise targeting those who are deemed near poor, or those who are one catastrophic illness or one natural disaster away from going below the poverty threshold. Our goal, to push them further and further away from the poverty line and to empower them to improve their own lots in life. All these results were made possible not simply by a committed government, and more importantly, by the Filipino people. It has been their participation, their trust, and their confidence that has redounded to a government and a country that once again works for the people. The result of all our collective efforts in the Philippines is what you see now. One instilled with a newfound optimism, one that believes in government's capacity to help its people, and one that is widely considered to be among the world's emerging economies. We have always said that good governance is good economics, and the results of our reforms at the economic end are proving us right. In 2013, our economy grew by 7.2%, making us one of the fastest growing countries in Asia. This we achieved despite the seemingly endless succession of natural and man-made disasters that hit our country late last year, which includes the Zamboanga siege incident in September, the Bohol earthquake in October, and the Typhoon Haiyan in November. Additional proof of our economic progress is the renewed perceptions of the international community. In the past year, for instance, all three major credit ratings agencies, the Philippines is investment grade finally. Moreover, just 2 weeks ago, Standard & Poor's gave us yet another upgrade from BBB- to BBB. The World Economic Forum itself, and we thank you all, has drastically improved its outlook on the Philippines. From 2010 to 2013, we have moved up 26 places in your competitiveness rankings, from 85th to 59th. Not to mention, from 2010 to 2014, we have made great strides in the World Bank and the International Finance Corporation's Ease of Doing Business report and the Heritage Foundation's Index of Economic Freedom, improving by 36 spots and 20 spots in each one, respectively. and we are set to build on our momentum and become even more competitive. As our manufacturing sector continues its survival and as we continue to increase our infrastructure spending, more than doubling it from around 200 billion pesos in 2011 to more than 400 billion in 2014. It is evident our country is in the midst of a dramatic turnaround in every sector, and we are intent on continuing this trend and making certain that each and every Filipino enjoys the full dividends of progress. All signs for the future are pointing upwards. According to the United Nations population projections, in 2015, we will be hitting a demographic sweet spot that will last approximately for the next 35 years. Countries in such conditions post an average yearly growth of 7.3% over the next 10 years. We are incredibly poised to take full advantage of the situation, having made strategic investments in education and skills training, which will equip our future workforce with the correct skills to fill the jobs that are and will be created. In fact, we have equipped our Technical Education and Skills Development Authority with the resources necessary to help our people acquire the skills they need to be truly competitive in the job market. From 2010, we have increased our budget by a total of 77%, and the results have shown. According to the data of the Department of Budget and Management, from 2006 to 2008, only 28.5% of TESDA graduates were able to find employment, compared to the study of 2012, which showed that 62.4% of their graduates found employment. The improvement is even more stark when you look at specific industries. For instance, when it comes to the IT BPO industry, TESDA graduates have an employment rate of 70.9%, while the electronics and semiconductor program has recorded an 85% employment rate. Note that these numbers are still improving. According to our TESDA Director General, Joel Villanueva, the most recent batch of trainees for the semiconductor industry has posted a 91% placement ratio. Our efficient allocation of resources has not just allowed us to offer better services and opportunities to our people, it has likewise empowered us to take an even more prominent role in the global community. We are very eager to work with all of you in the World Economic Forum and in the ASEAN community through the Grow Asia initiative, which aims to ensure food security for our region and our world in the long term. In fact, we have just doubled down on food security with our appointment of a new presidential assistant for security and agricultural modernization in the person of Secretary Francis Pangilinan, who I assume many of you will be working with soon enough. Apart from closely cooperating with our ASEAN neighbors in this regard, our country is also intent on taking advantage of the advances in technology to further improve our agricultural output. For instance, we are mapping the topography of our floodplains and river basins through the use of LiDAR technology, which, among others, will help us take a more science-based approach towards building resilient communities. Truly, harnessing the power of technology benefits us in multiple ways. As our entire planet is confronted by the reality of climate change, there is no country in the world that can afford having a government ill-equipped to handle the effects of increasingly powerful weather disturbances. Now it is vital that everything we do, from the planning of our infrastructure to the reconstruction of the homes of our people, take into account the possible impacts of climate change. All our plans, whether they are local or national, are now being increasingly oriented towards a direction that includes resilience in the face of disaster. The most prominent example of this, perhaps, is how we are not simply rebuilding, but aiming to build back better in the communities that were ravaged by Typhoon Haiyan. We are reconstructing roads, energy infrastructure, and communities in a strategic manner, such that our people, our industries, and our economy as a whole are not put at risk whenever a typhoon makes landfall. This is a vital direction to take for any country that wants to ensure its long-term viability, or in other words, its survival. At the end of the day, however, we recognize that the power behind all our efforts, whether in pursuing inclusive economic growth, improving competitiveness, food security, or disaster risk management, comes not from any individual, but from our people. This is why inclusive growth is not just a mantra for us. It is the yardstick by which we measure any government undertaking. After all, it is a participatory public, one that is empowered, and one that gives government their trust and confidence, and a government that never loses that trust, that ultimately makes equitable progress possible. It is truly a symbiotic relationship. As we empower our people to improve their lots in life, they empower us to battle the vested interests that remain in society. Ultimately, it is our countrymen who give us the confidence to continue blazing the path of reform. For the longest time, it has been the patriotism, the willpower, and the wisdom of the Filipino people that has rescued our country from its darkest moments. And now that they have public servants in government fully committed to harnessing their power for good, for the betterment of the nation, our country has the social and economic momentum to go from success to success and truly make waves throughout our archipelago, in the international community, and in the vast, immeasurable ocean of history. I thank each and every one of you, and I bid you all a good day.
Prime Minister, President, maraming salamat po for giving us such an impressive account of where you stand and what your plans are. We are now turning to Indonesia, and I don't have to mention Indonesia, already one of the 20 largest economies in the world, I think fourth largest population in the world, and if the projections are right, you will be among the 7 largest economies in 2050. So we are looking very much forward to your address, President Yudhoyono, and I will have the special honor and pleasure to introduce you, particularly tomorrow, in the capacity to transmit to you only for the 3rd time in the history forum, a Global Statesman Award. Mr. President, please, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency President Benigno Aquino III, His Excellency Prime Minister Nguyen Tan Dung, His Excellency Vice President Nhan Tun, Professor Klaus Schwab, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, let me congratulate President Benigno Aquino III for hosting this event. The selection of the Philippines as the host of this year's World Economic Forum on East Asia is a solid vote of confidence for this country's remarkable economic achievements. This is the last time I will have the honor to address this forum as President of Indonesia. In the future, I will probably be sitting at the back of the room, and I hope Professor Schwab will be kind enough to give me a good seat. So, from the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank Professor Schwab for your solid friendships over the years and for the WEF's enormous contribution to peace and progress. The theme of this year's event, Leveraging Growth for Equitable Progress, is highly relevant for our region and for Indonesia's own development. We live in an extraordinary era. Asia is in the midst of a revolution. This revolution is quite kind than the explosive 20th century revolution, but equally, if not more, powerful. This revolution is powerful because it has lifted hundreds of millions from abject poverty. It has led to an explosion of the middle class. It has changed the face of many cities and countryside. It has soared productivity and creativity, creating and spreading wealth on a scale never before seen in history. And it has changed the way Asians look at themselves, and in turn, the way the world look at Asia. Today, Asia serves as the engines of global economic growth. Yet, despite Asia's epic progress, this revolution remains incomplete. According to the Asian Development Bank, approximately 2/3, or about 800 million of the world's poor live in Asia. 1.7 billion people in Asia still lacking access to sanitation. Around 680 million are without access to electricity. But as an optimist, I do see the glass as half full. I believe our generation is now endowed with the resources and know-how to beat age-old problems of poverty, deprivation, and conflict. And within this region, as I have proposed to ASEAN, we can reach the goals of the ASEAN Development Agenda to double its GDP from $2.2 trillion to some $4.4 trillion by 2030, while also halving poverty from 18.6% down to 9.3%. Thus, the goal of equitable progress is within our reach. In my at the heart of the inequity is the questions of social and economic mobility. I suppose we have to be realistic that there will always be people who are more well off than others. But this becomes particularly problematic if mobility applies only for the few. The key challenge in addressing inequity is how to ensure that those at the bottom and middle also enjoy the same, if not more, socio-economic mobility as those at the top. Hence, mobility for all. And in this way, it does not matter how many billionaires and millionaires emerge, so long as those at the economic bottom also get a ladder to a better life of opportunity and progress. Is this achievable? I believe so. The best way to attain a society which ensures mobility for all is education, the best anti-poverty weapon. One of the problems we face in Indonesia was that the percentage of the poor in universities was very small compared to the middle or upper class. This is why my government launched a new innovation in our education system. We calibrated tuition fees at universities so that different students pay different fees according to their economic circumstances. We also abolished university tuition fees for students from poor families. And on top of that, we gave them a modest living expenses. Another way to promote mobility is by financial inclusion. Since 2007, we have disbursed 150 trillion rupiah of microcredit for the poor, about $13 billion, many without need for collateral. Some 11 million Indonesians have received microcredit loans with very low rate of non-performing at 4%. I can attest to you that a predominant portion of the millions who receive such microcredit have managed to raise their income, save a little more for their future, and change their life for the better. Another powerful way to promote mobility for all is through entrepreneurship, especially among the micro, small, and medium enterprises. I particularly like the concepts of entrepreneurship because you really do not need a university degree to become one. One study found that only 14% of our entrepreneurs have university degrees, and 17% have only elementary degrees, and 4% have no formal education. This means anybody could be entrepreneurs. If Indonesia can build a pool of some 3 million entrepreneurs in the next decade, and each entrepreneur hires an average of 25 workers, that will amount to some 75 million jobs, an enormous life changer for our citizens and for our national economy. All of this is part of what we in Indonesia call a 4-track strategy of pro-growth, pro-poor, pro-jobs, and pro-environment. The overall purpose is to attain sustainable growth with equity. By pursuing this strategy over the past 10 years, we have been able to stimulate growth, reduce inequity, and alleviate people from poverty. The implementation of this strategy has helped create jobs, generate more economic opportunities, and protect the environment. Last year, The Economist named Indonesia and the Philippines as the economic stars of Asia. The World Bank recently placed Indonesia into the world's top 10 largest economies in terms of purchasing power parity, something that was unthinkable just 8 generations ago. McKinsey projected that in 2030, there will be 135 million consuming class in Indonesia. And with that, Indonesia could offer a very lucrative $1.8 trillion market opportunity. I invite all captains of industries in this room to be our partner, and in particular in the development of our ambitious master plan for economic expansion and acceleration. Through the master plan, we are intensifying infrastructure constructions in 6 economic corridors, and we have already disbursed more than $73 billion since 2011. Between 2015 to 2017, we aim to complete around 25 strategic projects such as railroads, electricity, port, telecommunication, and highway with a total value of $8 billion. Here I must add that economic growth and equitable progress are not necessarily the same thing. This is why pro-poor programs have always been at the heart of Indonesia's economic transformation, whether in the forms of free healthcare for the poor, special funding for schools, rice package for the poor, cash transfers, and others. Whatever the global ups and downs, I do believe that the intense pro-poor programs and social safety nets that we have instilled in the last decade will have made the Indonesian economy much more resilient in the face of uncertainty. And that, inshallah, will lift us not just toward equality for all, not just toward equal opportunity for all, but toward mobility for all. Indonesia for the past 10 years have implemented various policies to ensure the realizations of growth with equity. Nevertheless, we do realize that in moving forward, we have and will continue encountering challenges. But with strong determination, Indonesia is convinced that we can overcome those challenges and realize a development for all. I therefore encourage all of you, including the business communities, to continue partnering with us, with Indonesia. Through our partnership, I believe we will create a better future, an achievement that will be long remembered in our history book. As a final point, and although I will no longer be at the helms of my country in mid-October, I wish to assure you that Indonesia's future will remain replete with abundant opportunities, and I am confident that you would not want to miss this momentum. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. What achievement during the 10 years of your leadership of the country. We will come back to it tomorrow. Now I have the pleasure to introduce the Prime Minister of Vietnam.
Thưa Ngài Benigno Aquino,
Your Excellency
Tổng thống
President
Philippines.
Benigno Aquino III,
Thưa giáo sư Lao Sop,
Professor
Chủ tịch
Klaus
Diễn
Schwab,
đàn Kinh tế
Executive
Thế giới.
Chairman of the
Thưa các
World
vị lãnh
Economic
đạo
Forum,
và quý biểu,
its leaders and distinguished delegates,
tôi rất vui mừng
it
tham
gives
dự
me great
Diễn
pleasure
đàn
to
Kinh tế
attend
Thế giới
the
Đông Á
23rd
lần thứ
World
23
Economic Forum on
tại
East
Manila.
Asia, organized in Myanmar,
Sự kiện này
Manila.
thể hiện sự
This
quan
event
tâm
indicates the
của cộng đồng
interest
kinh doanh
of
quốc
the
tế
international business
trước
community
sự nỗ lực cải
in the
cách
Philippines
và
reform
tăng trưởng
efforts
nhanh
and fast
của
growth
Philippines
in the
trong
recent
những năm
years.
qua. Thay mặt chính phủ và nhân dân Việt
On
Nam,
behalf of the Vietnamese
tôi xin
people and
nhiệt liệt
government,
chúc mừng
may I take this
Philippines.
opportunity to express indicates the
Nhân dịp
interest of the international business community in the Philippines' reform efforts and fast growth in the recent years. On behalf of the Vietnamese people and government, may I take this opportunity to express my high appreciation and congratulations to the Philippines. I also would like to express my high appreciation of the active contributions made by the World Economic Forum and Professor Klaus Schwab to the promotion of the region's dynamic development. As this conference is convened, Asia Pacific remains a region of fast and dynamic economic development in the world. However, we also see signs of slowing down of economic growth in some emerging economies in the region. One of the reasons is the drive by the current growth model is ebbing away. And it is time for the region to create new drives for regaining fast and sustainable growth. We believe that this comes from globalization and more extensive international integration in parallel with reform of institutions of market economy towards higher quality and requirements. And also in parallel with social equality, environment protection, faster and more sustainable achievement of the MDGs. At present, countries in the region are capitalizing on the vibrant trend of economic cooperation and integration at various levels for transforming into new engines for sustainable development. Vietnam, for its part, has been actively making contributions to the establishment of ASEAN Community by 2015, promoting negotiations on Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, TPP. The Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and FTAs with the EU, Republic of Korea, customs unions of Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and many other FTAs. I believe that this provides good opportunities for companies to expand their business and investment in Vietnam, as well as in other Asia-Pacific countries. Ladies and gentlemen, growth engine is also challenged by structural reform. and reform of economic institutions. Most countries are giving priority to enhanced governance capacity, infrastructure development, education, training, health, science, technology, and agriculture. The World Economic Forum on East Asia this year's focus on leveraging growth for equitable progress is highly relevant. Vietnam's experience showed that domestic reform must be coupled with international integration, and it is an effective way to generate strong drive for fast and sustainable development. At present, we are continuing to complete institutions of market economy and transform growth model in order to build a highly competitive economy with social harmony, progress, and environment friendliness. Ladies and gentlemen, development is not possible without peace and stability. Vietnam always strives for peace and stability in Asia-Pacific and is optimistic about the future prospects and cooperation development in the region. However, looking back at the overall picture of the region recently, I totally share with the Professor Klaus Schwab's concern expressed at this today and WEF Davos in 2014. That is, the risk of instability is rising. In fact, disputes over sovereignty and territory in the East China Sea and East Sea of the South China Sea have been evolving with complexity and seriously threatening peace and security in the region. At present, over 3/4 of global goods are shipped via maritime transportation, of which 2/3 travel via sea. Any risk of conflict will disrupt these huge flows of goods and have unforeseeable impacts on regional and world economies. It might even reverse the trend of global economic recovery. I would like to draw your attention to the extremely serious situation going on in the East Sea. Since May the 1st, 2014, China has deployed more than 130 ships, including military vessels and planes, to guard the placement of its oil drilling rig at the location, which is 80 nautical miles deep into the Vietnamese exclusive economic zone prescribed by the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. This gravely violates the international law and the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, to which China is also a signatory. The action by China has been directly threatening peace, stability, and maritime security and safety and freedom of navigation and aviation in the East Sea. Vietnam always wants peace and friendship. We have exercised utmost restraint, showed every gesture of goodwill, and exhausted all dialogue channels to communicate with Chinese authorities of different levels for expressing protest and demanding China to immediately withdraw its drilling rig and its escorting vessels from the Vietnamese waters, to ask China to observe the 1982 UNCLOS. However, up to now, China not only failed to respond to Vietnam's legitimate demand on the country, it has been slandering and blaming Vietnam while continuing to use force and escalate its increasingly dangerous and serious acts of intimidation and violence. The entire Vietnamese nation have been protesting against China's wrongdoings. In various localities of the country, people have spontaneously launched demonstrations. and some people have become restive and violated the law. The Vietnamese government has timely contained the acts of law infringement and strictly punished law violators. As a result, the situation have become totally stable. Enterprises, business, and production have become back to normal. Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely thank ASEAN countries and friends in the world for their sympathy and support to Vietnam's protection of national sovereignty and legitimate interest in conformity with the international law. The solidarity and cooperation of the international community, which we hope to continue to receive, and this is essential for preventing acts of international law violation. We hope that you and the Forum will continue to make positive contribution to the building of an Asia-Pacific region of peace, stability, cooperation, and prosperous development. On behalf of the Vietnamese government, may I wish you all good health, happiness, and success. May the conference be crowned with success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. I can only repeat what I said in my introductory remarks. The World Economic Forum is a neutral organization and we don't take stands. But I appeal on behalf of the World Economic Forum to all parties to revert to discussions and dialogue to resolve the situation, which has the potential to create a situation we all do not want to have if we look at our future economically and politically. We are living in a global world. We need global partnerships. We need global peace. Thank you. And I may now ask Your Excellency, the Vice President of Myanmar, to address us. And Mr. Vice President, do you remember we were last year, we hold our meeting in your capital, and I'm pleased to have you back here among us.
His Excellency President Benigno Aquino III, His Excellency President Cicelo Bambang Yudhoyono, His Excellency Prime Minister Nguyen Thanh Xuan, Professor Klaus Schwartz, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor for me to participate in this plenary session. The economic developments in many emerging countries may have various on social and environmental areas. Some of these impacts are visible. However, some are not. The adverse impacts, such as mass relocation of people due to the development of mega projects, point source environmental impact due to the waste coming out of factories, etc., could be highly visible. However, widening rural and urban gap, increases inequity between haves and have-nots, non-point source environmental impacts, having further unexpected environmental consequences, etc., could not be visible. Hence, after experiencing the undesirable consequences of these visible and non-visible impacts that came along with the economic development, more and more emerging countries are convinced of the concept of sustainable development to achieve the balanced development in economic, social, and environmental spheres. Although they are convinced of the sustainable development concept, it is easier said than done for the effective implementation. With the rapid economic growth, environmental problems escalate and inequities are being developed, having adverse impacts on social development, and the important social capital is depleted. to a great extent in many emerging countries. Being a latecomer, Myanmar has a unique opportunity to learn the lessons learned by many other countries. The statistical analysis in some ASEAN countries revealed the positive relationships between economic growth, Gini coefficients, and poverty headcount ratios, showing the evidence of increased economic growth followed by increased inequity, which can be improved to the great extent through poverty reduction. Hence, a nation's effective poverty reduction strategy could play an important role in reducing the level of inequity while experiencing the economic growth. Since Myanmar started opening up in 2011, a great emphasis had been made on the comprehensive rural development and poverty reduction with the view not only to narrow the rural and urban gap, but also to narrow the gap of inequity by geographical areas, by classes of society in different income strata, and by gender. Various measures are being taken for the development of hard and soft connectivity to narrow the gaps. As a result, Myanmar had reduced the poverty rate from 32 to 26% in 2010, and it has been trying to reduce the poverty rate to 16% by 2015. However, challenges are everywhere. Since it is a long-term process, long-term and a sustained political commitment is required. We are thankful to our civil societies inside and outside the country, development partners, the private sector, and the friends of Myanmar that have been working along with us, hand in hand together, despite all these challenges. Some countries in the region have reached a certain level of development. However, they will still be in the middle income strip as long as they cannot address the gap of inequity. In order to overcome these challenges in restoring the equity, various structural changes are required, and some changes may be politically costly. Therefore, it is difficult and delicate. However, Dr. Martin Luther King, if you cannot fly, then run. If you cannot run, then walk. If you cannot walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. Hence, we are indeed moving forward in every step for the inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development. It's a long way to go. However, we are moving forward. I am confident that this section will bring inspiration to understand the importance of promoting growth with sustainable development. I look forward to work closely with all interested stakeholders in shaping the future development of our country, Union of Myanmar. Thank you all.
This brings us to the conclusion of this official opening session. But when the World Economic Forum published its Global Risk Report, as it does every year, this year, the number one global risk, which was identified by a network of over 1,000 experts, was the lack of social inclusion. Not only in the developing world, but also in the developed world. And I think we are witnesses a kind of tipping point where we have to change, and it was confirmed by all four of our distinguished speakers. We have to change the way how we run our economies. We have to remain, as it was said, very entrepreneurial on the one hand, but we have to create also the conditions to make sure that everybody is included into the progress, which means economic development without social progress is not sustainable. And social progress without economic development is not possible. I think that's, in one magic sentence, I think that's a challenge we have in front of us all, not only in those 4 countries which are characterized by fast economic growth, but all over the world. And we all hope for a peaceful world. Now, speaking about entrepreneurship, it was also mentioned that medium-sized, large and medium-sized enterprises, entrepreneurial enterprises, are very crucial to drive the economy. And in this respect, I would like to ask for a very short ceremony my colleague David Eichmann to take the floor. But before doing so, coming back to this question of optimism and pessimism, I think we all, after those 4 speeches, are very optimistic about the future of this region. And I would say the question, and I take a metaphor which was used in the presentation, the question is not so much whether the glass is half full or half empty. I think what we have seen is the fact that the glass is growing and growing and growing fast. So even if it's half empty still, but still we have more water in the bottle, and which means we have more economic progress which is ahead of us. May I now ask first all of you to thank our panelists.
Good afternoon. Today, the Economic Forum is recognizing some of East Asia's most influential high-growth companies that are capitalizing on the growing ASEAN economies and looking towards the global horizon. These companies are innovators and market shapers, and the Forum would like to award their potential for impact in the region and beyond. 10 of the selected global growth companies from the ASEAN region are in Manila today. They represent economic dynamism and highlight the entrepreneurial and innovative spirit that East Asia needs to continue on its path to greater prosperity, integration, and influence. I am thrilled to introduce the East Asian Global Growth Company Honorees 2014. Please join me in welcoming and honoring on stage Acleda Bank, One Arthur Life, Mian Shipi Tractors, Capital Diamond Star Group, Manila Water Company, AA Corporation, Teiji De, VNG Corporation, Tianmin Group, and Minpu Seafood. We're going to take a picture with the heads of state, and then we'll bring this session to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings our opening plenary to a close.
Witnessed the opening plenary of the World Economic Forum with a panel of the different heads of state as well as several executive officials. Namely, that was, of course, President Benigno Aquino III and President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, President of Indonesia. That was also the Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, His Excellency Nguyen Tan Dung, and of course, Vice President Un Nhan Tun of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar. And of course, they were joined by Professor Klaus Schwab, who was a founder of the EF.
And very interesting, JC, is the commonality of their messaging towards the public in that opening of the plenary session. Both of the, or all of their common messages delve upon participatory public as the key towards integration and progress, and the pursuit of large-scale reforms with regard to government, or with every aspect of governance. We are joined here now by our senior correspondent and writer, Mr. Freddy Abando.
Well, thank you very much, JJ, and of course JC. You know, if you look at the speech of the president, it was one great opportunity for the president to underline the gains of the administration and the country over the past 3 years. Of course, the president running on an agenda of good governance, which has also raised the Philippines' rankings in the World Economic Forum over the past 3 years. And of course, the president was very emphatic about this campaign, demonstrated by his statement regarding going grafters in government and citing former President Arroyo as one of those that have really been the focus of this attention, given the fact that in the past administration, scams and scandals was a problem. And we have seen that because of these efforts, the confidence of the international community has risen over the past 3 years. And this is, of course, echoed by the rankings that we have seen in the World Economic Forum on 5 categories. One of them is good governance. You talk about information technology, you talk about tourism, you talk about trade facilitation, and of course the ease of doing business, wherein we took a giant leap as recorded by the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank. So many good news, and that's, I guess, the reason why a lot of the delegates, 600 of them, are here in Manila to see for themselves exactly how the changes have taken place. And it's not just government earning the respect of our people, but the international community. And there's so much reason for our people to hope that government is doing its job. And this was demonstrated, of course, by the statement also of the president about social protection programs for the conditional cash transfer program, which benefits about 4.3 million people. And now this year, because of the gains in collection in sin tax reforms, the government, through PhilHealth, is going to cover 14.5 million families, poor families. And you know, if healthcare was a major concern before, that you have our poor or marginalized sectors, they go to a government hospital and they find themselves not getting the attention they deserve. Now, no, talagang it's open for them.
Well, we understand, and we would like to talk more about the developments that Philippines can show as a sign of readiness towards ASEAN integration. Meanwhile, let's watch the interview of Mr. Abando with the President of the World Bank.
A pleasant day. Welcome to our continuing coverage of the World Economic Forum, and we're pleased today to have our very exclusive interview with Ms. Rachel Kite, the Group Vice President for Climate Change for the World Bank, and is also a special envoy. Welcome, Rachel, to the Philippines. How do you find your experience being here in Manila?
Well, it's great to be back in Manila. It's been a few years, and the city's getting bigger and busier. So it's great to be back, and I've also had a chance to travel around the country a little bit. So a very warm welcome.
Well, since we're talking about climate change, and last year, you know, Haiyan, or Typhoon Yolanda, as we call it here in the Philippines, has been a major impact in terms of disaster. And if you look at the magnitude of the devastation, it's so tremendous that the World Bank itself was the first to commit in the reconstruction process. So how do you see climate change in the future in this country in relation to development from where we are, especially in the countryside?
Yeah, I think that like the Philippines, and it's not alone, but it's one of the countries that is going to be the most affected by virtue of your geography alone. The intensity of extreme weather events and the frequency of those extreme weather events precipitated by climate change means that It's no longer isolated incidents. It's no longer just one part of the country that's going to be affected. This is now something that has to be programmed into the entire national development strategy going forward, and that's been the response of the government. And so while we were very pleased to be able to put $500 million at the disposal of the government very soon after Haiyan hit, and then another $500 million for community-driven development thereafter, what we're now doing is discussing with the government how to build a national financial resilience for the Philippines. Development will be more expensive, building back better, and building resilience into the infrastructure so that when the next storm hits, it doesn't have such an extreme impact. That's going to cost more. Local governments have to be financially resilient, can invest in their agriculture system so that they're not quite so vulnerable, and then households have to be resilient. People need to be able to have the means to be able to bounce back quicker. All of that's going to cost money, but I think the international community is ready to help. And so is the private sector, and so that's the conversation that's going on here, is how can we respond to a call from the Philippine government to really help the Philippines build its entire resilience, so that given that it's geographically sort of in the wrong place at the wrong time, how can the Philippines still grow, still provide jobs, still be competitive, still be functioning?
You know, we've seen, when you talk about typhoons, it's a regular routine. And if you're talking about the threat getting worse over the next few years and trying to build resiliency, and if you look at Haiyan as the basis for determining how government should respond in the future, do you think the current structure of government is sufficient enough to cope with what may come yet in the future, using or Haiyan as a model for that?
So it's a very good question, and we've seen other countries respond to disasters, and we're able to bring lessons learned from Peru and from Haiti and from Indonesia and from New Zealand and from Japan to the Philippines, so that the Philippines can see how others have done it. But the challenges are the same in every country. How do you get central government, local government and communities all lined up and have a flow of funding and a flow of technical assistance that moves all the way up and down? How can you speed up and scale up the response? So housing is a huge issue for the people in Tacloban and the areas around that. So how do you build back to resilient standards, but do that in a quick way? And one of the things that we've learned from Indonesia and elsewhere is that actually making the materials and the funding available to the community, and then having the community build their own houses, just providing support and technical assistance on the grade to which those houses must be built and where they need to be built, can save money and get things moving in a much more quicker way. So there is a lot of learning around the world, and helping the Philippines build that into their ability to respond the next time is, I think, one of the roles that we think we can play.
You know, you speak about RAY, the recovery assistance for Yolanda. It's been 6 months, and if the World Bank has to review what has been going on, are we on target in terms of post-disaster management, in terms of how government is having synergies with local government and with a lot of help from the country's development partners like the World Bank and private corporations?
Well, I think I was able to visit the region earlier this week, and was able to see with my own eyes what's working and what's not working quickly enough.
What's working quickly?
I think there's lots of private initiatives that are springing up. I think there are communities where they have very specific development plans in place, and the mayors know exactly what they need to do. I think getting the funds down that everybody is able to experience that kind of success remains a challenge. In my opinion, is not the most important opinion. The opinion is the government satisfied with its own performance, and are the people who are affected satisfied with the way in which they're being able to get back? Well, I think our role is as a technical. We're there to provide technical advice, and we're there to provide finance, and that only works when communities and government are all thinking the same thing and all on the same page. And I think that is there, but there are all kinds of obstacles to making sure that money flows easily. So now that we're out of the immediate relief phase in most cases, and now we can really think about reconstruction, the question is, does everybody have the same vision for building back a community that will be stronger, that will be more economically dynamic, where we have a chance not just to replace irrigation systems, but to build an irrigation system that will withstand the next storm. And that's a conversation which has to have everybody involved in it, and everybody has to feel an ownership of that. And I think, again, we can bring that kind of advice to the table.
When you speak about reconstruction or rehabilitation, it cannot be a piecemeal thing where one particular group like the national government does its thing and local governments will do its thing. So there has to be some convergence in which conflicts of personality should not be an issue. Is that a problem? Conflict among personalities in national and local government?
I think that's a challenge in every country in the world. We see this every time. So getting central government and local government lined up, it's like a relay, so the baton is handed over from one to the other easily, is something that takes time and attention. And then, of course, we're talking about every sector of the economy. We're talking about the resilience of the agriculture sector, the resilience of housing, the resilience of infrastructure, the resilience of the fishing industry, the resilience of small, medium-sized enterprises in the economic centres. That requires every department of government to fully own the vision of what that building back better looks like. And that's a role for central government, and I think putting somebody in charge. Your job is to coordinate all of this and cutting through the bureaucratic barriers and changing the rules. If they have to be changed, becomes very important. And if you look at countries that do this well, they've found a way to cut through the bureaucracy so that they can move very quickly in the immediate aftermath of a disaster.
If you look at Aceh, and at the same time Haiti, how long did it take them really to recover and see that, the economy is, is alive again, and people are, rising from the ruins and having a whole new life and not threatened by another calamity that will affect them?
Well, they're in some respects comparable, in some respects not. One thing that we know is that the social bonds within the community, the strength of those social bonds, will determine how quickly a community bounces back.
And that has been the interview of Mr. Freddy Abando with the World Bank Vice President and Special Envoy for Climate Change, Rachel Kite. Several of the points discussed were on climate change. So this was really about sustainable development and ensuring our resiliency as a nation.
Well, going with the interview and just looking at the other elements to that, after that interview there was a meeting with the Cabinet Cluster on Climate Change, and the emphasis being put forward by the World Bank is that there is a need for the creation of a national resiliency fund, which is needed to ensure that more resources are spent to prevention, rather than response later on. And we find that, and as mentioned by Secretary Pahe in the meeting with the World Bank, is that the government is about to launch an initiative called as the Climate Mitigation Adaptation Fund. Hopefully that may be done in about 2 weeks. I really don't know how. It will be presented to the President. It has been President Aquino's single purpose to fight corruption and promote transparency in government. This has resulted in a high grade in good governance, and what better venue to showcase good governance than the World Economic Forum of 2014. Sweden Velado tells us more.
Behind a good leadership is good governance. It is the avenue to a more progressive economy and developed nation. Good governance advocates transparency, encourages accountability, and promotes efficiency through development of strategies for quick and effective processes in various administrative institutions.
With the resolve to effect transformational change and fulfill the promise I made in my campaign, which said, kung walang korap, walang mahirap. And translated, where there is no corruption, there will be no poverty.
President Aquino continues to fulfill his campaign promise by implementing programs that conform to good governance. To improve public access and delivery, transactions with government agencies in terms of processing applications for birth certificates, passports, police clearances, and tax filing were upgraded by making it available online. This kind of service reduces face-to-face transactions that usually cause corruption on some agencies because of fixers. Another breakthrough in the Aquino administration is a platform which gathers government data that could be useful for the public. It is called the Open Data Philippines. By accessing www.data.gov.ph, the internet user would be directed to infographics that present visuals such as demographic data on public school enrollment per year level, traffic visualization to find out easiest and fastest routes to get to your destination, and a budget graph that informs the public where their taxes go and how the budget is appropriated by different government departments.
Opening data is about making statistics understandable through the use of reader-friendly visualizations. Ultimately, opening data is more than just making columns and rows of figures for viewing. It is about empowering the people through information.
Not only that, when Typhoon Yolanda ravaged the Philippines, the government created an online information portal called Faith Website, which stands for Foreign Aid Transparency Hub. It presents foreign pledges amounting to 34 billion pesos, where 11 billion pesos is cash and 22 billion pesos is non-cash. Meanwhile, constant efforts of the government to fight corruption is also part of promoting good governance. In fact, according to Worldwide Governance Indicators or WGI, the Philippines in 2012 ranked 33rd in its efforts to combat corruption. In terms of government effectiveness, the country ranked higher in 2012 at 58, coming from 54 in 2009. With good governance, a bright future awaits our country. In 2014, the Philippines is projected to be the strongest performing Southeast Asian economy with more than 6.5% GDP growth.
What ties all these initiatives together is the efficiency and the persistence which we have pursued them. Our determination to let Filipinos truly reap the tangible benefits of good governance. Moving forward, this will continue to characterize our efforts. This will allow us to reach greater heights and move from success to success as we make good governance the norm.
For People's Television, this is Sweden Velado.
Thank you very much, Sweden Velado. The message of her report is this: an environment of good governance is essential towards social progress.
Which was also mentioned by President Aquino. But at this point, Freddie and JJ, we now go back to Makati Shangri-La, where the simultaneous sessions of the World Economic Forum are still ongoing.
Physiology, we were able to reject this kick the can down the road mentality, which is, well, if I solve just a little bit of it, it won't be my problem, it will be my successor's problem. Right? And these have enabled us to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. So we are where we are, and maybe this is one of the accoutrements of success. We're able to host the World Economic Forum in May of 2014, 4 years after the president was elected. I think the key element here is that the resource was always there, and that was the Filipino people. Except that they were shackled and burdened by a corrupt government, corrupt leaders, and I say this also to include myself, an elite that was perhaps more interested in protecting their own interest as opposed to the broader interest. And now we have a situation where there is this virtuous cycle, and hopefully that can continue into the future. So disruptiveness. You know, I remember at the turn of the century in 2000, this was an often made prediction of change at an accelerated pace would be the feature of the coming millennium. And I then paraphrase by saying, be careful what you predict, you might just get it. And that's what we have. And perhaps I can leave for later on discussion some other elements of why I think we've been able to overcome this. But I just wanted to put in perspective what this disruptiveness notion is in real terms from a people who have struggled for generations and now finds their rightful place in the world.
Very good.
Thank you.
So actually we are very encouraged because the words I'm hearing from here is values-based leadership, and that in fact you can build resilience but with the right leadership. I'm going to turn to you, Melody. Exploration for oil, integrated energy company, and you've been places in the world like Tengiz, Kazakhstan, Papua New Guinea. You really love adventure, don't you?
I do.
Tell us your piece on this.
We work in many wonderful countries of the world, including the Philippines and throughout Asia Pacific, and some areas that are prone to natural disasters. But as far as our decision making, I want to talk a little bit about the way that we manage risk and make decisions in the face of a lot of uncertainty and risk, and also how we're prepared to not only manage but respond and have very good business continuity in a disruptive way. So just to kind of frame of course we know energy underpins economic growth, and it enables a transition of millions of people into the middle class. And by 2030, Asia is going to be the largest consumer of crude oil and natural gas in the world, driven by this growing middle class. So we know how important energy is to the region. There's a strong common interest in promoting general energy security across the region, and we think by having good energy security in the region, it does actually promote less disruption. I mean, there'll be less disruption with more energy security. So the world is fortunate that this region, or we're all fortunate that this region of the world has abundant supplies of natural resources, oil, natural gas, geothermal, renewables, coal, and all of those will support the growth in this region, which is really good. We think all forms of energy are needed, particularly natural gas, and natural gas obviously goes into generating power, and reliable power is very important for communities to have little disruption, basically. So Chevron has experienced this firsthand. We're the largest domestic producer of natural gas in Thailand and Bangladesh, and we know that we keep the lights on and we keep business open for business, and when there's a disruption, and that, of course, it's a challenge for the communities. So having reliable, secure supply of energy resources will really play an important part.
So you feel
in stability of the region.
The sense of responsibility.
Right.
For the communities.
But to achieve that long-term investment, we have some very specific processes that we use in our company to assess risk and manage risk. So they're processes that we put in place many years ago to look at just a range of issues such as stakeholder management, technical risk, subsurface risk, cost and schedule delay, and all of our energy developments and our reliable energy are in areas that are prone to natural disaster. So in addition to operating in those environments, use a lot of tools around emergency management, emergency response, many of the tools that countries use to harden their facilities and be prepared for emergency response and disasters. So the key to emergency response is always first prevention. Mm-hmm. So we focus heavily on prevention with our processes, and then it's to be prepared to respond and to focus heavily on business continuity. Now, business continuity for us means not only responding to the emergency ourselves, because we live and work in the communities in which we operate, so we have to get our own families and our employees and our business partners, after an earthquake or after a hurricane, after a typhoon or after a natural disaster, we have to get our employees able to respond to their families' lives, but then we have a high accountability and responsibility to get energy supplies back on, because we know that the energy supplies is what helps the rest of the communities rebuild. So we have kind of a two-pronged effort, and to be in a position to do that, it's a lot of emergency response planning. We do a lot of drills, a lot of processes, a lot of systems in place so that we're very, very well prepared to do that. So, we have one side being a producer of oil and gas and actually keeping economies and communities running is an important role that we play, not to have any disruption that would cause a disruption there. But then we also have the disruptions to our business that we manage through very, very detailed processes that we've used for many, many years.
Good. Just to push you a little bit, then we go on to Alan. How many people are there involved in this whole Chevron exercise that you have to look after?
Well, in the Asia-Pacific region and my region, there are 12,000 employees across our countries, and all are very, very well trained in safety, responding to emergencies, drills, and preparedness.
Good.
And they take, just one other comment about that is that our employees that train a lot in those processes, that, business hardening, resiliency, they take that home. So we take it home to our families and to the communities in which we work and live. So
we'll talk about how you prepare 12,000 people later. Okay. Think about that. Alan.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and also thank you very much for the Philippine hospitality. Really enjoy a lot. I mean, for me and my organization, it's clear that instability and problems are, I would say, our daily work, and with our specificity to work as an emergency actor, mainly in conflict scenarios, and ability to rapid deployment, we are facing now a lot of challenges, and I think that the world today is really marked by imprevisibility. I think that 1 year ago nobody could anticipate what is happening in Ukraine. I mean, the situation in Middle East, also in Sahel. And so we have really to adapt to this new world, and I would say to have a huge faculty of creativity and also of reactiveness. We have also a duty and a commitment to support and strengthen the capacities of national societies, of the Red Cross and Red Crescent to act and also to work with the Federation. And this means that the Red Cross movement is working throughout the spectrum of crisis, disruption from man-made disaster to natural disaster, combining local and international response, and offering a large spectrum of services and expertise. Maybe some words about disruptions, because it's clear that Asia is a region of impressive growth, a lot of successes in many respects, and at the same time it's a very diversified region. And we spoke a lot, and we will continue to speak about natural disasters, but it's clear that we have it's much broader. We have a lot of traditional and non-traditional security issues, armed conflict and violence in we have fragility, tension related to political, religious, and ethnic dimension, territorial and maritime dispute, terrorist acts, etc. I would like maybe to mention or stress two issues which are of concern. It is the strong and in some parts, in some countries, increased nationalism, and also increased inequalities. And this, I think, might be issues to discuss a bit later. And a word also about the fact that most disruption as such are not unexpected. The problem is mainly with the low likelihood of some of them and the high impact phenomena. What is
Give us an example. What do you mean by high impact but low probability? Just one of the examples.
If you take, for example, armed conflict between the time between Cambodia and Thailand, I think we did not expect this. It was a low probability, but it happened. Yeah. When you have Yolanda, the magnitude of this typhoon, I don't think that anybody expected it. So it's this element, but we knew that it was coming.
And yet you knew it was coming, and we could not have preventive measures?
I mean, a lot of preventive measures were taken, but it was definitely not enough. Also, in relation to the magnitude of the typhoon.
Yeah. And how do you prepare leadership for that?
It's preparedness also at community level with the national societies, with the volunteers. I mean, there are worldwide 30 million active volunteers.
So we have 12,000 in Chevron, and you have 30 million.
Volunteers of the record. In my organization, we are 14,000.
Right. So good. So 30 million at a voluntary level.
Yes,
very good.
and the nation societies
yes.
in the countries.
So my follow-up question later will be about how do you prepare the organization community. Kyung-Wha.
Thank you very much, Annie. Just to build up one, as I said, we both belong to the larger humanitarian community, but my organization is the coordinator, the small linchpin that holds together humanitarian action when these huge disruptions have, and we're talking about really big disruptions that are disasters, that are conflict-related mass displacement. And so it's basically our business. Our business is to respond to huge crises that are the result of natural disasters or conflict-related disasters. Yeah?
Give us an example of this small linchpin.
Coordination means bringing together all humanitarian actors so that our actions are well coordinated and there's no gaps left and there's a minimum repetition. Everybody knows that this coordination is absolutely necessary, but the willingness to be coordinated is not always there. So it's a difficult job, but it's the Assembly in 1991 said this is absolutely necessary for the humanitarian community to be effective. So they created this office that is now a part of the UN Secretariat, but works with the larger humanitarian community, which involves the UN agencies, but also the ICRC, IFRC, and the national humanitarian the civil society, NGO humanitarian actors. Because the nature of our work is basically responding to these huge crises, the idea of resilience building sometimes doesn't immediately register risk analysis and risk management. But even the humanitarian community now see that this is absolutely necessary because as we all predict, these huge mega weather events that lead to crisis will repeat themselves.
Okay.
It's not if, it's when. And this area is particularly prone to these mega disasters. And the humanitarians simply do not have the ability to respond with the traditional ways of doing things, with just the traditional actors doing things. So very happy to come to WEF and see that there's a great deal of willingness and readiness and already good practices of private sector actors getting in on the humanitarian side of things. So I think this multi-sectoral partnership to prepare for and also to respond to crisis is really the future. And I think that's the humanitarian discourse is really heading in that direction. But what does that mean for the organization is perhaps something that we want to get into now, or I can, that's a real, a thought piece that triggers a lot of issues in my mind.
Very good. We'll come back to that. Jeff, you understand risks, right? They all tell you that there are plenty of risks. You actually would say Zurich Insurance would be in the right place at the right time.
Absolutely, Eddie. We've talked about micro and macro. I think we've also got to talk about an external. So we take on other people's risks, but at the same time, we have to make sure we're resilient ourselves and able to deal with the commitments that we've made to the people we take those contracts from. That's a process that's become much more sophisticated and has been enhanced continually over the years. So we now talk about risk-based capital, we talk about modeling, we work with regulators to go through stress tests, we do scenario planning, stuff that many insurers were doing themselves, but is now being pushed on us on a consistent basis worldwide. At the same time, we're looking at how we deal with other people's disruptions. Now, that can be a simple issue of somebody's house burning down, and what do we do to help them individually in that situation, providing accommodation for them, helping them buy the repairs to the house, helping them buy the products that they need to refill what they've lost. Or it can be a much more macro issue of dealing with a major weather crisis, as we've talked about. But these crises come in, these disruptions come from many places. Nobody's talked about cyber risk at the moment. Nobody's talked about how we build bigger interdependencies on ourselves as we build smart grids. We saw the major power outages that we had in Italy and the US a few years ago. The smart grids are trying to deal with those, but at the same time, they can smooth out. But if they collapse, it's far worse than what we had before. So as societies got cleverer, it does create potential disruption which is much larger than we had in the past. I could go through pandemics and how travel has changed the whole planning for those. What I really want to get to is that the disruptive effects of all sorts are much greater than they've been. We have to prepare by going through scenario planning. We have to go through and learn from every event that happens, and we have to try and share that around our customer base, other insurers, working with government. So we're in a fast evolving world of understanding our interdependencies better, and we're also becoming more dependent on all those players sharing with each other. I could go on and on, but
Okay.
that's...
So I have not actually bounced this off with all of you before this conversation, but it suddenly occurred to me. Why don't we take a fictitious case? Why don't we take a case study, since I'm a professor? So let's bounce off this case study. Hypothetical, we are all worried about Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, MERS. And that's like low probability, but it could have great impact. We are all very connected here in travel, and tourism is a big thing. Everybody travels. So from a national point of view, if there is a case of MERS in Philippines, what would be the response? Ma?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned MERS because over the last maybe month or 2 months ago, we found ourselves in the middle of the night going to the Department of Health, trying to track down these passengers that have come in who were tested in the Middle East as positive, but once having arrived here, were finally tracked down but then tested negative, knock on wood. From a Philippines point of view, this is a real risk. We have 2 million expatriate Filipinos servicing the needs of the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, Dubai, etc. We have 10 wide-body jumbos coming in every day, mostly filled with vacationing or returning Filipinos from the area. Once they arrive, then they go to our 7,000 islands, and it's quite difficult to find them. So for us, it's a real risk. As you know, this MERS virus is a phenomenon over the last 3 or 4 years only. Not much is known. The symptoms is also not quite. You could be asymptomatic and yet be
negative,
contagious. I mean, you can contaminate people. Right. So far, our preparations have been, one, to try and ensure that whatever is the reason for coming home, to include I'm not feeling well, that the Philippine consulates in the area of origin are sort of more alert so that they prevent the person from boarding. Second, better coordination so that what they know at point of origin, we sort of can still catch them in this sieve or in this trough as they come out of the airport. And then third, which is more long-term, to make sure that each person, as they, this is through the Office of Overseas Filipinos, that there is somebody responsible, that we can have contact numbers and addresses for the families here. Aside from that, it's really just strengthening the general capacity of our healthcare system to be able to address the event, if in fact it does happen. But so far, I find it uncomfortable that I keep saying knock on wood, but basically, you know, it's a little bit, it's a lot of that we haven't had a positive case as yet.
Good. And although your title says you looked after the interior, you've just mentioned 4 to 5 different agencies and ministries.
The interior is pretty much all-encompassing, from the police to fire, and I also have the infrastructure that goes to the village level. So if the Department of Health is looking for somebody, I would be the natural sort of infrastructure to go and find them. Or if people are hard-headed and don't want to be confined, then it would be my infrastructure, or my department's infrastructure, sort of forcibly extricate them from the community and bring them to isolation areas if necessary.
Good. Our whole melody first on this one. How would the humanitarian and the Red Cross respond?
Well, I think the health risks, health disaster risks, is an area that's very much planned for with the WHO in the lead. We just have this recent announcement from the WHO putting travel restrictions on these countries where the polio outbreak has been a serious challenge, such as Pakistan. And once that is declared, there is then intense discussion between the WHO and the national authorities to how to implement that travel restriction. So I think health disease, these are the protocols are there, and the MERS, the newness of the disease is always a challenge. But I think in terms of the steps to take to contain that is something that is quite well elaborated.
Then what would be the worst case disruptions that you really wouldn't like to look at?
Well, I think, you know, this mega natural disaster such as Yolanda has been a huge challenge, an overwhelming challenge, both to the national authorities as well as the international actors. But we always talked about Philippines as being one of the best prepared countries in the world when it came to natural disasters because there's so much of it.
Practice.
Practice.
We have about 20 to 25 such typhoons, not of Yolanda magnitude, every year.
You have a system of preparedness that is very well elaborated and very well synchronized with the international architecture, so that it is very easy for the international players to come in and plug in to the national system in support of the national authorities. And this was exactly what happened in Yolanda. And I think Yolanda's experience will be talked about for many years to come, both here in this region and for us, because there are many good lessons. Also, that steps that need to be revised and improved. But overall, the stories are so rich coming out of Yolanda. But you ask about what does it mean to be that linchpin? Can I give you an extreme example?
For that. Yeah.
For example, I was in the DRC, the Congo, in the eastern region where these armed elements, insurgencies, continue to happen. Last year, the story was the M23. They have given up their arms and now being reintegrated into the government forces. But there was a time when the M23 has again attacked this town called Goma and triggered thousands of new displacements. And these displaced people were spontaneously gathering in this empty public slot. And so, a transit site had to be quickly put together, literally overnight. And I just happened to be there when this was happening. And this in this small area that doesn't look like any larger than a schoolyard. Thousands of people just mingling. And on appearance, it looks absolutely chaotic. But if you look at closer, there are humanitarians, ICRC, MSF, UN organizations, all doing their things, and this young coordinator, an OCHA staff, was there with 3 phones in her hands, answering calls, calling the local authorities, and also calling the M23 commanders. Because it is the humanitarian actors need that access to both state and non-state actors to be able to to be able to bring assistance to populations, whether they're under government control or non-state armed actors' control. So the coordination was in the hands of this young lady holding three cell phones to bring about some sense of order and to make sure that what was needed, the toilets being set up, medical clinics being set up, and so on and so forth. At some point, she got a phone call in very fast French that I could understand. So I asked, "What was that about?" And she said, "Well, somebody called because they need a jackhammer to put up the tents." So it can get as ad hoc and as that. But this is emergency humanitarian response as real as it gets.
Very good. And how do you get them trained? How does this young lady know how to coordinate?
No, we have a series of training programs to make people, to prepare people for this kind of thing. But that's the work. But your other question, how do you keep the resilience of the organization to be able to do these kinds of things? It's a real challenge because, donors don't think of humanitarian organizations beyond.
Annie, I just wanted to talk about the coordinator in Yolanda, Ground Zero, the evening before Yolanda arrived. The Secretary of National Defense and myself, we went ahead to sort of make sure that all that could be done would in fact be done. But I recall that the coordinator, the UN coordinator, OCHA, was very, very helpful, working with our social welfare department, working with us, the police, working with the National Defense for the armed forces, with the trucks to bring in the food and so on. They played a key role in ensuring that every organization, every acronym, every multi-lettered acronym organization in the world would have some place where they could have some information and get some coordination as to what areas were still unserved and what else they could do and so on and so forth. So that's a clear example from the Yolanda.
Very good. And I guess when you're in a disaster, everybody wanted to help, but sometimes there's too much help and you need to bring that in order. I like to open up to the floor. I know that you can't wait to jump in on MERS. You want to say something about MERS, Jen?
Nope.
Okay, can we open up to the floor? Because we only have about 20 minutes and I know that there's a burning issue here. Do you have questions from the floor? If the mic is going around? Oh, yes. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Annie. My name's Andrew Thomas. I'm with Ogilvy and Mather. So we work with a lot of companies in crisis often. For the panel that are here, the advent of social media has arguably removed the option for leaders not to communicate in a crisis. But when you talk about resilience of leadership, how do you find that leaders in today's world are actually stepping up to the challenge of really being resilient in their communication? And as an organization, actually being accommodating of the challenge that leader may be going through and not looking for a scapegoat at that time?
Melody, do you want to respond to that?
Sure. No, with today's social media, any incident in the world is in the news instantly, and we all know that. And I think being that is also as important as being prepared for the incident. And so part of, I talked about a very strong systematic process that we use in our company to prepare for, prevent, and then prepare for emergency response. Part of that is communications. And we not only do we drill crisis management, we drill on pandemics. Using your example of a pandemic, just to share what we would do is we have health professionals all over the world, and as we see a pandemic potential, we'll start escalating that. We'll start communicating with all of our employees. We'll raise the threat levels if it comes up. We'll start talking about it in serious. We know how to quarantine. We know where people are. But we also know how to, we drill the communication. So as we drill on crisis go talk important, simple, some of our incidents or some of our operations are technical, and it's important to not be technical. It's important to be very, very clear about the communication. So we practice that just as we practice emergency response, and I think it's important to do that because news travels so quickly these days, and it's important to communicate.
Right. Would you do the same thing?
Yeah,
Jack?
I think there's something that's not been talked about, which is if you want to be resilient, you have to look at the players. So you can't put non-resilient people in jobs when they're going to be under pressure. You've got to look at the resiliency of your partners and who you work with. So resilience comes from an assembly of a lot of pieces. You talked about the communication over there. One of the things that we know is you've got to hold people back from trying to say things when they desperately want to. It's part of the practice, your melody, but it's also making sure they don't create additional problems, that they don't talk ahead of what they know, that they don't exhaust themselves by focusing on communication when they also need to balance with other decisions that need to be made. So balance is always a critical part. Understanding in advance who all the critical players are and understanding their resilience in advance is very important. And we spend a lot of time choosing the members of our crisis committees and making sure that the balance of the behaviors in those are going to work properly. So it's not just a go through, we need these functions there. You've got to look at the mix of people going into those crisis committees.
How do you do resilient training?
Well, you do, and I think that's the easiest question you've asked. The only way you do it is by going through scenarios and practicing it.
But those are textbook scenarios.
No, I don't. I mean, that's...
Is that good enough? I'm just asking the
But you don't do a set textbook scenario. You bring changes into it. You disrupt people throughout. If you don't disrupt the way people are working through a scenario planning exercise, through a work-through exercise, they're not going to learn anything from it at all. It's got to be disruptive.
Is that enough, Alan?
You know, I started in this activity 27 years ago. So at that time, I would say we were learning by doing. And it's clear that there is a lot of progress. And now we have courses on stress and security, for example, stresses on leadership management. And then you
throw them.
Yes, you throw them, and also you see how they react. For example, if I take Ayan, and it was the same with Pablo 1 year before. It happens in November, December, and then you have a rainy season. And I mean, the people had to work in incredible difficult situation. For example, for Pablo, our people for 1 month were sleeping in tents and working in tents. And at the same time, and to come back to the question about social media, you have, yes, I mean, beneficiaries, they look at what you are doing. It's not only the good you do, but also the good you look at. And this is an additional pressure, and I think it's good as such. And so we developed also beneficiary communication. For example, recently we distributed cash in Ayan-affected areas, and we opened a hotline that beneficiaries can also comment. I mean, if there was something not going well. And like this, we can also react very quickly in case there are any issues. But I think we are in a changing world, and also working practice are changing, but training and support you can give to your staff are really key elements.
Good.
I think this point about communication is very important. I think, of course, absolutely factual, without exaggeration, but without understating the challenge and setting the narrative early after disaster is very important, and this is a key part of our work as the information management entity along with the coordination role. But for staff, it's staff stress counselors are a very important part of our organization.
Yep.
And it's not just the stress that comes with this very, very demanding job, but humanitarian workers in very difficult situations are sometimes targeted and become collateral damage in violent situations. So they themselves go through these traumatic experiences. And how do you then help them to recover from that? and get back to normality. It's a challenge, and I don't think we have it. I don't think you could ever perfect that kind of a challenge, the responses, but we've made huge progress.
Good. Yes, could we have a mic here?
Hi, my name is Kay Kim. I'm a global shaper from the Seoul Hub. Since we're at the World Economic Forum, I'd like to raise the question of national coordination in terms of disaster and risk situations. Like, are there given protocols or like a threshold for the international community to step into a local problem? I guess it's well thought through in terms of developing nations where lots of disasters happen. When it comes to developed nation, I guess it's lesser thought through. Like, for instance, in the case of Japan, and also, like recently in Korea, there was a big ferry accident where 300 people died. And there was problems around, like, the manuals were not there, we're not really well prepared. So how does the international community think about these disasters happening all over the world, when to step in and how?
Great question. It was supposed to be my last question, so you asked it for me. Thank you.
Well, the basic principle of international humanitarian assistance is at the request of the national authorities. And so if the national authorities, the capacity inside the country is sufficient and it works and there's no need for us to go in. But if that's not, and the national authorities call for international assistance, we go in. And in the case of Yolanda, the request was really immediate. And rightly so, because I think the enormity of the challenge was just overwhelming for all of us. So it is really at the request of the national authorities. So a lot of these disasters, we don't go in because the local actors, the government plus the local authorities and the national chapters of Red Cross and Red Crescent societies do excellent work. But you're really talking about really big crisis situations when the international community represented by the UN humanitarian agencies go in. But once we go in, there is a series of protocols that all of us adhere to maximize what we're able to bring to the ground. And I think that was the case in Yolanda, but every crisis has lessons learned, and we are learning a lot from the Yolanda response.
Yes, he would like a mic, a shot. Thank you.
So I guess when it happens, like, that's the protocol, but like what before? Like, what can we do to prevent it? For instance, a country can think that they're prepared and they have all the manuals ready, but sometimes that's not the case. Then can the international community kind of, help monitor their manuals, help manage the protocols and monitor them, so that give them advice about, are you guys ready fully? Are you sure? Like, can we help? Is there some kind of a method to do that as well?
Yeah, I think reinforcing that same question. Yeah, please use the mic.
Because
you are?
Yes. My name is Kumar, K.S. Kumar.
Right.
I'm just thinking about the same thing that the young man was talking about. How do you institutionalize and how do you bring in the best practice? How do you create some kind of a form and dissolve force? But how do you create also some amount of a disaster recovery management institute or some place, in Philippines, for example, and really, who look at institutionalizing, documenting, processing, and also getting more of to come and join as required, and even a lot of other people who want to become volunteers. How do you get them ready to come and join this? So and how do you make the investments for doing that? I just wanted to think about this.
So Jeff, I think Jeff was signaling to me, so I'll let him try.
One of my concerns with this, where the discussion is going at the moment, is it's all dealing with post-event. And actually there's a lot more work needed to be done pre-event to mitigate before it happens. You half touched on that when you say, how do we evaluate preparedness? The reality is, it's not easy to do, and we get anecdotal input more than scientific. We're doing work at the moment, my own company, with a bunch of academic institutions to start getting a method where we can evaluate how ready individual countries and even segments of countries are to deal with catastrophic flood. And it's actually quite a process, but we're now able to evaluate, or we've got the tools, we've now got to implement it to evaluate where individual countries are. We've not been able to do that before, and I think that is a critical piece. When you get into the evaluation and so on, and I'd go back, the professionals are the people here on what you do post-event and how you coordinate it. But there's just not nearly enough investment going into the pre-event.
Let me give you a good indicator of that. In one publication that we did called Saving Lives Today and Tomorrow, which really underscores the need for preparedness and resilience. Of all the development assistance of the past how many years, only 0.4% of that went to preparedness projects.
Yes, same statistic I have.
When it is so clear that for every dollar spent on preparedness, you save $3, $4, $5, $7, $10 on response. So there's an intellectual gap. There's a mismatch between the need for preparedness work and the whole structure of financing, whether it's national governments or international donor partnership. And I think that's just a clear indicator where we're far from our rhetorical commitment to the preparedness work and where we put our money. But I think, all preparedness you can't ever expect it to be complete. For example, in the Sewol ferry accident, I was there on my leave in Korea when that happened, and I can't even begin to describe what a horrific tragedy there was that still lingers. But clearly there was a very blank spot to Korea's preparedness for this disaster.
But I'm just wondering, Mark, you have almost like 4, experiences. Yolanda's the worst. And I thought his point was perfect. Wouldn't there be a repository where Philippines would teach people how to manage an equivalent?
Well, that sort of is connected to what I was going to respond when you were asking about how do you make organizations or people resilient. I said, send them over to the Philippines. After a little bit of time, they'll be resilient already.
Especially around December. Okay.
But having said that, I think that the theoretical desired outcome must be matched with the reality on the ground. I'll give you an example. We are visited by 20-25 storms every year, right? Except that these storms take a typical path. For Pablo, Sendong, Yolanda, this path was not of that pattern.
It looks like the past.
Yeah. So notwithstanding alerts, the president coming on, interrupting national TV during soap opera, when everybody's watching, interrupting broadcasting and saying, this is serious, this is one of a kind, never been done in our country's history. On the ground, when you ask them, well, why did you not leave? I don't know what that storm surge is. The storm does not come our way, so, and that's the reality on the ground. But who will guard my meager possessions? I'm a farmer, or I'm a fisherman, subsistence fisherman doing coastal fishing, and he doesn't want to leave his hut.
Yep.
Maybe the family is able to leave, but there's always one member of the family that stays behind, or there's really an inability to grasp what miles per hour or kilometers per hour or whatever the technical description of the storm may be. But people learn by experience. And now when our weather bureau says possibility of surge, then you see really people moving and behaving different. I mean, we lost more than 6,000 people for Haiyan. About roughly a million homes were either partially or totally destroyed. It was just a humongous effort and challenge. Imagine no power, no water, no light, no communication, no cell phone, nothing for 3-4 days. Before the president could even have a sense of how large the devastation was, we had to go through a convoluted army sort of radio over system to get to Manila to say, this is really of tremendous proportions. But again, having said that, you see a situation where the whole country responds and the international community responds, and we were able to feed, and to have every day all of these sort of convoys of food going out from all sorts of UN, World Food Organization, everybody from domestic, local, etc. Except that really the devastation was, as was described by Alan, low probability, high impact. I mean, I think this is the world's worst storm. No? So who would have thought that, if it was the usual signal number 2, signal number 3, it's no sweat for us. But this was really of tremendous proportions.
Good. Melody?
Just a couple comments. I mean, I think that as far as making a systematic process, I think there's 4 areas you have to look at. One is prevention. That's all about hardening facilities, building codes, practicing evacuations, practicing communications, drilling, and then looking back on those to see did they work or not. The next one is preparedness. When the storm is coming, are people prepared? Do they have I lived in the Gulf Coast, Gulf of Mexico, my whole life, and I was managing our offshore operation during Hurricane Katrina in the Gulf of Mexico. So that, I guess, is America's Hurricane high-end, very knowledgeable on those processes. But that prevention process, the preparedness process, the response, and then the business continuity, because being able to have processes in place for all 4, and then after an event occurs, to take the time to go back and say what worked well, what didn't, what were the learnings, how do we incorporate those into our processes, and then go back and drill those learnings and improve those communications or harden those facilities or whatever it takes. So I think it's a process in a country or in a region of the world where you're prone to that exposure, being able to systematically do that and then share, because I think that there's an advantage to share everything you learn in an emergency.
But I think there's an issue on sharing, and we need to be very careful with this. It's something that we deal with in businesses, taking something that works in one place and just shifting it elsewhere. It doesn't necessarily work. You talk about KRW, Katrina, the response to that, and build houses on stilts, do things to mitigate. It doesn't necessarily work the same way in poor territories. So in countries where people are very poor, we do see flood mitigation by the authorities saying new buildings have to be built on stilts, they have concrete foundations. Well, what happens? People go and live in the space underneath. And instead of mitigating the situation, we've got people who are even more exposed than they would have been before. So we have to have the deep insight of how people are going to behave before we start taking solutions on. It can go exactly the opposite way of what you want unless you've got that local insight.
Good. And I can't take any more questions. I've got signals, but to just finish this round, I'll start with you, Jeff. So for ASEAN, what advice would you give in the state of building resilience in terms of our interconnectedness? You asked me for a difficult question.
Yeah, you gave me a difficult question. I think it's working at every level. I talked about the need to understand who you're dependent on. There's got to deal with micro and macro. Both of those issues can be very real for the people that are impacted by them. The other thing, I'm trying to reduce it to one. The variation around events is becoming greater than we've seen historically. And the planning has to start looking at greater variation than has historically been the case. You can think you're desperately resilient, and then you get a Japanese tsunami that goes over the level of the protection that was built.
Good. Kyung-hwa?
I think the point that you made at the end about really it has to be context specific, and ultimately that gets down to communicating with the communities affected. I think that has to be a fundamental element of the response as well as the preparedness, because in the end this is about people. Right? And so I think putting people at the core of all endeavors is key. But I'm in terms of preparedness, I'm rather optimistic, because everywhere I think there is national capacity strengthening towards preparedness. And the Hyogo framework has been instrumental in that regard. Everywhere we go, we see national disaster management authorities with good records of being prepared and mitigating the consequences of risks materializing. So that's good. There's always room for improvement, and the international community, the UN actors stand ready to support, whether it's technical assistance and whatnot, and training. One indication is what we have this tremendous capacity called the UNDAC network. It's one of the oldest UN response tools that we have. Experts immediately deployable within 24 hours when disaster strikes. But increasingly, we are getting requests for UNDAC to come and train, not to come and assess crisis at. And so I think that's an indication that there's greater emphasis being put on preparedness as we also respond to crises as they happen.
Good. And does WUNDA train corporate leaders and political leaders?
I'm sure if they wish to be a part of that, why not?
Good. Alan?
I mean, the first element is the political will, and I mean, yes. I'm very impressed by also the discussion we have this evening, because I mean, it's very, very open, and I mean, the Filipino authorities are very aware of the need of prevention, preparedness, and all these elements. And I think there is a keen will to look at what happened and to improve. For example, now we are in discussion with different authorities to see how mortar remains were managed, because there were some issues, in particular in Tacloban, and we are in discussion with Ministry of Health, with the National Bureau of Investigation, and they are really looking at adopting some best practices which are really adapted to local conditions. Then I would say strengthen the legal framework. We know that, I mean, they're also working on it, but it means also adopting some national laws or regulation on different issues, promoting the law, education, and when I say promoting the law, I have also in mind international humanitarian law, and then it's also implementing and ensuring the respect of the law. And then I would say look also at the needs of the less favorized populations, because it's clear that a concern we have after all these mega disasters is that there will be people remaining behind, and this I think is really important to look at. And promoting cooperation, I think this is a key element. We see now that the civil society, the business and other actors are very involved, and it's really to see how everybody can cooperate and do the best. And my final word maybe would be also to look at strengthening regional system as ASEAN humanitarian committee, Committee for Humanitarian Assistance, that I think should be strengthened based on the experiences.
Thank you. Melody, last word for our corporate leaders here.
Okay, so just a few summary comments around decision making with uncertainty, and I think it's just really important for countries, companies, communities to have very clear processes around understanding risks, assessing risk, mitigating risk, dealing with uncertainty, teaching people how to manage that uncertainty is very important. So very clear processes around that are clear, well understood. Within a company, it's important to have that. We deal with a lot of risks, but the focus ought to be on prevention always. Putting safeguards in place to mitigate risks is extremely important, and when those safeguards are in place, it's really important to spend time teaching people how to validate and verify that they're in place and working. because we can write it on paper, we can put it in a process, but you have to go out into the community or into your operation and validate and verify that it's actually there and it actually is working. So that prevention is important, and the focus on prevention is being prepared or having processes for preparedness, emergency response, and business continuity. And I can't focus enough on the fact that when you're in a disaster-prone area, you plan. It's not if it's when, it's not if it will happen. It's when, just as you said. So you have to get people in the mindset of when this happens, what will I do? So it's after the event as well. You can prepare, plan, and prepare, mitigate. But what do I do after to make sure that my family and my community is safe and my business can resume?
Good. Ma, you have the last word. We started with you, you have the last word. You've got the most experience.
Well, thank you for that. I want to make 3 points. First, relative to learning. Learning and best practice and building up resiliency. Well, we
just concluded a symposium on decision making in a disruptive world. In that symposium, JC, what they talked about was values-based leadership. We could have been hearing more in the closing of that symposium, but we just yes. But I think the organizers of the World Economic Forum just had a technical difficulty airing that portion of the symposium.
I think one of the frustrating facts that was highlighted by Rojas in his talk in this discussion was the fact that experience is key in climate change adaptation. That somehow people have to experience first disasters so that we can actually better adapt or better adapt to the necessary steps when disasters arrive in the country. So this is frustrating because this is really how climate change adaptation goes. No one predicted the size of that typhoon, Typhoon Haiyan. So there is no other way but to actually go through it.
As the advice of some of the participants of that symposium said, what is really essential is the immediate deployment of help, funding, preparedness, and business continuity after all the reliefs are extended to the victims of such kind of disaster.
And with that, we just had the first day of the World Economic Forum. For the entire day, we started with the forum on the Philippines as a rising star in Asia. We went to the talk on free payments, and then we eventually also arrived at the plenary hall or Tacloban room of the Makati Shangri-La Hotel, where President Aquino and other heads of state or heads of states also talk about key issues, especially equitable progress and sustainable development.
Meanwhile, the second day of the World Economic Forum on East Asia 2014 closes tonight with a cultural soiree hosted by the President of the Philippines to honor all the participants of the event.
The forum enters its third day tomorrow. Discussions on more issues and dimensions will resume, and we shall be around to bring you all possible activities within the forum. I am JC Tejano. Good afternoon.
And I am JJ Atienza. Thank you for sharing the past hours with us on PTV4's special coverage of the World Economic Forum on East Asia 2014. Good afternoon.
Barkada na, higit sa 100 tagapaghatid ng balita. Handang sumuong sa gitna ng aksyon. Laging nakatutok sa mga kaganapan. Sa ngalan ng paglilingkod sa bayan, ito ang bagong PTV News.
Southeast Asia, a region of magnificent natural wealth and diversity. A teeming melting pot of some 630 million multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and multilingual peoples. A region of many cultures. Yet, amidst this multiplicity of races and cultures, there are common threads that bind the peoples of Southeast Asia. In the early 60s, attempts were made to establish an association among the Southeast Asian nations. Forerunners to the ASEAN were two smaller regional organizations, the Association of Southeast Asia and the Mafilindo. On July 31, 1961, ASA, the Association of Southeast Asia, was established by the foreign ministers of the Federation of Malaya, the Philippines, and Thailand. ASA set an important precedent by facilitating communication among the foreign ministers of culturally and historically diverse independent states. ASA was, however, dissolved on September 16, 1963. In July 1963, the Greater Malayan Confederation or Mafilindo was established, comprised of the Federation of Malaya, the Philippines, and Indonesia, aimed at approaching common issues and concerns through consensus. However, Mafilindo never advanced beyond its declaratory establishment. 4 years later, in the desire to promote cooperation in the spirit of equality and partnership, 5 Southeast Asian countries agreed to form a regional organization with the name the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. The historic signing of the ASEAN Declaration was held on August 8, 1967 in Bangkok, Thailand. The signatories were Adam Malik, Foreign Minister of Indonesia; Tun Abdul Razak bin Hussein, Foreign Minister of Malaysia; Narciso Ramos, Foreign Minister of the Philippines; S. Rajaratnam, Foreign Minister of Singapore; Tanat Koman, Foreign Minister of Thailand. The ASEAN Declaration underscores the collective will of 5 nations in Southeast Asia to bind themselves together in friendship and cooperation. Several years later, the ASEAN opened its doors to 5 other Southeast Asian states: Brunei Darussalam on January 8, 1984, Vietnam on July 28, 1995, Laos and Myanmar on July 23, 1997, and on April 30, 1999. With the advent of the new millennium, 10 countries in Southeast Asia have bonded with a goal to become one community. Brunei Darussalam, an independent sultanate with strong Islamic values and identity. It has one of the highest per capita incomes in Southeast Asia, the 3rd largest oil producer in Southeast Asia, and the 4th largest producer of liquefied natural gas in the world. The Kingdom of Cambodia, the oldest nation in Southeast Asia, tracing its roots to the ancient Funan civilization, a rice-producing country, abundant in mineral and natural resources, home to the famous Angkor Wat, the most extensive concentration of religious temples in the world. Republic of Indonesia, the largest archipelago in the world, with a culture greatly influenced by 3 major world religions: Hinduism, Buddhism, and Islam. The world's 2nd largest producer of gas. Other major resources are crude oil, gold, palm oil, rice, tea, spices, and rubber. Home to 8 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, the most number in Southeast Asia. Laos People's Democratic Republic, the only landlocked country in Southeast Asia, with an ancient heritage evident in its old capital city, Luang Prabang, an economy fueled by agriculture, manufacturing, and mining. Its major resources are coal, tin, gemstones, coffee, tobacco, cotton, and hydroelectric power. Malaysia, now one of the strongest economies in Southeast Asia, the world's largest producer of rubber, tin, and palm oil. Other major resources are bauxite, copper, iron ore, petroleum, and timber. Home of UNESCO heritage sites Malacca and Georgetown, two historic cities of the Straits of Malacca. Republic of the Union of Myanmar, the Asian country with the second largest land area, one of the world's main sources of copper, tungsten, silver, and semi-precious stones. 90% of the world's rubies come from this country, famous for its Shwedagon Pagoda, one of the most revered Buddhist temples in Southeast Asia. Republic of the Philippines, an archipelago of more than 7,000 islands, the first country in Southeast Asia to declare independence from colonial powers, the world's largest producer of coconut, pineapple, and abaca, rich in mineral and geothermal energy resources, home of the Ifugao Rice Terraces, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, regarded as an ancient agricultural engineering wonder. Republic of Singapore, the smallest member state in terms of land area, now an important financial and business center in Asia, one of the busiest economies and the second best performing economy in the world. Major industries include petrochemicals, textiles, and shipbuilding, financial services, and Kingdom of Thailand, the only Southeast Asian country that was never colonized by Western powers, the third largest exporter of rice and one of the largest producers of tin in the world, top exporter of sapphires and rubies, one of the world's top travel destinations with its capital Bangkok and Ayutthaya, an ancient capital city, as major tourist attractions. The Socialist Republic of Vietnam, second largest exporter of rice in the world, rich in natural and mineral resources such as coal, phosphates, chromites, offshore oil and gas deposits. Major agricultural resources are rice, tea, coffee, rubber, timber, and marine products. With 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, led by Ha Long Bay, which was also voted in 2011 as one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. ASEAN, 10 member states bound together as exemplified in its motto, emblem, and flag. ASEAN is guided by its motto, one vision, one identity, one community. The ASEAN emblem represents a stable, peaceful, united, and dynamic ASEAN. The ASEAN flag is a symbol of the member states' unity and support for the principles and endeavors of ASEAN, a means to promote greater ASEAN awareness and solidarity. ASEAN, whose founding in 1967 was met with skepticism, has proven that it can succeed and is now recognized as one of the world's most respected regional organizations. In its early years, ASEAN focused on laying its foundations and adopting fundamental principles to govern the relations among its member states. As a basic principle, decision-making in ASEAN is based on consultation and consensus. In 2003, the ASEAN leaders resolved that an ASEAN community shall be established comprising 3 pillars: the ASEAN Political Security Community, ASEAN Economic Community, and ASEAN Social Community. The goal of the ASEAN Political Security Community is to settle intra-regional differences and promote peace and security in the region. The ASEAN Economic Community aims to create a stable, prosperous, and highly competitive economic region. The ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community envisions a Southeast Asia bonded together as a community of caring societies and founded on a common regional identity. How is the ASEAN structured? At the top is the ASEAN Summit, or the meeting of the ASEAN heads of state and government. Held twice annually, the leaders provide policy guidance and decide on key issues and important matters of interest to member states to realize the objectives of ASEAN. Below the ASEAN Summit is the ASEAN Coordinating Council, which meets at least twice a year. It is composed of the foreign ministers of the 10 ASEAN member states. Under the ASEAN Coordinating Council are the ASEAN Community Councils, ASEAN Political Security Community Council, ASEAN Economic Community Council, and ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Council. Under each ASEAN Community Council are relevant ASEAN sectoral ministerial bodies. To provide for greater efficiency in the coordination of ASEAN organs and implementation of ASEAN projects and activities, the ASEAN Secretariat was established on February 24, 1976. Based in Jakarta, Indonesia, the ASEAN Secretariat is headed by the Secretary General, who also serves as the Chief Administrative Officer of ASEAN. Each ASEAN member state appoints a permanent representative to ASEAN, with the rank of ambassador based in Jakarta. The permanent representatives collectively constitute a committee of permanent representatives. Since the creation of ASEAN in 1967, several landmark decisions and documents have been agreed upon by the member states, such as the following. 1971, the Declaration of ASEAN as a Zone of Peace, Freedom and Neutrality. 1976, the ASEAN Concord or Bali Concord I. 1976, the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia. 1987, the Protocol amending the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation. 1992, ASEAN Free Trade Area. 1992, the ASEAN Declaration on the South China Sea. 1994, the ASEAN Regional Forum. 1995, the Treaty on the Southeast Asia Nuclear Weapons-Free Zone. 1997, the ASEAN Vision 2020. 2003, Bali Concord II. 2004, the Vientiane Action Program, or VAP, 2004 to 2010. 2007, Cebu Declaration on the Acceleration of the Establishment of an ASEAN Community by 2015. 2009,